Welcome to day 2 of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park, a celebration of grassroots racing and modern tuning culture. The track is filling up with concourse participants, trackside race fans, campers, and participants alike. It is an exceptional day for racing and competition, and it all starts now. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Danger Dan for the GRIDLIFE NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, heat number 4 of the weekend. Dan, welcome back. We've got plenty of battles to focus on in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship today, and I can't wait to get things rolling here.
It's already getting hot, too, as we've seen some of the leaders change in the Sunday Cup.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of shifting and shuffling in Sunday Cup. We'll cover that here in just a moment's time. But before we do that, The coverage of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. Look at the sights and sounds of Lime Rock Park. Dan, this is such a great facility. 1.5-mile racetrack in Lakeville, Connecticut. It is the second year of the Circuit Legends Festival, which is a celebration of modern tuning culture. The cars that we all kind of grew up with putting as our halo cars, our poster cars on the wall. And this is only the second year of this event, but the scale of it has just ballooned this year, and it's so exciting to see everyone setting up and getting ready for a day of action.
I got here early this morning, and I was lucky enough to see some of these cars roll into the concourse, and I mean, there's just too much to take in. We're gonna have to go check it out later for sure. Like, gotta walk around, take in an hour, whatever you can do, sacrifice to go walk and talk to people and see these cars.
It is a truly awesome event, and I think we've got a full day of action ahead of us. We've got the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, which is underway right now. We've got GRIDLIFE Touring Cup with its new split sprint format, which was so exciting yesterday, and we've got more drift and Model 3 Challenge and the Legends Shootout laps as well to cover. So there's so much going on today. So hang out with us all afternoon as we get through this great afternoon of racing. And tomorrow, of course, we got the FCP Euro Sunday motoring meet, which will be on the front straightaway, kind of a cars and coffee sort of event. But with cars rolling on the racetrack, it is Group D heading on the racetrack right now. But we just had Group E out on the racetrack, and we'll show you the timing and scoring here in just a moment's time. Jake Abbott went fastest with a 105 flat, and James Smith and Michael Rossmith both picked up a couple of tenths of a second. It is so tight right now, Dan, and we've been following Sunday Cup all season long with how tight the battles have been, but today in particular, it's a thrilling fight. And this is not our podium sprint format. This is old-fashioned time attack. Right. Fastest lap of the weekend wins. And this was the session that everyone is probably going to go the fastest they've gone.
I think Jacob woke up today and was just absolutely ready to go. He shaved almost a second off of his lap time yesterday. And, I mean, it's taken a little bit away from the battle of the Smiths. And we're not talking about the punk rock guys. We're talking about the Smiths who are battling for first place right now. So, really tight battles, and I think those times will drop as the day goes on, but it's a good way to start the morning. Yeah, we got some Falcon Club TR cars on track as well with our Group D, and once again, when we get the graphics up, we'll show you the times of the day so far, and actually early of the entire weekend. We've got the context from the weekend now in the ticker, so we can follow along only when drivers improve. Look at the Paul Newman Straight. What a gorgeous piece of racetrack. For the many years, Dan, it was the no-name straight. It didn't have a name, but last year it was christened with the Paul Newman name, which I think is extremely fitting as the Sam Posey Straight on the front stretch. Yeah, I think it's very cool. Oh, we got an off already.
Yeah, a little spin there at the exit of turn 3, the left-hander. And driver pulling back on the racetrack here. But this track, built in 1953, it's been a North American racing staple for decades. And what a treat it is to get to drive on it here with so many people watching you, even in this old-fashioned time attack format. Another slide at the exit of 3. I'll bet you the track's pretty slick this morning if I had to take a guess.
Yeah.
Grippy, but I think maybe offline a little slippery.
Yeah, the weather's looking a little bit better today than it was yesterday, but it is much cooler than it was. So I could say the colder track, got to heat up them tires. After a few laps, these guys are going to be dropping some times.
There's the number 76. We talked about this driver yesterday. This was a 1990 Volkswagen Golf GTI, Ethan Brown behind the wheel.
Such a cool looking car.
Such a neat car. And I think as far as older cars go, they tend to be a little simpler mechanically too. And that kind of leaves it up to the driver a bit more to really extract the speed out of it. But it is a neat looking vehicle.
A little bit more of a visceral feel. I mean, some of these guys with the newer amenities in their cars, like, yeah, it's kind of cool to see an older car out there hanging with these guys.
Super cool stuff. There's the uphill at turn 5, and some of the faster cars will get a little air over that crest as they make their way around, and then into West Bend. Kind of get it right up against that curb, right out to the exit, under the bridge that all the fans walked into the racetrack to get. So here's a look at your Sunday Cup group. This is just updating you on the previous session. Jake Abbott to the top of the board at a 105 flat. Then it's James Smith, Michael Rossmith, just 2 tenths behind, and only 300ths between James and Michael. So that is incredibly close. Chris Rice at a 105.750. I don't think he improved in that last session, but they will have a couple more chances to do that.
Stayed very similar. But what's funny to me about the two Smith drivers, they both moved up almost identically, but 3 seconds faster than what they were yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's
0.3 of a second, sorry.
The track is quicker this morning, and you have to take advantage of that. And Jacob Abbott, we talked about his point scenario in Falcon Sunday Cup. He was the leader for a long time, but he hasn't run in a couple of rounds, and he's in third, about 11 points back from James Smith. But if they were to finish as is, that would be a 4-point swing back in the favor of Jake Abbott in Sunday Cup. So that would be a little bit of a movement here. And of course, Chris Rice still in the battle. So is Michael Ross Smith. He's second in points.
Yep.
And with James leading Michael Ross, that would expand just slightly.
So this is a big race for Jacob Abbott because Chris Rice was above him yesterday, and he's just breathing down his neck at the battle for third place. So.
Yeah, definitely also need to mention Mooncake, the Robertson Racing Mazda 2, up into 5th place with a 106.0. If we were doing that podium sprint format, that would be a qualifying time right now.
Yeah.
So super cool. And let's move on to the Club TR group. And again, we're not running these by class. This is a group format here this weekend. But just for context of this group right now is mostly Falcon Club TR. And you can see the 25 entries we've got in this class. Bit of a wiggle there for Garrett Glossary in the number 238. You see Juan Johnson just improved to a 103.579. But Glossary's best, a 102.9, 19th in class is where he is right now with a couple of minutes here on the board. So we'll be watching Club TR, the pointy end of Club TR, all the way up at Dana Basinski. He's only leading by 0.2 of a second over James Houghton. So close battles here as well.
Very good.
These Falcon classes have just been thrilling.
Yes, I love seeing the difference in cars, but I mean, look at the drivers today dropping lap times. They all come out, really want to win. I think they've gotten acclimated to the track, and with these cooler temperatures, going to put down some better times. Yeah,
we should see some improvements here, and with those improvements, you'll see a green wipe across the bottom of this, or across their name on the ticker. And Glossary picks up, so does Nick Babin. Both of them are going to pick up a couple tenths of a second. Babin up to a 101.6. And again, this is showing now their best lap of the weekend, and will only change if they improve it. So a little easier to know from yesterday who's going quick. But Babin in this ND Miata, what a great platform. You don't see a lot of NDs yet in this category, but I think it's a great choice for it.
I think it's one of my next choices for vehicle. If I ever decide to get away from my Miata, I think it would be for an ND. I think it's such a beautiful car.
Yellow flag on the downhill down to turn 7. And not exactly sure what's going on over there, but yellow waving flag means that there's some kind of incident at the exit of the corner. And there is the Sunoco checkered flag hanging from the flag stand. So we'll see if anybody hits in or who finishes up their laps at the moment. But 25 Falcon Club TR entries, one of the most popular categories in GridLife NOS Energy Track Battle Championship alongside Sunday Cup and Street GT. We've seen multiple fields of over 20 cars, which is enough to go racing. Look at Glossary picking up again.
That's 3 laps in a row.
Yeah, that's a 102.7, so another tenth of a second he's picked up. So really exciting stuff to watch drivers continue to knock down lap times here in the closing moments. Again, most of these cars are Falcon Club TR. Now, we did see a Super Unlimited car on the racetrack, and that is our only Super Unlimited car on the racetrack. That is the number 36. At a 103.195 was his best time of the weekend. And
I'm seeing that 360 out there already.
Yes. What does he call it? The LMP 360?
LMP 360, and I actually got to speak with Dan last night. Very cool build. I mean, he built that thing in his garage, and it is phenomenal. Just what he had to go through to build this, and it was, you know, to show that you can build this stuff at home. You can do this on your own. You don't need this crazy budget. You don't need all this fancy stuff, and he built this car, and it is quick.
Yeah, it's... First, okay, while we're showing this aerial shot, see that number 17 that we just passed, that black S2000?
Yeah.
That car was in the wall in a big way yesterday in GridLife Touring Cup. That car is rolling, and I think is planned to enter the races today.
Yeah.
Herculean effort behind the scenes yesterday from a bunch of drivers in the paddock. There it is again. To get this car back in shape to run again today, that is unbelievable. That car hit the wall hard.
It did not look drivable yesterday.
No, and look at it now.
Back in, the wheels were all hanging off of it. They were asking me, do you know where wheel dollies are? I have no idea. But yeah, what a valiant effort to get back on track.
That's just crazy to me. I mean, obviously the right side wasn't the side that hit the wall. It was the left. But even still, it looks great from this angle.
I mean, just stay here and show that good side. You know,
yeah.
What happened? Nothing. You didn't see anything.
Yeah,
you can kind of see some of the damage here.
Yeah, but hangs out with the Myriad Motorsports camp. I know there's a whole bunch of drivers that were helping him out last night in their true grid life fashion. And honestly, I'll say that's pretty good looking.
Yeah, it looks all right. I don't know if that's tape or what happened over there, but yeah. It looks fantastic compared to what it was yesterday. That wheel folded under it like it was from Back to the Future, so it did not look great.
That's so cool, and a great effort there by all the people in the paddock to get him back into good shape for today's events. And we'll get to see him race in about 45 minutes or so when we get to the tail end of the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship sessions. But that was, again, the car that crashed at the end of race 1A yesterday that brought out the yellow to end the race.
Just saw Alan from Bridge Moto pulling off in that FC. It's such a beautiful car.
There's a lot of really pretty cars here this weekend. And that's kind of part of the deal, right, with the Circuit Legends Festival, was to celebrate the pretty tuner cars that we kind of all grew up highlighting and really wanting. But here they're on display at speed, right? There are cars in the concourse here, and we thank all the concourse guests for being here and bringing their cars with them. But there's so much to look at here this weekend.
For sure.
Cool cars from every era. There's a look at the concourse filling in now, and if you're here at the racetrack, make sure you get up to the top of the hill there, the concourse tent between the two chalet buildings right behind the Toyo Tires truck. Check out what's under the tent, what's around the tent, and make sure you check out Vendor Village there in the midway. And stop by the GRIDLIFE merch booth and all the other vendors that are up there hanging out. NOS Energy giving away free NOS all weekend, so go up there and grab yourself a can. And down below you see the Paddock area. They're just one half of it.
One paddock area. There's definitely more drivers.
Yeah, that is just one half of it. And there's our friends from Falcon down there. We've got TJ Hunt here this weekend. There's Advanced Auto Parts, the Advanced Auto Parts pit stop. If you're up on the hill right now and spectating and you would like to roam the paddock but you don't want to miss the action, you can head over to the Advanced Auto Parts booth, that yellow roof that you see there, the square, and you can watch the live stream in that tent, hang out with some tables and chairs, and hang out and check out everything. We do have the in-car for this next session. It will be Evan McLaren in car 514, and he's headed out on the racetrack here in just a moment's time. There he is. Evan McLaren, one of our Falcon Club TR competitors, and he'll be heading on track here in just a moment to try to improve his lap times on the weekend. This is a great time of day to do it, and if the temperature rises throughout the afternoon, it's just going to get harder. But in your experience, Dan, how tricky is it over the course of a weekend to kind of judge track conditions when you go out on course?
I feel like in the morning, you're generally going to throw down one of your best times. You're going to be a little bit more prepared. You get some time to gel with the track. For me personally, I like to, get my timing correct. But first day, I'm always kind of shaky all the way through the day. So I feel like I progress and be faster in the afternoon. But it's this next morning where you know the track, you know kind of what to expect. Coming out with a cool track, you're going to throw down a better time. And that's what we're seeing today, obviously.
There goes Evan McLaren. I think there's a hardship lap in the background. That's Lena Chin, I believe, making a hardship run in her GLTC car. She was involved in a little bit of an accident yesterday, bent up some stuff. There was a lot of drama in the GLTC events yesterday, and we've got even more to cover when we get Pete back in here. We'll talk about some disqualifications that happened and some other spicy goodness.
I think a lot of people went by that rubbing his racing kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's what I was seeing when I was watching the live stream.
Yep.
And even parked myself on the front straight. There was people getting after it.
Yeah, it was certainly a lot of fun to watch, but we really don't like doing body work in GLTC, so I think the overarching conclusion, let's not do that again today. But the Time Attack drivers heading back out on track. This is going to be the next group of cars, and we'll get into some more Club TR action as well as some of our street class entrants as well here. Just fixing a bug in the back end, so we'll have graphics for you here in just a moment as cars climb up the hill and get their way around this 1.5 mile track. Look at the hillsides here, Dan. It's like a bowl that holds all the sound in, bouncing off the trees. What a cool shot.
Yeah, I walked over last night to the Adam LZ pizza party.
Oh, yeah?
I got to see the track from the other side. It was just absolutely gorgeous. You don't see that stream from over here, right, in the paddock?
Right.
Looking at the stream, the sunset, some beautiful R33s sitting over there. So very cool. R34s.
Here's Evan McLaren in the 514 Acura Integra, locked in a pretty fierce fight, as are many others in the Club TR point standings. Evan is 8th in the standings coming into the weekend, 3 points behind the Jason Wynn FRS of the Dead Boys Racing car. Then it's Evan Weeder that's just a couple points beyond that. So McLaren heads up the hill now in this front-wheel drive car. And there's a lot of tracks that maybe front-wheel drive could be viewed as a disadvantage. I don't think this is one of them. Nice sweeping corners carrying around. So Evan doing a good job so far. Nice clean lap.
I think the in-car is very cool too. It can show you some of the elevation change that's going on at this track that these guys are going through.
And across the stripe for Evan McLaren. And we will see what McLaren was able to run. It was a 102.466, which is a pretty solid lap time. And we'll see how things stack up here in just a moment. So as far as Club TR goes, here again is the Falcon Club TR running order. And the 514 McLaren did run a 1 minute .3, it looks like, yesterday, so not a time pickup this morning just yet. But we'll see if any more Club TR drivers improve. Then we'll jump over to the street standings and see how things are going there, because here is one of our street competitors. This is Eddie Siegel in the 470. Now his best lap of the weekend so far is a 1 minute .530. And let's see if he can pick up this time around. A couple more street class competitors in this group.
Coming around the straight right now, about to cross that line. We'll find out if he has improved his time.
And across the stripe, Siegel picks up a 59.732. That was a big pickup for Eddie.
Big one, yeah.
Puts him up into third on street class for the weekend. And there's a look at Connor Gallagher in his Nissan GTR. And right now, Connor is position 4 in the street GT standings at a 1 minute .087. And for Gallagher, that was this session that he ran that lap time.
Now, Kyle, can you explain to me what it means to be in street GT class?
So street GT is a category in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship where you can't really do a whole lot to the cars beyond some suspension and brake modifications. The car must be inflation-adjusted MSRP of less than $130,000, and you can't add anything more than factory aero, and you can't open up the motor. So you're really just left with suspension and braking improvements and safety improvements. And with that, you're kind of stuck with the car that you get. So you end up with high displacement, kind of inline 6, V8, V6 potentially, V10s, cars that have a little bit more displacement and really kind of GT Grand Touring style of car. It's a really competitive category because you get a lot of cars that are high performance from factory but maybe aren't supercars just yet. Camaros, Corvettes, Toyota GR Supras, the GTR is a great example of it. And it's really a very competitive category there where you can focus on driving the car and not necessarily modifying the heck out of it.
Faster Sunday Cup. Way faster Sunday Cup.
That's a great way to look at it. And Gallagher did pick up again to a 59.490. And here is a look at a track mod car. And here's your track mod standings at the moment. And that is the 987 of Mora, I believe, in this. Is that a Subaru?
Yes.
See if he can pick up this time through. Best lap of a 1 minute .771. And it will be a pickup, a 1 minute .372 for the 987 of Mora.
Pickup. It's always good to see a GC8 out there. It's one of my favorite cars.
They're cool looking.
Very beautiful little car. That's what we were speaking about yesterday, that the bug eye, right? And that stopped before then, so it's cool to see.
Alex Westergaard in the number 64. He's long run a S2000 in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. Typically was in the street modified category. This car set up for track mod, and judging by the blue tape holding the door card on, not a full-time race car.
I actually think I saw him drive in this morning.
I bet you did. And right behind him is Nathan Brown. Brown right now 6th in the street class standings at a 1 minute .629. I think Nate's got a little time on the table as well. Right out to the rumble strips. I love when you can just hear, oh, Nate Brown off course at the top of the hill. Just dropped 2 left side tires off and got within maybe 3 feet of that Armco.
That spot right there is a very scary spot to go 2 wheels off.
Man, Nate's pushing. Let's see what he can get. Is it going to be an improvement? I don't think so. It is not.
It is not.
But he's absolutely hauling right now in his Volkswagen GTI. This thing has over 200,000 miles on it. Street drives it a lot.
That checks out. Probably gets good gas mileage, too.
I bet it does. Richard Cho improves to a 1 minute point 740.
Oh!
Nate, big time sideways. He's going to try to gather it up, but he will not.
I think he's in the wrong class. Drifting it starts in a little while.
Woo! Nathan Brown getting after it. A little too far, a little too much, but definitely hunting for speed.
Yeah, and he almost saved that. That was a really good valiant effort to try and save that.
Oh, man, that's the drive of shame back across the grass.
Yeah, and it's one of those that you have to keep rolling. When you see the drone shots from above, there is a lot of water there. So you got to keep rolling, otherwise you're going to get stuck and end up watching the rest. Yeah,
and he did a great job keeping it rolling and getting through it, and will rejoin very safely, and will carry on and continue, but he will stay 6th in street class for now. That was a great capture by the stream crew as well.
It's probably his most exciting run of the weekend. He'll remember that one, I'm sure.
And I bet the entire FCP Euro paddock is going to remember that one as well. And I bet you there'll be gifts and videos. They'll be teasing him about that for a while. Nathan's had quite a bit of laps around here. But you see the fist out the window. He's going to let competitor on by. Is that a Club TR class car or street? It might be a street class car. GR86 can drop into a couple different classes.
Are we seeing a little bit of tire smoke or oil smoke?
I don't know. That's a great question. Maybe it could be a tire rub from a lockup or something of the sort. And this is a Club TR car, the 230. So let's check in on Daniel Persing in the 230 car, a 1 minute .533, a GR86 with, this is a BRZ rather, with a little bit of aero on the rear. And that's something that you don't get to experience a lot in Sunday Cup, is the effect of aerodynamics. But a lot of drivers will tell you that you can really feel it once you're above 80, 90, 100 miles an hour. You really get that sensation that you have a little assistance.
Yeah, and getting above 80, 90, 100 mile an hour in the Sunday Cup is very difficult to do. So you're not going to maintain that very long.
Probably not. Modal picks up again to a 1 minute .206 in the 925 car. And there was a standing yellow flag at the uphill. So I think there was potentially someone stopped off course somewhere. Oh, another spin. Turn 3, the left-hander has been a treacherous corner today.
It seems a bit tricky for a lot of people, and you never know if that could have been something that was brought back on track from somebody going off earlier, but hopefully there's no oil leak, there's nothing else going on with any of these other vehicles, but it does look a little slick as you see, they're kind of getting a little bit of tail happy coming through this turn.
Right. Get a little bit of a chase, and there is, I think that's Richard Cho, who has stopped trackside, and that's what our yellow flag was for. And Richard is 7th in the street standings right now at a 1 minute .740, and I don't think he's going to go anywhere by the looks of it. So they'll hold that standing yellow for a couple of laps. We're almost to the end of this group session, so I imagine they'll just get him when they do the turnover to the next group.
Yeah, he's just going to spectate from that point there. But, I mean, he's got the closest seat on the track. So.
It's not a seat you necessarily want. There's Jason Wynn, I believe, in Falcon Club TR. That's the Dead Boys Racing car. As he enters turn 1, that gray FRS in your shot. And he's 13th right now in class at a 1 minute .9. And then just behind him is another Club TR competitor, but Jason is one of the drivers involved in the Club TR championship battle. He's 7th right now, but just 3 points ahead of Evan McLaren. And if you look at the times right now, McLaren far ahead away. And with how many cars are here this weekend, with Jason kind of buried, that's going to be a big point swing. With McLaren right now in 6th, that's 14 points, where the Dead Boys Racing car is only going to get 7. So that's a 7-point swing and would completely flip-flop that championship battle for 7th place.
Going to be very close.
Looks good though through West Bend, maybe a little bit off the apex, but as we said yesterday, that curb you don't really want to climb too much. As there's a Sunoco checkered flag for the Falcon Club TR group and the street class group that's out here right now. Again, we've got a mix and a variety of cars here this weekend, but pick up though slightly, a 1 minute .934 for Jason Wynn.
Always good to do on the last lap.
Yeah, it always feels
good. Pick up,
good.
go into the pits, hang out.
I don't know that it jumped him a spot, did it? He was 13th place, and now he is still 13th. It was a pickup in time, but only a couple hundredths of a second. So it will not be a big jump. As is that McLaren coming into the shot again as well?
Looks like it, yeah.
It is. So he'll come into the shot, fist out the window, no pickup there. But he did pick up earlier in the session at a 59.735, a really strong lap. That'll put him in the top 10.
Off the back there a little bit. 2 tires off.
And for Street GT, Connor Gallagher, we mentioned, up to 3rd place in Street GT. That's a podium spot for now at a 59.490, and he's only 0.6 off the fastest lap here this weekend, run by Andy Vogel in a C8 Corvette. So
not running the podium sprint, that's going to make a huge difference, right? He's going to try and sit on that time and improve it in the next session. But as of right now, I mean, that's a good spot to be.
And it's more than about a half a second back to Kevin Horn in the 71. So I'm not sure that he's feeling all that much pressure, especially as the track gets a little slower throughout the day, and especially once you get the drift cars on track. Getting offline gets a lot more treacherous later in the day. But yeah. What's your opinion on that?
So I guess for me, doing double duty most of the season, right? I'm doing drifting and also doing a little bit of time attack myself. I kind of shoot myself in the foot, right? You go out there, you ruin the track for yourself, and then you have a great time in both. So it does definitely make a difference on track. We know it. We all know it. Yeah. But it's a lot more fun.
It is a lot more fun, and I think, Chris Stewart, the co-founder of GridLife, always talks about the context of racing on the same track that you drift on, right? Full course road racing drift. And then you put that same car against a grip car or a time attack car, and you see the context of the two, and I think there's a mutual respect that's gained. But yeah, absolutely, the intention of what they're doing on track is very different. And so when you're running time attack and you go out right after a drift session, like, oh, this track's a mess. Yeah. But that's part of the experience here at GridLife, is having to manage something like that to go fast.
I think one of the funny things is I had timed inside my car, and I ran a faster drift lap at Midwest than I did in the Honda Fit. So definitely know that those cars are moving quite a bit faster than you think out there. So the drift cars are moving pretty good as well. They are also dealing with weird track conditions, so you don't want to have any offs. The more that you go off track and bring more debris on, it's just going to lower your lap times and make it really unbearable to drive.
I don't know what just happened, but it wasn't on the camera.
Blessed by Kato.
Okay, Kato hashtag blessed. That's great. But looking at the front straightaway here at Lime Rock Park, when we talk about GridLife Touring Cup, which will start in about a half hour, this is your passing zone, right? But it is also your heaviest braking zone. And we've watched cars in time attack and at GLTC kind of brake across the track. Now, Dan, take me through your approach to a corner and why you might want to kind of dive towards it versus stay out wide and arc it in.
It depends. Like if you're going way too fast into something, I would typically like to stay a little wide and then try and shoot in. Going inside of a turn for me, I usually feel like I'm just going to blast right through it, right? I don't have that smooth arc. I like to be a little smoother. I would start from outside going in rather than going from inside on a dive, because for me, personally, I feel like I'm just going to lose it.
Yeah, we have a look at our Hyundai N track preview here in just a moment. We'll kind of show you what we're talking about with the Big Bend corner in particular, which is turns 1 and 2 here at Lime Rock Park. Because there's 2 distinct corners in this first one sweeping corner in our Hyundai N track preview, we'll show you. There's actually 2 apexes. You can kind of see the curbing here. We've marked it on the map so you can see it. When you enter this first corner, you actually kind of apex early, drift out mid-corner, and then tuck in again. So you're treating turn 1 almost like a kink, where you're kind of aiming at it at a slightly shallower angle to set up for the exit of turn 2 and then into the left-hander and the right-hander for the backstretch.
And you can see it in some of the cars as well when they kind of have a little correction there, and that's because they have to straighten out a little bit to apex that second turn.
Yeah, and then you head through the right-hander at turn 4 on the Paul Newman straight up to the uphill at turn 5. It's a pretty sharp increase in elevation, and then you head up to West Bend, which is fairly flat, but there is a big curb on the inside to avoid, and then as soon as you come over West Bend, you go over, or actually under the bridge that you go on to enter the track, and then down into turn 7. Huge compression at the bottom of the hill through the right-hander at turn 7, and you're back around in a lap, and it's usually under a minute. Yes, it's a fast racetrack.
I'd say 7 is one of those corners to watch. It's very cool to see. I mean, guys are flying all over the place. You're pushing it right at the end there. 3 has been our problem child today, so people are seeing it. We're seeing a lot of people getting a little slick there, rotating, coming around, so very scary.
You know, it's unique in the way that it's the only left-hand turn on the racetrack.
That's it, right?
So it's
just throwing them off.
It's throwing them off, right?
Wait, left? It was left? Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah. Well, everyone always jokes about NASCAR and making left turns, and then you throw a right turn at them and they can't do it. But here it's almost the opposite, where you're going to, if you have a car that you can set up to be a little bit asymmetric with your camber and your caster, and set yourself up to mostly make right-hand corners, that will make a difference here, because 6 of the 7 are to the right. Now, if you set up that car that aggressively, your left-hand turns might be challenging. But I don't know that that most people are going to that level of detail. You'll set up your car kind of perfectly symmetrical and kind of have an equal handle on lefts and rights. But the setup for it is also pretty flat, and it's a long corner. So if you get the car off balance, it's going to carry all the way through that left-hand turn.
Yeah, and we've seen it, and we've seen it today.
Big shout out to Ian. I know you hear me. I don't know if he can hear me, but Ian's in the one with the sunglasses on. Ian is one of the IT folks around here, one of the tech managers here at Lime Rock Park, and he is a huge reason for the success of this event. I owe him so much for helping us get our internet set up here this weekend for the arcade and helping us around with Wi-Fi and things of the sort. Ian's always willing to help us out. Big shout out to Ian.
Looks like he's about to set up a croquet match.
Yeah.
He's got all those little stakes there he's about to put in the ground. You know, get the mallet, let's whack some stuff through.
Just one of the many Lime Rock Park staff that we are so thankful to work with here for the GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends Festival. It is a blast. Cars are rolling on the racetrack. The next group of cars, and we'll see what the majority of the field looks like here as we head up the hill. I'll bet you a lot more street class, maybe some more street GT, and some more Club TR as well. And there is a couple street GT, a little bit of a mix of everything. Let's start things out looking at our street GT field. I think I saw Andy Vogel. There he is, the pink and black C8 at the bottom of your screen. Keenan Prusenk in that Camaro right there, center of your shot. And here is the run down to turn number 1. Big lock up there by James Houghton in the 330 JZ Motorsports Civic. He's chasing Dana Basinski for the Club TR weekend result. So there he is at a 58.794, second in Club TR. We'll see if that lockup's going to hurt him, but he's pushing now. He knows this is the time to go fast.
I think he's just warming up the tires there.
Yeah.
That's how he got into it. Let's go ahead and clean that up.
Well, he got the right front real hot, I'll tell you that. You hear the revs pick up on the crest of the hill.
Yeah, the faster cars are definitely getting over it. That's such a cool thing. I'm so glad we can hear things now.
Yeah, it really is awesome. And James just missed out on the podium sprint at Mid-Ohio, was 6th quickest on the weekend, but down through the last corner here, and let's see if he picks up on his lap time. Across the stripe for James Houghton in the 330, and it is not a pickup, so he will stay where he is. As far as Street GT, there's a battle happening in that category. Vogel, Prusenk, Gallagher, still your top 3.
I think he learned a lesson there and did not lock up on this second lap, so this might be the heater. This might be the one he's going for. We'll be looking for him to pick up at some time here.
Some street mod cars now. There's Devin Hoffman, 6th in street modified in her Subaru, the 145.
See a little spark coming off of that curbing there. It's a little more violent than it looks.
There's one of our track mod competitors stuck trackside. I think it's Jesse, stuck trackside. Devin, a little bit of a nibble on the inside curbing. And now let's watch James Houghton to see if he can pick up this time through on the run down to the front straightaway. Is it going to be a pickup for Houghton? We turn the ticker back around here. Let us see where we land. It is not a pickup again for Houghton. And here's street class. That's Joe Milkey in the 555, one of the cars, I believe, on track. There he is.
I feel that girl there. I love boost too.
Yeah.
I do.
Ooh, slide. I heard some tires skidding somewhere. I don't know if it was at 3 or somewhere else, but so Milkey is chasing Devin Hoffman right now. 2 different class cars. Hoffman in street mod. There's Milkey, though, the winner from street class at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course a couple of weeks ago.
I love the audio coming up that hill when they just bump them RPMs up a little bit. It's super cool.
Just getting a little light, and front drive cars lose their drive for a moment, and it looks like Joe's going to come down pit lane. And let's see, check back in on Street GT. How are things going there? Vogel still at a 58.4, didn't pick up that time through. Prusenk and Gallagher still have yet to pick up this session.
How do you feel about the C8 Corvette?
So, I talked about this before. I think the C8 Corvette's a great car. I personally prefer the C7.
I'm with you.
And it's the flat plane crank engine. Oh, by the way, Kevin Horn just picked up, knocked Gallagher down to 4th. and horns in a Camaro. But the C7 Corvette, I like how it sounds better. It's got the American thump that I expect out of a V8 engine, and I think the lines are a little more classic for me. Classic Corvette. Now, there's no doubt that the C8 Corvette's a great car. I just personally prefer the C7 generation.
I would have to agree with you, actually. I really like the C7 Vet. And I was almost ashamed to see the C8 come out, and then the prices skyrocket on the C7.
Yeah.
It's like, well, there goes my chances of getting one of those.
Now, the real question is, what trim of the C7? Grand Sport, Z06, Stingray?
I think I'd go Z06.
For me, it's a Grand Sport.
Yep.
And mostly because I'm a fan of Watkins Glen, and they had a color called Watkins Glen Gray.
Yeah.
And it had blue stripes on the fenders, and that was the right choice for me. Street Mod 167 car. Let's have a look at our Street Mod times again. And that is the 167 of, oh, this is a new name I haven't heard before. And,
but out there with a very quick lap, 57.9.
Michael Kozior in the, there's a Kozier, you think? Not sure. I'm not gonna butcher that. I'm not me either. But right now, 5th in Street Mod in his Evo. Looks good at a 57.969. Look how close Street Mod is. Dewey's got a pretty good hold over James Houghton in that category. By the way, James is driving in 2 different time attack cars this weekend and a GLTC car.
Oh, that's a lot of duty.
It is. It is a lot of duty. And is it a pickup this time for the 167? It is not. There's Houghton again in the Club TR class car. And Houghton to the top of Falcon Club TR to 58,445. So there's the pickup we were waiting for.
Popped it back out and said, here, I'm going to go ahead and throw that down.
Big slide through turn 3. I wonder if that's a celebratory slide or if he's still pushing.
That's where we've been seeing trouble all morning.
Yeah.
Is people sitting there in turn 3 getting a little loose.
And Peter Granberg is on track, and he has also improved. Peter Granberg, we owe him, I don't want to say an apology, as another car is off there.
That's the Camaro.
Is that Prusink? It is Prusink. Where Peter Granberg was fastest at Mid-Ohio, lost because of the podium sprint. And even though he had the track record. So he's looking for redemption here this weekend, and he is now 3rd quickest in Club TR. So that's a really good run. Oh, Mario Moroni just picked up to a 59.101, knocks Granberg back down. And again, Basinski and Moroni are the 2 fighting for the championship, separated by just 1 point. So Basinski now has Moroni hot on his heels here, and it is only about 0.6 of a second between them. That's a little bit of time to make up, but Moroni is keeping Basinski honest here in this Lime Rock Park weekend.
Curious to see how this Porsche navigates turn 3 here, as it's a little bit slick. Let's see how the car reacts to it. That looks fairly gripped up for him, so.
And there's the 404. That's a track mod Porsche Cayman. Man, the Club TR battles have just been absolutely fantastic here this weekend. And we were going back to show you the street GT times again. Keenan Prusink, even though he's had a little trouble at turn 3, still 2nd place in that category. Kevin Horn picked up, jumped onto the podium. That's a trophy holding spot if he can stay there. But he only has 0.04 of a second over Connor Gallagher.
Very close battle right there.
And here's that 71 as we speak in the red or the orange Camaro through turn 7.
You hear the sound change a bit, huh?
And across the stripe for the 71, trying to beat that 59.4. It is not a pickup this time, but nice line through turn 1. And the Camaro, what a performance value. I think we've said a lot in the past that the Chevrolet Camaro in various forms is a fantastic track car. You eat up consumables a lot with these bigger, heavier, more powerful cars, but a lot of performance per dollar.
Yeah, it's one of those that we don't see too often in drifting, which I think is kind of strange because it would make sense to me. If it's a good track car, typically it's a good drift car. So
you hear the revs climb again over the hill.
Good. That's just one of my favorite spots is listen to those revs climb. And then again down in turn 7 where they come rocketing over that hill down through there. It's right through here. That's one of my favorites to watch. You know that's intimidating coming down that hill.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
are flying. But it's also, you're looking at the finish line, ready to go, reset your lap. Let's go.
Sunoco checkered flag out. No pickup for Kevin Horn. Evan Weeder follows behind. He's still locked in a pretty fierce fight in Club TR. Weeder at a 59.320. Doesn't look like a pickup that lap around. And James Houghton, that was the big pickup for him. Here's Keenan Prusank again coming across the stripe in Street GT. And was that a pickup, a 59.1, or was that what he had? I think that was what he had.
I think that's what he had.
So no improvement there. And Mario Moroni, let's go back to Club TR one last time. 59.101. So Granberg picked up a whole bunch in that session. So did Moroni. Blake Fitzgerald running top 5 at the moment as well in Falcon Club TR. And with that, the next session is complete. So lots of shifting and shuffling in a couple of categories. And now I think we're down to we have one group left to go. So the Sunoco checkered flag is out. And this is going to be a slightly longer session for this Group A group because they got their session shortened a number of times yesterday.
They got robbed. There was a couple huge, fantastic offs yesterday that I don't think the drivers really wanted to end up there, but they're going to have a pretty good time today making up for some time.
We're going to step away for just a minute while this cleanup happens, and we'll be right back for the remainder of this.
Raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Hero exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcphero.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
And welcome back to Lime Rock Park and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Danger Dan. Dan will be back here in just a couple of minutes. The last group, Group A, is on the racetrack right now to run the fastest laps of the weekend, potentially, in this cool morning weather here in Lakeville, Connecticut. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park once again. The front leading car in this group is Sasha Anise in a Nissan 350Z that has north of, I'm sure, about 1,000 horsepower. This car is so fast, a best time of a 51.357. The time to beat the track record here at Lime Rock in GRIDLIFE is a 51.299, and Sasha is going to be on a fast lap. Dan, welcome back.
I'm hoping to see that get beat right now. I think he has a very good chance this morning. The track conditions are great, a little bit better than yesterday, so he should be moving in pretty quick.
Through the left-hander now. This is a hybrid powertrain 350Z with electric motors from a Formula E car and the battery pack to go with, on top of a very powerful V6-based engine. And through the uphill,
this car just looks fast.
It's visually incredibly quick down the straightaway. It's got a little bit of downforce to lean on.
Oh, sound of it.
Oh, we hear the splitter scrape on the pavement there. Through turn 7, Sasha Anise in the 714 with Mountain Pass performance. Is it going to be a new track record here at GRIDLIFE? It is not that time around. Maybe lap 2. Oh, it was closer. It was a 53. No, sorry, that was a little off. Chris Boersma just picked up some time. Dewey DeWitt is on track as well. So while Sasha's working his way back around, Street Mod, here's a look at it. Dewey at a 55.014, and Dewey is about a half a second off of what he ran yesterday. Chris Boersma in Track Mod at a 54.725.
A pickup there, 58.6.
Oh, Andrew DeKoning in the Tesla. So lots of shuffling here as we go back to Sasha Anise. We'll see if he picks up this time around. There's Boersma again, working his way through. Here comes Sasha across the stripe. 51.193, new track record at Lime Rock Park for GRIDLIFE competition. Beats the old record by over 1/10 of a second.
It's not even over yet.
It's not over.
He's just getting warmed up.
It does look like he is maybe cooling down for this lap, but maybe he'll go back out. But that is a new track record. Almost into the 49s. If we could just get another second or so, we'd be there. I mean, that's a lot of time, but
it's a lot, yeah.
But at a 51.193, that is the fastest lap time we've ever seen at GRIDLIFE here.
Very impressive.
Really cool stuff. We go back to Track Mod with Boersma, DeKoning. DeKoning again at a 56.317, another pickup for him. And there's Mike Almick, who's in that Street Mod fight for the title with Dewey DeWitt. Now, Almick has only done a 57.2 so far this weekend.
Can you explain this class to me a little bit?
So Street Mod is basically your street class rule set with amped up aero. So you can open up the motor. You can do quite a bit to the car as far as bolt-ons go. You can add quite a bit of aero. You just can't move where the engine was originally located. You can't move the engine location. The car has to obviously be VIN numbered, but the aero is limited to a certain point, and you're on a 200 tread wear tire. So that's really the basics of Street Mod. And you get cars that have 600 to 700 horsepower at the top end, which are very, very quick automobiles. So Dewey DeWitt's the one to chase, though. He's the points leader. Almick, though, at a 56.726, he picks up a pretty big chunk of time and leaps Cal Fortner for the podium. And here comes the 713 of Will I. Young, who for a long time in GRIDLIFE was the driver to beat in the unlimited category. Had a handful of different cars throughout his history here with us, including an incredibly fast Honda Civic that was crashed at Road America a couple of years ago. But has run Pikes Peak before and runs with us on occasion. Good to have him back here in the paddock with us. Dewey back on track again, still chasing a better time than that 55.014. And we'd expect him to see him at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as well in defense of his championship. He leads now by just a couple of points over Almick. James Houghton in his Street Mod car picks up to a 55.9.
He is
Almick
on one today.
picks up again.
And Almick back at it.
Yeah, Houghton he's a busy boy right now.
He woke up today and was like, I'm doing it. This is it. I'm going to win every class.
632 of Ferraro jumps up to 7. And Houghton's got to get in the GLTC car here shortly as well. So he is certainly busy. Here's Dewey again through West Bend. Looks like the angle when they come into it, I can't really tell if they're on it or not, but looks like he's on it still.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, coming over crest there. You see Cal Fortner coming down.
And across the stripe for Dewey DeWitt will it be a pickup? It is not. And I don't think Fortner picked up that lap either. There's Boersma again in track mod. Still has that 54.725. Not a lot of close competition at the top of the running order here in track mod so far, but look just behind third place. Mahadio's third place time at a 58.1. Then it's a 58.7, a 58.8, and a 59.1. That's all within about a second of each other. That's pretty tight quarters there.
We saw a lot of work out of Mahadio yesterday, putting in some pretty good lap times. Getting squirrely coming up over that hill there.
Yeah, Boersma pushing right now. Down the hill again. So here comes Dewey. We'll see if he picks up. And then Boersma, we're also watching. Dewey does not pick up. Boersma does not either. Does Cal Fortner pick up? Yes, he did, to a 57.252.
So, is that enough to reclaim his spot?
Let us see. It is not. His best time in this session is a 57.0. Working by some traffic here now as well. Got the left sides way up on the curbing there at the left-hander. You see his hands working on that correction. Really, 3 to 4 is a pretty challenging change of direction.
Yeah, especially when you're navigating traffic as well. I don't think that's where he wanted to set that turn up. So, gotta listen to that.
Bi-turbo V8.
Yeah, just getting squarely up over the hill.
Shares a lot mechanically with the GT4 Mercedes AMG. Now, the GT3 car uses the older, naturally aspirated. You see flames coming out?
Big old flames coming out of it, too. So he's definitely pushed it past that last lap. Going to take it off there now. But it's one of the coolest cars for me to see out there. I really enjoy watching it.
Here comes Renesas Pizelis in the Chevrolet Corvette. And a 55.730 is his best time of the weekend. And he is second in the championship to Jeremy Lauder in the number 25, who was a car that, or driver that got involved in a little bit of an accident yesterday at turn 1 and had a bit of contact with the wall. So Pizelis, if he were to finish the weekend as is, I think would take the championship lead back away from Jeremy, or would be very, very tight leaving here. So that's something to keep our eyes on. Although Ernie isn't quite up on the podium with a 55.7, he does have enough points to eat into Lauder's lead in the Unlimited Class Championship.
I'm still jazzed up over that record right there.
Yeah, that's wild.
Absolute blasting lap.
And we should see that car on track again in the Legends. Oh, here it is again.
Here it is.
Oh.
I didn't want to let it sit.
Pizelis just improved to a 55.0, so he's on the podium now. For now, we should preface. And Sasha Anise down the hill again.
Oh, the sound of that car is just unreal.
Checkered flag, so he will not get to go again, unfortunately. So he'll get a couple more sessions later in the day, but you hear him pedaling it through Big Bend. And I think that's going to be all she wrote for this session because of that Sunoco checkered flag. So with that, the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship is going to wrap up for the morning. We've still got plenty of it later today. I don't know if we're going to see a lot more shifting and shuffling at the top end. I think this was really your best opportunity. Pizelis picks up again to second place.
Wow. That was a pretty good pickup, too.
Yeah, big pickup for Ernie. Wow, that is going to shake some things up. And in just the nick of time in this final session, which we all expect to be pretty quick. And Cal Fortner did not pick up that lap. That was an out lap for him. So as far as what else is happening here today, or at least this morning, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 2 is up next. It's going to be the B group, followed by the A group, and then TrackBattle returns not too far from now, less than an hour from now, actually. And then we go to Drift for a little while before lunch, and then we follow with GLTC Race 3, more Drift, Model 3 Challenge, then the Legends Laps. That is a heck of a hat.
Look at that hat. Oh, man, you got to turn towards some of the cameras. You can't even hear us. I got to read that thing.
I got to read it, too.
I got to go find this guy. We got to go find this guy and talk to him. Look at that hat.
We got to get a replay and freeze frame it or something is what we got to do. But what a cool session. A new track record from Sasha Anise in the Nissan 350Z, or what's left of it, I should say.
Yeah.
But a new track record, a 51.1, which is now the fastest lap ever at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends or in GRIDLIFE competition here at Lime Rock Park. So we'll step away and jump to break just for a moment, and race two for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is up next with our sprint split format. We'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FC Hero exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcphero.com to learn more.
Did you energize yet today? Time to nos up. Get after it.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Side by side. Down the inside, 3 wide into 4. Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends Festival is a celebration of modern grassroots racing and modern tuning culture. This weekend on display is GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, a wheel-to-wheel racing series with a power-to-weight format. All the cars are balanced with power and weight, and we are splitting the fields up this weekend to accommodate a larger field size. So we are over the maximum capacity of Lime Rock Park, so we have had to split the field. Race 2B is up next. Kyle Heyer joined by Pete Lindbergh. Pete, welcome aboard. Just about to get ready to roll for our second race of the weekend.
Thanks, Kyle. It's super exciting to be here, and I'm super excited for races 2A and B this morning. It's going to be a ton of fun. We had a large shakeup in our order between race 1 and race 2, just with some vehicles that we had lost due to mechanicals and a couple of people who blew the dyno.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that here in just a moment's time, but the coverage of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. You mentioned some drama yesterday in the post-race scrutineering. Tom O'Gorman won the race, got disqualified on the dyno, Pete. The last 6 races, 5 winners have gotten disqualified by blowing the dyno overpowered or underweight, and Tom will start at the back of this race should he start. I actually haven't seen him just yet to confirm that he is out there, but that's something to consider. Is you got to pass the dyno test post-race, so that is on our minds as well. Yep. So and there's Tom. So he is on track, and with that, let's roll through our starting lineup here, Pete. Row 1, unbelievable recovery for Tony Marchev, who crashed at the tail end of the A race yesterday. He's back. A Herculean effort by Tony and all the drivers around him in the paddock to get that car built. He starts first in this race. Tyler Pappas, a local driver, starts in second.
Matan Rosenberg in third place in the starts third in the 484, a long-time Benjamin Maruski in the Mini Cooper.
And in fifth place, it's Donald Louis in the number 363. Bob Dice rolls off sixth in the 618.
In seventh place, we've got Richard Sawicki in the Miata, the 528. And in eighth, we've got Ben Lynn, although I don't believe he's actually making the start today.
I don't think so either. I think it was an axle issue for the 104. Jose Santa Cruz, though, starts in ninth. David Rudzinski starts 10th in the number 51. That's that S10 pickup truck, the number 51.
In 11th place, we've got Nathan Manning alongside Mackenzie Corrins in the Civic, who had a little bit of incident yesterday, and they got that car thrashed back together last night as well. So it's great to see them back out here this morning.
Oh, sorry, that was Dai Win that's at the tail end there. Yep. I thought it was the Ben Lynn car. Lena Chin and Tom O'Gorman wrap up the tail end of the grid here for this race. Lena back there after a little bit of an incident led to a mechanical issue, and then Tomo again popping the dyno there. So it was Luke McGrew that will be scored with the race win from yesterday. So cars working their way around now to get set up to go racing here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. GLTC Race 2B is this next race that's up.
And we've got another white EG Civic, the tail of the pack behind Dai, and I didn't see the number on it. So.
Oh, I think it's one of the newer drivers. I have to get a look at the number before I commit that, but in just a moment, we will be going racing. And this will be a 12 to 15 minute race. And yesterday, race 1B was excellent. Race 1A had a little bit more contact than I think either of us would have liked to see. Absolutely. So the goal here is we're all racing against our buddies, so let's not run into each other. Let's not have contact. That's the goal here. But this is an excellent group of drivers that would typically be racing for outside the top 20 based on just the size of the fields and the competition level we've got. But this split sprint format allows us to highlight their battles as much as we do the drivers at the pointy end of the field. So the pace car, the green Miata that was the winner of one of our pace car contests, is going to make this right-hand turn onto pit lane. Race 2B, 12 to 15 minutes here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is about to go racing. Get up on your feet, get trackside. We're about to go racing at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Here we go. Tony Marchev on pole, green flag flies, and racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Down into turn 1, Marchev and Pappas side by side. Matan Rosenberg stuck in behind him. Bob Dice, Donald Louis behind him in the Civics. Silver and blue side by side for 4th place. Tom O'Gorman making moves already.
Yeah, Tom's already jumped up what looks like 3 positions.
Made up some ground through the left-hander for the first time. Matan Rosenberg's got overlap on Pappas, but he can't complete the pass. Pappas, Matan sideways out of turn 4. Gathers it up.
Coming up the hill here in a West Bend.
Up the uphill now. Marchev leads Pappas into second. Rosenberg slots into third. Doesn't have a lot of rear grip. Here's O'Gorman to the inside of Bob Dice. Remember that the top 5 of this race will advance back to the A group. Tomo right behind Bob.
Tom being smart, waiting for this front straight.
Yes, going to set up a pass here as they leave turn number 7. And Tom's still in behind. When will he pop out? Here's Matan Rosenberg looking for second on Tyler Pappas. Going to lunge in the braking zone here, and he is through into second place. Tomo to the inside of Bob Dice. Squirts through middle of Big Bend and up to 5th place. Remember, the top 5 advance to the A group for race 3 later today. And the bottom 5 of A will be relegated back to this B race. Matan all over the back of Tony Marchev. Battle for the lead here through the right-hander. And Tomo is there. Matan slips again out of turn 4, but Tomo looking at Donald Louis for 4th place on the run to the uphill.
Yeah, Tony's doing a great job driving out there at the front with this car that he put back together last night.
This car hit the wall so hard, I thought there was no way that they would be able to fix it, but big lunge up into West Bend by Matan Rosenberg, and he is through to the lead. Didn't wait around, Pete. He went for it.
Great pass.
Well done. Leaving turn 7, here they come.
And looks like Tom's got a steamroller run behind Pappas, so we'll see if he makes a move here.
To the left. Pappas looks to the left of Marchev. O'Gorman's got the best lap of the race so far. Marchev slow into 1. Pappas almost got into the back of him. O'Gorman around the outside at Big Bend. 1, 2 in one corner if he can keep this overlap. Not quite. Marchev goes defensive into 3. That was great racecraft there to keep the car to the left and keep Tomo behind.
Yeah, Matan out in front now and putting car lengths on everybody.
Bob Dice, big sideways moment, leaving the left-hander. Matt Corrence drives up alongside his outside. That's a battle for 6th place now, and Mac's going to get it. Now into the uphill. Tomo and Matan Rosenberg over the crest. Here they come. Tomo looks to the inside. This is Marchev, rather. To the inside here. Squeezes up the inside at West Bend. Side by side into the downhill, Pete.
Oh, is Tom going to stay with him? Yes, he is.
Ooh, and Tony had to kind of lift big time there.
He did, and I think Pappas is going to slip through on the inside. Yep.
And now Tomo has to run down Matan Rosenberg, and those two were very tight in qualifying yesterday, so it's a 3.5-second differential for him to run Rosenberg back down, and the chase begins now.
Yep. We got Daiwin coming in here on Maruski in the Big Bend.
888. That is a K-Swap FRS. And the Mini looking to the inside there for a moment as Marchev had to lift big time to let Tomo on by. That will bring Don Louis back into the mix in the 363 car. They head to the uphill. Matt Corrence is running that whole group down.
We got Lena Chin all over the back of Bob Dice here headed to the uphill.
Yeah, Marchev, the fact that he's even racing today is unbelievable. So honestly, for me, he's fighting to stay in this top 5 to get back into the A race for sure, but just being on the racetrack has to be a really gratifying feeling. But he's going to be playing defense, absolutely. Rosenberg across the line, O'Gorman chasing him. It is a bigger gap this time. Rosenberg pulling away. And Pappas, Marchev, Louis, Corrence all just ran their best lap. Corrence all over the back of Louis for the 363, and here comes Lena Chin up the inside of Bob Dice. And nicely done, she's through.
Great clean pass.
That's for 7th place. And Lena will set her sights now on that big group of cars up ahead of her. And for Tony Marchev, his best friend right now is going to be the 52 of Corrence. If he can distract Louis enough to keep him from going by Marchev, then Tony can try to drive away and put some distance between himself. But no, actually, looks like here comes Mac to the inside. Where'd Don go?
That is a great question.
Oh, behind. So Mac already got by. And so Corrence is now behind the 17 of Marchev.
Checked up a little bit into West Bend to give some space for this run. Try and set something up here for the front straight.
Tom still losing some ground to Rosenberg. Marchev right ahead of Corrence. Corrence has a look into turn 1, but they're both closing back on Tyler Pappas in that 24, that heavier BMW M3. Maybe overheating the tires, Pete, dragging him back into this 3-horse race for 3rd place.
Maybe, and he had a major issue yesterday where it looked like the car just completely lost drive.
Yeah, that's right. That's why he's in this group. He was fast enough to race up at the front of the A group. but had some sort of mechanical failure and dropped back into the clutches of this B group. And while he is in a transfer spot in this top 5, he is under pressure from Marchev and Corrins. He could lose spots to both of them and still transfer back into the A race later. Yep. But you don't want to drop that far back. You want to have a shot to race those guys in the A race.
Absolutely. So, yeah, these... I know Corrins is going to want to make the pass on Marchev, but if they're smart, they'll work together to get a little bit more distance on Lou.
Ooh, big gain there for O'Gorman. He just ran his best lap of the race.
Almost a half second that lap.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Here comes Corrins on Marchev. Marchev, defensive line on the brakes a little later than Mac. That was a great line. And Tony's doing an excellent job. He's not mirror driving. He's just putting his car in a place that's harder for Mac to figure out how to make those passes right now. Here comes Mac to the outside. Ooh, that's a good lunge to the outside of the left-hander, but he's going to have to tuck it in tight and set up for the Paul Newman straight.
Yep.
There it is. And here's the run.
A good run.
Tony again places the car to the right. Now back to the left to set up for the uphill. Mac is close. Up over the crest. Tony Marchev has got his mirrors packed full of Canadian Mac Corrins. But Mac isn't able to drive up alongside him into West Bend, so he'll have to wait for the front straight again. Pappas driving away a little here too.
Yep. Corrins is right up behind Tony. All the way over. I think there's a little bit of overlap, maybe?
Yes, Mac has some overlap. Now it's gone. Tony on the brakes later into turn 1.
Yeah, Tony's really protecting that inside line, coming into Big Bend here every time, trying to keep Mac behind him.
If you're good into turn 1, you can maintain your position for a long time. But Mac, I think, is a little quicker through the most of the lap. He just needs to get some overlap to complete this pass again. Sweeps left, sweeps right. Look at the throttle up a little earlier. If he can just get to the inside, he can make a pass into the uphill. That's a hard place to do it, but you got to do what you got to do, Pete.
Yeah, it looks like Mac's been picking up the throttle a little bit quicker than Tony out of most of these corners. But as soon as Tony is picking the throttle back up with him, it's there. That gap's picking right back up.
Oh, he had overlap for a moment. Tony gave him some space, but not enough to put the car there. Rosenberg just ran his best lap of the race. Tomo kind of dead even there across the line.
Yep.
Same lap time that time through. Mac still hunting. Tony looks to the inside. He's got overlap this time here, Pete. Down into turn 1, side by side for 4th place. But Tony outdrives him on the straightaway. And look at Mac close right back in the middle of turn 1. This is an epic scrap here, but Mac just can't figure it out. What move do you make in this chess match for 4th?
Yeah, Mac is doing a great job driving. Tony's doing a great job defending, and the parity of these two cars is just different enough that Mac's getting down the throttle a little bit sooner out of every corner. Tony is getting a little bit of a drag on him down the front straight every time, and it's really preventing Mac from being able to do anything with the drive he gets down the hill.
Up the hill at the uphill of all places. And look, here comes Mac to the inside. He's got to run into West Bend. Side by side, Tony's going to leave him some space, just enough. Side by side, Corrins through, almost clear, but Tony's got some overlap still, and he's going to lift and let it go. Corrins up to 4th place. What a pass.
What a pass, and now losing the mix.
Down into turn 1, Corrins goes defensive. He's going to have to be because Tony's got such a good run. And you mentioned Donald Louis in the 363. He is so close. Here comes Tony to the outside, lock up for the 363.
And that's going to let Lena Chin by, and that moves her into the transfer.
That's right. Maybe not quite. Up into 6th. She's got to get by Tony.
Yeah.
Yep. That was a big lockup there by Don. He got it hustled down, but it was close for sure.
No, but real heads-up driving, though, to make sure that he just went straight and didn't take anybody else.
So we still got at least a couple laps to go. No white flag. Matan leads the way, and Tomo, I wanted to mention this lead battle here because Tom and Matan are pretty close. Tomo was quicker than Matan for most of the weekend, but remember, he blew the dyno yesterday, so this car is either heavier or lower powered than it was. So they might have overcompensated just to be sure they weren't going to get dynoed and blow the dyno again, so that might be the reason that Tomo isn't able to just run Matan back down. It's right kind of at the power level it probably should be, or even a little lower. Here's the battle for 3rd place. Pappas under fire from Corrins. What a drive by this 52.
Absolutely. Corrins doing a great job, especially after yesterday, getting up being tagged in one of those incidents yesterday, which was really unfortunate. It's not what we want to see, but
this is excellent. Pappas now on defense here for Corrence. Corrence got a great run out of turn 4. Pappas chooses the right side. Corrence is going to have to wait. The uphill isn't really a great passing opportunity, but we have seen him do one into West Bend. Transfer spot is 5th. It's Marchev. He's got it for now. Down the hill again, turn 7. Pappas, Corrence, Marchev, the last 3 that would transfer into the A race at race 3. Lena Chin is behind. She needs to pass one car. Here's the white flag. 1 lap to go from Lime Rock Park in race 2B. Here comes Corrence to the inside of Pappas. Marchev swings to the outside. Lena Chin tries to follow. Maybe she'll have a look at Tony in turn 1.
Yeah, Lena's all over Tony's back bumper. Wonder if she's going to try and make a move here. Oh, it's a bit more space again.
Corrence all over the back of Pappas through the left-hander. Now half a lap remains. All your good passing opportunities are gone, but we've seen Mac do it at West Bend. Another lunge out of turn 4. Here's Tomo in some traffic now as the checkered flag is going to come out for Matan Rosenberg. The Sunoco checkered flag. He will win race 2B. Then it's O'Gorman in second. 3.5 seconds back, and then the transfer battle. That's the one that we're watching. 3rd, 4th, 5th. As they come down the hill, where are they? Here looming over the crest. Matt Corrence all over the back of Pappas. He is not able to get there, but it's going to be a run to the line. Last run. Here they come, side by side. Pappas, Corrence to the stripe. Here comes Corrence to the line. Yes! He got him! That was awesome. Corrence, Pappas, Marchev, the last 3 to transfer in. The margin of the difference there between Mac and Tyler, 26 thousandths of a second for 3rd place.
That was a fantastic run to the flag.
That was awesome. This new split sprint format has proven so successful. Looks like Ben is...
Yeah, Ben Morawski in the Mini's got... Oh, that right rear's not happy.
Oh,
so I think something must have snapped. It doesn't look like there's any other body damage, so just a really unfortunate mechanical.
Yeah, that is a bummer, but here is a look at your race results for race 2B. Matan Rosenberg, Tom O'Gorman, Matt Corrence, Tyler Pappas, and Tony Marchev will fight in race 3A, which is later this afternoon. Race 2A is coming up here shortly with the top 20 from yesterday's race 1A, but there's a look at the rest of the order. Didn't see a lot out of Jose Santa Cruz or David Rudzinski there. They didn't get up in the mix as much, but the battle for 3rd through 6th, Pete, what an excellent display of racecraft, and I just have to continue commending Tony Marchev. Not only fixing this car that hit the wall so hard yesterday, it looks great, he's still just as fast, and the racecraft he showed in defense was excellent.
Yep.
Tyler Pappas, have to give him a heads up as well. Matt Corrence, what a great fair fight he had with a handful of drivers in this race as well. There was a whole bunch of times when he could have forced his way in or did a dive that he shouldn't have done, but he waited, planned his passes, and in a 26 thousandth of a second margin, beat Tyler Pappas to 3rd place. And it only changes the starting position for race 3 slightly, but that was an awesome battle between those two.
It really, really was, and they did a great job racing each other. Corrence just kept waiting and waiting and waiting for the right opportunities on both Tony and on Tyler Pappas. So that was a really, really cool race to watch.
An excellent display of the expectations of GridLife Touring Cup to race side by side without contact, nose to tail without contact, without forcing fights to happen that aren't going to work. That was excellent. Got to give Tomo credit as well for carving his way very, very politely through the field there. And Matan Rosenberg did a great job as well, pulling away and keeping the distance between himself and Tomo.
Yeah, Tom had a great start, but Matan was through all that traffic real fast and got himself separated. And Tom was trying to carve through, made up a bunch of positions there at the start. But like you said, Matan was already off and sailed away.
I see Cerise down there waiting with Matan Rosenberg. That was a blast. And Matt Corrence lined up behind her as well. And back in that epic drag race to the start-finish line by 26 thousandths of a second. As it looks like Ben's going to get a tow back to the pit lane, and hopefully he can get that car fixed for race 3 later today.
Yep.
But this split sprint format, Pete, last year we had about 35 cars run here, and we had some pretty good racing. But let's have a look at some highlights of this new split sprint format. Look at the start. Tyler Pappas and Matan Rosenberg side by side through the opening lap, Pete. And then Matt Corrence carving his way through the field. Matan up the inside of Pappas. This was great stuff.
It really, really was. I mean, Matan was all over the back bumper of Tony going into Big Bend, but didn't make any moves, waited for the right opportunity, and made it right here in the West Bend. And that was an absolutely fantastic pass early in the race.
And then Tony Marchev on defense for a couple of laps, running in second and third. Eventually did lose that spot to Tom O'Gorman. Watch Tomo here pick his spot here at West Bend, sneaks up the inside, nibbles the curb on the left there, or on the right rather, but made that pass into the downhill, opened the door for Pappas to slot through as well. And Pappas was on defense later in that race and eventually lost it to Matt Corrence. And then look at this battle between Lena Chin and Bob Dice. Great fight they had for a lap or three.
Absolutely.
And here's Mac. Here's his pass on Tony. Just sneaks out, sees the opportunity, but thought better of it. Tucked back in line, Pete. Yep. He didn't force it.
No, Matt. It was a really, Mac, excuse me, did a great job throughout this race. There was plenty of times where there was a possibility of forcing something and maybe could have made something work, but instead of doing that, laid back and waited for the perfect opportunity. Took it right here in the West Bend.
Ooh, it got tight.
Yes,
but
it did.
That's a single line corner. It's not a place that you would normally try to pass. And I think it caught Tony a little bit off guard, but Tony saw the Matt get there, and you see Don locking up there into turn one, but he saw Matt get there and left him space, and that's what GLTC is all about. And then Tyler Pappas, he just had his rear bumper packed full of Mac for a couple of laps. And then here's this last lap battle between these two and Tony and Lena. And here is the finish. Matan wins, Tomo second, but it was the photo finish between these guys that was the highlight of the race for me. Bam.
Absolutely. Just drag race coming right down the hill. Max sliding to the inside and taking that third place.
And it looks like Ben going to get put up on the flatbed there. That car probably will not roll as it is, and that will slightly delay the start of our next race. We are not done racing. Folks trackside, folks watching the live stream, we have another race. The top 20 are going up next, so this will be a slightly larger race with a little bit more competition at the front, some championship battles to discuss and talk about. So don't go anywhere. It's just a couple of minutes away from starting our race 2A. Been a thrilling morning here.
It really has, and Tom O'Gorman on the dyno, accidentally blown on the dyno yesterday, has changed the dynamic of some of what we were talking about yesterday with the championship battle. I know we're going to talk about that more later, but I am really, really excited for what we have coming in race 2A. So please stay here at your computers and stick with us. We'll be right back.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When you come to pit road, all four of you stay in the car.
That fire truck.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the flex-fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Side by side.
Down the inside, 3 wide into 4.
Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is all about celebrating racing and racing history. But GRIDLIFE Touring Cup has been writing its own racing history at Lime Rock Park here this morning. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends on a beautiful Saturday. Kyle Heyer joined by Pete Lindbergh for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 2A. This is the big one, the top one, the group with the most to battle in terms of points, Pete, and we're rolling them off to get them started here shortly.
Yes, this is great. The Tom O'Gorman missing on the dyno last night, missing his marks, I should say. So blowing on the dyno has moved James Houghton into a position where this race is his to go for the weekend championship. So
remember that there is a point scenario here this weekend with James Houghton where he needs to finish second on the weekend here or at Laguna Seca and then win the other one. And that would give him a shot to win the title. But he needs to do it here or at Laguna. Actually, really both would be ideal. So he's got 2 weekends that he's won already. If he wins the third, it would put him in conversation for that championship this season. He'll roll off on the front row alongside Luke McGrew in the number 7. Pete, let's roll through the rest of the order.
sounds good. On the second row, we've got the number 3 of Paul Darling alongside Matt Waldbaum in the 90 S2000.
And it's Ronnie Vidok in the DC Sports Integra that rolls off in 5th place. Then it's Jacob Price in the 202 having a phenomenal weekend. He starts 6th.
In 7th place, we've got the number 72 of Scott Heckard alongside Salil Shulka of the number 410.
Eric Thompson starts 9th in the number 65, and Lee Wombolt starts 10th in the number 204.
Alongside, behind them is number in 11th is Alex Moss, alongside Hans Horpendahl.
And Ben Thorne in the Advanced Auto Parts Honda Civic starts 13th in this race, right alongside Gary Wimble in the Gary Wimble Motorsports number 1 Corvette.
And up in race, the A group this time around is Kevin Zhu in the number 243 Honda Civic.
It'll be Joel Morrison starting up alongside him in 16th. Then Sam Scott, Zach Lavoie, Eric Jensen, and Thomas Moss, all drivers that were promoted up into the A race because of their B race result yesterday. Hans Horpendahl was the winner of that race. Kevin Zhu, looks like Zach Lavoie, Eric Jensen, and Thomas Moss also promoted their way into this race. And this, again, sorted by lap time from yesterday's race. Now, they do their promotion and relegation and then sort by laps. That's why Hans is up into 12th place for the start of this one. So there's a look at the pace car trailing with James Houghton and Luke McGrew. And those two spent a lot of time side by side at Mid-Ohio and in weekends in the past and yesterday when they were chasing Tom O'Gorman. But with Tom stuck in the B race, they get to focus up front now. And this is front-wheel drive K-Power Honda or Acura TSX versus a rear-wheel drive V8 Corvette. So who are you picking in this race, Pete?
This is going to, for me, if James can get a bit of a lead going and if Paul can get in the mix with Luke, I would say that it's going to be James's race. But frankly, you can never count Luke out. Luke races hard, drives extremely hard, but also drives extremely fair. You hardly ever see Luke put a foot wrong. So I don't know if I could pick one or the other. So I'd love to see James do well. It's, these two absolutely polar opposites of GLTC builds with a K-Series front-wheel drive Honda that's low drag, that's low downforce, all the horsepower they can get out of the car versus Luke's car with aero splitter and a detuned LS motor in his Corvette.
James Houghton's had a busy morning. He ran in 2 different time attack cars this morning as well.
Yep.
So he's been a busy boy this weekend. And those side skirts that we pointed out earlier, the silver side skirts between the front and rear wheels, those are takeoffs from the Evo that he ran here last year. So they're trying some different aero pieces and componentry here this weekend. Look at the field, 20 strong, 10 rows. Let's keep an eye on Paul Darling, who will start in that second row, and then Ronnie Vidoc in the 99, a hometown driver, kind of, New York. So we'll keep an eye on him from row number 3. And, of course, you can never count out Matt Waldbaum in the number 90.
Absolutely not, no. And Paul is actually, just bought this car, one event ago?
Yeah.
And so this is new territory for him, fighting up at the front. So he actually had to go find ballast before this race.
Here we go. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 2A underway. Green flag flies, and we're racing at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Houghton and McGrew side by side into turn 1. Paul Darling did not get a very good start, so Waldbaum slots into third and looks for second to the inside of McGrew. Pulls up even with them in the number 90 from ASM. Side by side, Houghton pulls away, but for second, it's still a brawl.
Yeah, Matt trying to make that outside line work and making a lot of progress, but Luke's going to come back here.
Now it's going to be a run onto the Paul Newman straight. Ronnie Vidoc with a big run. Is he going to push Waldbaum or help out McGrew? He's going to stay in behind the number 90. It's into the uphill. Who gives here? Both of them do. Still side by side through the uphill. What a battle.
So fantastic. Waldbaum backing out just before the apex there for the uphill. We got the whole field coming through West Bend now.
James Houghton checking out.
Yep.
See ya. Down through the downhill. Now Scott Heckert in the yellow Corvette has experience running in NASCAR. Has won NASCAR K&N Pro Series races at Watkins Glen. He knows what he's doing on a road course, and he's locked into battle here, now inside the top 6. Ronnie Vidoc early on the brakes here, and Paul Darling throws his M3 up the outside lane through Big Bend. He's going to slip here a little bit. Heckert will take the opportunity to sneak up to the right side, but doesn't quite get overlap there just yet.
Oh, but he's out there, and he's lurking, and he's got a lot of overlap on Paul.
Ooh, Vidoc slipped big time offline there, and here comes Heckert. Paul Darling to the outside, and here comes Jacob Price in the 202 right behind both of them.
Yeah, we've got a tight pack here for 4th, 5th, oh man.
It's everybody. It's everybody in this pack right now. Darling's a little wide at the top of the hill, but keeps the foot in it.
Ronnie's got a little bit of space back down out front.
And look at Jacob Price to the inside of Heckert.
Oh.
Good racing there. Nice space left. And here comes Eric Thompson, another local driver, only entering this event this year to the inside at turn 7. James Houghton leads the way. It's 2.7 seconds. That gap grows this time through.
3 seconds ahead of McGrew for Houghton. The question is, can Luke...
Whoa! Look at Lee Wombolt down the inside of Eric Thompson into turn 1. Salil Shukla in there as well. Hans Horpedal up to 11th place. He started towards the tail of the field in that 77.
Doing a great job. Ben Thorne doing good right there with Zach Lavoie all over his back bumper.
Oh, Zach takes the swipe into turn 4, and Thorne left the door open. Side by side down the Paul Newman straight.
They're going to be together coming here for the uphill.
Paul Darling hounding Ronnie Vidoc in this 99 DC Sports Integra here, Pete. This is exciting stuff. These two got a chance to race a little at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course as well, and they're doing battle here again on the hills and valleys of Lime Rock Park.
Yeah. Let's see where Paul's at on Ronnie coming down this straightaway.
Luke lost a tenth of a second that time to James Houghton. And the battle behind, that's Lee Wombolt. And here comes Salil Shukla up the inside. Are we 3 wide down there at turn 1? Yo, that's a squeeze. Ooh. And Wombolt backed out. Eric Thompson on the outside of that. Oh, contact. Oh. And Thompson's going to slide. Hans Horpedal bails out of the way. And everybody checks up. Still 3 wide. Ben Thorne splits the difference. That was
great
just
heads-up driving from the rest of the field.
Yeah, they did a good job. All things considered, they got kind of crossed up down there with that big lunge from Salil, and they just kind of got squeezed together. And honestly, the outcome of that, everyone stayed kind of straight, all things considered.
Yeah.
We'll give him a C- on that entry to turn 1, but
yeah,
it's passing.
Unfortunate that we had the tap like that.
Well, Zach Lavoie all over the back of Hans Horpedal, who did a great job missing all that. Took a big left-hand turn, kind of bailed to the grass. Ben Thorne snuck his way through. Alex Moss in here as well.
Yeah, with Gary Wimble and Joel Morrison right behind him.
Ooh, that's tight. Kevin Zhu alongside Eric Jensen through turn 7. That's very dicey in the background. And Gary Wimble has a look here at Ben Thorne. Lots of side-by-side. Look at Lavoie and Hans Horpedal. Side by each into turn 1 through Big Bend. S2000 versus S2000, two different teams doing battle here, and Eric Thompson watching all of it out the windshield.
I'm super thrilled that Thompson was able to get the car, kept going.
So tight. Hans has to let it go, and Thompson wasting no time. Lavoie slipped, and here comes Hans back to driver's left, side by side. Look at Thompson looking to the inside, up into the uphill. He had to bail out. He thought about going 3 wide again.
He
Pete.
very much did, but thought better of it. Good job by him on that.
So Zach Lavoie passed Hans, now has to do it again. All the while, McGrew has eaten into Houghton's lead just slightly. Waldbaum, best lap of his race. Scott Heckert, the same. Another pickup from McGrew, a 1/10 of a second that time. It is a fierce battle back here, and back for 4th place. Vidocq and Darling still nose to tail here. And Scott Heckert lingering in the background. His experience in a variety of different cars, racing things all over the world, including stock cars. This Corvette probably far from the handling characteristics of those cars, but he is doing a great job and racing very clean in this race. Oh, Hans and Zach side by side again. Ooh, Zach slideways once more. Yeah. And Eric Thompson still getting a great view of this. Ben Thorne in 12th. Thompson dropped tires on the left there, running up to the uphill. He's just trying to see what's going on.
He's looking for a way past, trying to figure out how to take his Celica past these two S2000s.
Through West Bend, single file line through here. You can make passes, we've seen it. Luke McGrew gained a second on Houghton that time through. The gap's just 2 seconds to the lead.
Yeah, one of the things with Houghton's car is it really requires tire management throughout the races. That seems to be a key characteristic of it.
There's James leading the way. And just at your right, there's Luke McGrew. He is closing that gap. And there's still plenty of time to sort this race out, Pete. We've had some exciting moments in this one already. And Matt Waldbaum, if those front two get together, oh boy, Matt will be there to pounce.
Yeah, Matt's trying to stay in the hunt here. He's making up ground as well. He picked up a half second that last lap on James as well. So they're both closing in. Ronnie and Paul fighting but staying together. And Heckert there sitting in the Casper seat waiting to see if Paul or Ronnie makes a mistake, which was where Paul was yesterday.
There's a great battle that Ben Thorne is just ahead of as Eric Thompson chases Hans Horpedal, but just behind this, Ben Thorne defending from Gary Wimble, Joel Morrison, and Eric Jensen, who are fighting here. And this is a pretty critical fight because Jensen is the first driver out to get relegated back to race 3B. It would be Jensen, Moss, Wombolt, Zoo, and Scott out, pending any disqualifications or something of the sort. McGrew again, a big pickup on Houghton. It's down to 1.6.
Another half second, and we've got plenty of race still to go here.
Oh, lunge up the inside. Kevin Zoo. You see the car wobbling around to the inside of Wombolt back here. This is for 18th place.
Yep.
Wombolt well defends this corner. Now into the left-hander, keeps it tight. You have to kind of drift out a little bit to make the corner, but Kevin tucks in behind, is going to set him up in the right-hander, but drops the tire in the left. That probably just put him off enough that he wasn't able to get back to the throttle in time.
Yeah. Excuse me.
This time through, does McGrew pick up another 2/10? Ronnie Vidocq has the best lap of this race. And Scott Heckert, ooh, luck up there from Jake Price into turn 1. Heckert's feeling some pressure from that tiny little purple Miata.
Yeah, great job. And what is the? I want to know what that red writing is on the side of that yellow Corvette.
I haven't gotten a look at it up close since the other day, but
I don't know. But it gave me initial D vibes for a second, which was making me laugh. So
into the uphill now. And the battle for the lead is still, Eric Thompson again down at turn 1 is turned around. And he is, well, I saw the car move, so I wonder if he will be able to get it rolling.
Did he spin by himself?
I'm not sure. We'll stay green for now, and if we get a full course yellow, you'll see it pop up on the screen. Here's Sam Scott hounding Kevin Zoo. This is for 19th place that they're doing this battle. Houghton just ran his personal best, but Luke McGrew matched it, 1.4 second. Oh, Houghton, Eric Thompson's back on track, and here come the leaders.
Thompson's trying to get to the inside, get out of the way.
On board with James Houghton. Oh, a little bit dicey here into turn 3. Houghton sneaks through, but it's going to cost him some time. Now McGrew.
Yep.
Throttles up. We are going to stay green because Eric got moving. But that gap is going to close even more, Pete. This is battle for the lead.
I'm really curious. Well, next time we cross track, what to see, because I think you're right that they're a little closer together, but I don't know. Luke got held up too, coming there onto Paul Newman Straight. So
down the hill for James Houghton. He was able to scramble away when the battle for second was hot. Look at Paddock closing in on Waldbaum as well for third.
Great job by Ronnie.
No white, so we're still going for at least 2 more laps. Was 1.4 last time, and it is closer. 1 second. McGrew is in striking distance here. 10 car lengths. And Ronnie is all over the back of Matt Waldbaum for third place. That podium spot very much in contention still.
Yeah, Ronnie's having a phenomenal race, battling with Paul, getting ahead of him.
It's a red sun on the side of the vent.
Okay, it is? Okay.
Yeah. Your intuition was correct. Hans Horpedahl up into 10th place, by the way. Again, a phenomenal drive for the 77. And into the uphill. Waldbaum playing defense here, but Ronnie so fast. Look at him use all the road. Wow, he had the left side tires every inch of the runoff. Ronnie Vidocq was using. He's comfortable at this racetrack. He's comfortable in this race car, and he is pushing the limit to try to run down the 90 for third place.
Yeah.
The lead is close. No white flag still. Plenty of laps left to go. The gap this time, 1.1. It's about even.
And Ronnie falling slightly back that lap from Matt.
I think he might have pushed a little too hard over the uphill there. maybe a bit wide, but the battles here, it has been tense through the mid-pack, but now we've been focusing on the front as things kind of tighten up and accordion back together. This is just clicking off laps, finding a rhythm. Lime Rock is a great rhythm track, Pete, because it's so quick, it's so cyclical that you just get into a flow, and as soon as you get pulled out of it like this, Zach Lavoie and Hans Horpedahl once again doing battle in Big Bend.
Hans pulling off the pass.
Excellent work there. And Zach Lavoie tucks back in. Alex Moss watching from 11th place, Ben Thorne from 12th. Womble, Zoo, Sam Scott resuming their fight for 17th place. Big curb jump there. Gap is under a second. Still no white flag, so we're still racing.
And McGrew inside of a second now. Made up 2/10 that last lap.
If Houghton makes a mistake, Luke is all over him. But Houghton doesn't make a lot of those, at least not while he's leading.
No.
But look at the gain here. You can see the gap physically closing.
That Luke, it's closing up even more. Luke's all over the back of James. Is something going on? No, okay. I thought I was watching it get shorter still.
Now into West Bend. Luke McGrew and James Houghton both have extensive time attack backgrounds. That's where they cut their teeth in grid life competition, while these drivers cut their teeth in wheel-to-wheel. Sam Scott, Womble, Kevin Zhu.
Womble trying to make the pass. Scott trying to make the pass on Womble.
It's going to have overlap here into the right-hander. White flag is waving. 1 lap to go, and McGrew is half a second back. 1.5 miles, and Houghton is feeling the pressure.
Yeah. McGrew is on fire, and James's car is just
big push there into 3.
Ooh.
It's 2 car lengths now. McGrew is so close. Houghton got a great run out of turn 4, though, Pete. It's going to be a hard gap to close up. It's going to come down to the uphill in West Bend.
It is. What is Luke going to be able to do with this?
Through the uphill, 2 corners left. West Bend in the downhill. Houghton gained a little that time. James Houghton is on a championship hunt to run down Jeremy Swenson, who's not here this weekend. This is Houghton's opportunity. He has to capitalize. On the downhill, he finished second yesterday by virtue of a disqualification, but the Sunoco checkered flag waves. James Houghton wins at Lime Rock Park and will further his championship hopes with another win on the weekend.
Great drive, followed by Waldbaum and Ronnie Vidocq, and then Paul Darling rounding us out in 5th, followed by Sean Heckert and the Red Sun C5 Corvette.
Yeah, Scott Heckert in the number 72, then Jake Price, the little Shukla, and Hans Horpedahl, Zach Lavoie.
Followed by Alex Moss and Ben Thorne. Here comes Horpedahl and Lavoie to the line, followed by Moss. Thorne, Wimble, and Morrison, and Eric Jensen.
The Sunoco Race Fuels checkered flag as the rest of the field comes across the line. That was a thrilling race, Pete.
It really was. And that move there at the end, Jensen did manage to make it up to 15th, so he will stay in the A race for race number 3 later today.
That was very, very close. Here's a look at your race results here for GridLife Touring Cup Race 2A. James Houghton, Luke McGrew, Matt Waldbaum. That's basically 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the point standings, as is Ronnie Vidoc, then Paul Darling, as you mentioned, Scott Heckert, Jacob Price, Salil Shukla, Hans Horpedal, and Zach Lavoie, the rest of your top 10. Now, Ben Thorne, best finish, I think, ever in GLTC in 12th, and then you mentioned it, 16th on down, pending any disqualifications, 16th on down, they get bumped to the B race later today in Race 3.
Yep. Unfortunately, Wombalt coming down the field quite a bit with his touch. Forgot the name.
It was Eric Thompson.
Thank you.
And Salil Shukla that got together. And again, that will be an investigation certainly for the contact down there at turn number 1. And pending those results, there could be disqualifications. Again, you don't want to ever see contact. It was a tight situation. I'll give him the credit there. And Salil did have overlap. The question always becomes, how did you get there? And that's really what it'll come down to. And Renee Hines, I don't envy her position today. She's going to be a busy woman running around trying to make sure everybody is behaving on the racetrack. But Pete, we were treated to an excellent race, mid-pack, front pack, everywhere. Congratulations to James Houghton. But remember my stat earlier, 5 of the last 6 winners got disqualified on the dyno. So we'll have to check back in later to see if James gets to keep that win.
Yes.
Man, that was fun.
That was awesome. It was great watching Luke hunting James down for the entire race.
It was so cool. And I think we did see a lot of excellent GLTC racing. Here's some examples of it. Matt Waldbaum and Luke McGrew side by side as James Houghton just tried to drive away. You see him hook the curb and just try to get out of dodge as the field just scrapped hard behind him, Pete.
Yeah, Waldbaum and Vijak really making a really aggressive start. So what I thought might happen did happen. It just didn't happen with who I thought it was going to.
And this is that trio that ended up having a bit of a tangle. Eric Thompson, Lee Wombold, who's in his first weekend with us here in GLTC, and then Salil Shukla in the 410. And here's that squeeze, and didn't get a look at the run-up to it, but that's what onboard cameras are for. There's the tap there. Did Thompson leave him enough space? That was tight.
I'm not sure. It looks like Wombold might have popped the curb a little bit there, too, on the inside. It's all possible.
And you hope that they'll just shake hands about it after and go on their merry way, and we hope that that's the case. Ben Thorne, really well done job climbing through all that, all things considered.
Absolutely. Did a great job getting himself slowed up, because that was all happening and unfolding right in front of him.
And then Zach Lavoie and Hans Horpedal, these two fought on equal footing for so long. What a fun battle. And here's where Thompson, he'd just gotten out of his spin, probably checking the gauges and things. And here comes James Houghton, pardon me, coming through in the lead battle. But Luke McGrew didn't really take full advantage of that here because he also had to navigate around that stricken car.
Yeah, and it is really hard to get by somebody right there.
It is. It's a tricky, narrow racetrack, and even lap cars can sometimes be a bit of a hassle to figure out. But then Luke ran Houghton down, and if this race been 5 laps longer, maybe he would have gotten there, but he just didn't get quick enough, Pete. But James Houghton was able to hang on for that Sunoco checkered flag.
Yeah, James built himself a great lead early, which seems to be a characteristic theme for him. Did a great job with it.
What an excellent battle, and that is going to do it for GLTC Race 2A and 2B. We've got 2 more of those moments coming later this afternoon. Race 3 and Race 4 will be this afternoon. Now we're going to shift back to the GridLife NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. We'll be back after this break with more time attack action from GridLife Circuit Legends.
On the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When you come to pit road, all 4 of you stay in the car.
That fire truck. Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's FlexFill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the FlexFill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends coverage is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of modern tuning culture and grassroots racing. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Danger Dan. Dan, welcome back. And we get to do TrackBattle again. That was quick. We're back doing it again. And I think the conditions are pretty similar to earlier today. We could see some quick laps.
We got some cloud cover, so the track conditions aren't any hotter than they were, I guess, an hour ago. And the Sunday Cup was getting them pretty hot. We had some change in position for sure, and I think this is going to seal the deal today.
I think we're expecting to see some really exciting stuff coming up here in just a moment's time. So hang with us here as we get everything up on the screen for you, because it is time to do battle once again in TrackBattle, the NOS Energy TrackBattle Championship. Here we go. Jake Abbott at the top of the board is the fastest on the weekend so far with a 105.000. James Smith and Michael Ross Smith just 2/10 behind, and most of them are on track right now. I saw Jake Abbott into turn one. We'll see what he's got.
Yeah, Jake Abbott had a huge pickup this morning. It was almost a full second over what he had yesterday, and looking to better that and keep his lead. But Chris Rice also has picked up as well, and if you haven't paid attention, look, he's pretty close right there.
Within just a couple of tenths of a second. By the way, the number 756, that is the Mini Cooper car. This is a car that is being built. Oh, look at Chris. Hold that thought. Chris Rice jumps up onto the podium with a 105.265. Splits the difference between Smith and Smith. as we see the Mini Cooper car right now. This is an FCP Euro build that is happening actively here at the racetrack. This car showed up here, completely bone stock, body in white, used car they just found for $2,000. And this weekend they have actively been progressively changing it and building a Sunday Cup car out of it here in the paddock in front of everybody. It's been such a cool build to watch, and it's on track right now making laps.
Yeah, we got to watch that last night. I was watching it visibly change in front of me, and it was a pretty cool experience to watch that team change that vehicle as quick as they have, and curious to see what the lap times they put down.
Yeah, so 1:15.74 is the best. There's Jake Abbott, your leader, James Smith following him. So what's a way to go faster, Dan? You just follow the car that's faster than you.
That's exactly what I was saying. I love following Jacob Abbott. He always has a really good eye for line. And, I mean, look at that thing. It's a cool-looking car, too. He's got one of the best-looking Honda Fits in the field.
And right behind them, Michael Rossmith, who just got bumped to 4th. Does anybody pick up this time? Not in that top group. Mooncake, the 909 Mazda 2, still sits 5th, about 8/10 back from this battle. But trying to find some speed. Michael Rossmith really close behind James Smith. And even at a track like this, the slipstream, the draft, that's a big deal here on the front straightaway. Maybe not as big of a deal as some of the bigger tracks we go to where you'd really want to be following in the draft to make sure that the car in front of you is pushing all the air out of the way and you drive behind him and you'll get that slipstream. But
yeah.
Here, probably not as big of a deal.
With these egg-shaped cars, you kind of want to get as much less disturbance of air as you can. So.
Up the hill at turn 5. And Jake Abbott putting some distance on James Smith and Michael Rossmith. Not sure if they've dropped back intentionally. Here the tires at work. And this is one of the newer generations of Honda Fit, which requires a little bit of ballast to compete in this class. It's a 25-to-1 power to weight ratio category.
You're getting loose coming down that hill.
Anybody pick up this time? Abbott, Smith. Yes, Michael Rossmith. Oh, Chris Rice beat him. A 105-193. And it's only by less than 0.2 of a second now. But Michael Rossmith jumped up, and then Chris Rice beat him again. This is an excellent battle between these two.
I was thinking when you saw that this morning, you know, Abbott picked it up, and he's just in front of Chris Rice in the points here. So Chris Rice saw that come out, and you knew he had to come out swinging for the second group here.
And Mini Cooper picked up a couple of tenths that time through, a 115.6. It was a 2/10 gain for the FCP Euro crew in that car. And Pete Lindbergh, who was here with me just a little while ago doing the excellent GLTC commentary.
Wow.
Only got a couple of laps in. But
all of the track.
Yeah,
did you see that?
I did. And this is Michael Rossmith chasing James Smith. Nose to tail here. And Chris Rice following both of them.
Yes. I think we're going to see another change here.
Here we go. No change for Jake Abbott. And across the stripe. Yes. Oh, everybody's shifted. Oh, man. Everybody. Chris Rice again.
Chris Rice again.
Look at that. There is 73 thousandths between Chris Rice and Jake Abbott and 97 thousandths from Michael Rossmith up to Abbott. And the entire top 4 is covered by a 1/10.5.
It got to make you wonder if Jake Abbott is feeling comfortable right now, because he can kind of see them gaining on him a little bit there. He knows he has a comfortable lead, but it's not comfortable anymore.
This is phenomenal. Mini Cooper, a 1.5 second pickup, a 113.9.
Huge pickup.
That's a pretty sizable increase there. But what a battle here in Sunday Cup. And the podium sprint format has been exciting this year, but I think a lot of drivers have admitted to us that, hey, maybe the way that we do the last portion of it in the podium sprint maybe isn't quite right yet. And that's feedback that we've heard. But I'm just thrilled with how this is turning out this weekend with this classic format that we still have late weekend battles between the Sunday Cup cars.
Turn 7. We'll see if anybody picks up again. It's really interesting when you see all of the green shift over.
Here we go. Yes, James Smith picked up, but not enough to improve his position. And now there's some traffic to contend with as well. So that closes the gap even tighter. It's under a 1/10.5 of a second now across the top 4. And just 200ths between second and third. I mean, this is fun for about the least amount of money that you could possibly imagine. As far as race cars go, Dan. I mean, you built one, right? So
yes.
These cars are pretty approachable, as the checkered flies on this session. Pretty approachable cars to build for
Absolutely.
competition.
I think this is a very good way to get into racing, get your feet wet, and you know, it's cheap, it's affordable, and you can drive this car to the track. I drive it from my house all the way all over. You know, I've done 13, 14-hour trips back and forth with the car, with the wheels in there. So it's pretty cool.
And what else is cool is how close the competition is. It is an entry-level time attack, but it is also the top level of time attack. It's so close. It's so tight. It's so much fun to watch. And while these are approachable cars, I think we've seen a lot of drivers get tired of the money-spending game in time attack and jump into this category where they can focus on driving and not focus on wrenching. And you end up with battles like we're seeing here this weekend. And there still is a couple more time attacks, well, I think one more time attack session to decide our winner for the weekend, but that was thrilling.
I imagine this has to have been the most fun they've had all weekend. I mean, they were all nose to tail right at the end there and really picking up times, trading laps, and nobody was left in the dust. It was just really tight battles all the way through.
Yeah, and again, the difference we're talking about here is less than 1/10 of a second between the top two drivers. A snap of your fingers, a blink of an eye is 1/10 of a second, and this is across 1.5 miles.
Yeah, it's barely even the length of the car. That's what we're getting after here.
So Group E is complete. They'll head back to the pit lane area and back to the paddock. And the next group will head on the racetrack, and that's where we get a lot of Club TR competitors. And we start to see some street class cars as well. And we're going to show you the tickers of the classes that we think are going to be the most volatile in these next couple of sessions. Again, we're grouped by pace, not by class. So there might be some moments when we're looking at a ticker for Sunday Cup while there's some street class cars on the track, but there are some Club TR cars that, or the majority of the field should be Club TR cars in this next group, so we'll keep an eye on those as much as we can.
When you were looking through the pits there, we saw the stout of Ryan Turk, and he had a couple of little issues yesterday, but it looks like they got it back together. So in the drift session, I believe we will see that truck back out there, and it is really cool to watch. So a couple issues with some of the drift cars yesterday, but they're going to be back out there looking strong. So definitely watch for that.
Next group is on track, and here they go. And getting back up on course, Cody Umba and a handful of others, Garrett Glaceri in the RX-8 and the LMP 360 of Daniel Cummings, which is a super unlimited car, the only one here this weekend, so he's kind of in an area of his own.
He's winning and losing.
Yes. You know what stinks about that is we don't do trophies for super unlimited because you don't normally get them, and there's not usually enough of them to have trophies for. But in a homebrew car, to go out there and run the whole weekend, that's a win in my book, regardless of trophy.
Yeah, I think the win for him will come once he sees the photos that Larry Chen got out here, and it's going to be, you know, a monumental moment of something that he's built in his garage and this beautiful backdrop we have.
Is this Charles Miller coming on the front straightaway now in this Evo? I think it is, the Carmunity blue and purple Evo. And we should keep an eye on him because I would expect him to be, yeah, it is. I would expect him to be higher up the order. So there's the 55. I wonder if he's had some issues here this weekend, but a 101-096 would put him in a higher group, I would think. Maybe not, but we'll see what he can do to improve in this number 55. He was in the podium sprint at GridLife Midwest. See a little wiggle and a wobble there. It's fighting for grip.
Yeah, either that or I wonder if he's just kind of still warming up the tires.
Could be.
Getting himself settled up on an out lap and then want to put a heater in on the next one.
And leading in street classes, Joe Milkey, who we'll see later at a 57.8. But here comes Spaz into turn 6. That's West Bend, getting the tires up on the curbing there. And again, in an all-wheel drive car, we mentioned this with the Teslas the other day. In an all-wheel drive car, you can afford to do that. It's not going to upset the car quite as much. But here comes the 55. Best lap time on the weekend of a 101.096. And it is not an improvement for him. Let's check in on Club TR cars and see how they are. Oh, trouble at the top of the hill. Someone's gone around for a spin. Yeah. Was it Daniel Cummings, perhaps? Didn't see who or what it was, but everybody had to jump on the brakes to miss him. Oh, it was we're hearing it was the number 5, the Mustang. Which, if I recall, that is Ezekiel Malchov behind the wheel of that car. So he went around for a bit of a loop. There's the 55 again. He's hunting for speed now.
There.
Yeah. Let's see if he's got it this time through. Through the downhill. 101.096, still his best on the weekend. If he can pip it this time, it would probably pick him up a spot, but still no pickup for Charles Miller. Here's a look at the 53, which is Benson Ty behind the wheel. I know Benson pretty well. I've seen him compete with us in the GridLife iRacing League before. He's a pretty talented sim racer. And driving with us here this weekend in this Honda S2000.
The exhaust looking like he's prepared for Laguna Seca.
Yeah.
Like he's ready for that sound ordinance.
And his best lap of the weekend is quicker than his lap this session, so he's still hunting. Hear the car get light over the crest. And right now scored in 15th in Club TR. And actually the spoiler, that the rear wing that he's got, some of you that have been watching GridLife for a couple of years now will note that it has some decals and colors on it. It used to be Tom O'Gorman's rear spoiler on his GLTC car. And Benson, no pickup that time. At least I didn't see it. He hadn't crossed the line just yet. Here is Kendall Samuel behind the wheel of this car that he ran on the Pikes Peak hill climb. And just the other day, I don't know if this is a street class car. Let's see what class he's running. Oh, they're probably running as a team, and that is correct based on what I asked him yesterday. His fiance, I believe, is the one that's driving the car here this weekend. Mary. It's a team entry that they're competing in. Ooh, sparks off the splitter.
Yeah, just flying down the straight.
So I think those are probably titanium rub blocks to keep the front splitter from bottoming out and stalling the front aero. But it is a very unique car. It did run the Pikes Peak hill climb. It's the Mechanical Advantage racing car, and it is in the unlimited category. So they are currently scored 8th there. You see the 102.04. But I have to wonder if their tire pressure is pretty low and that they haven't built up enough pressure to just get that little extra bit of ride height maybe to clear that splitter. But it's rubbing a lot.
I think they're just going for the mini truck style. You know, you just want to drop that thing, dump it out a little bit, give the fans something to watch.
Yeah, and Cal Fortner in Street Mod has these titanium rub blocks as well. And again, the point of the aerodynamics on these cars, the wings and the splitters and all that, they're basically the profile of an airplane wing but flipped upside down, so it pushes the car into the road. And when the air does that, it's going to push the car into the ground, and it's going to stall out all the aerodynamic function of those things. So you put these blocks on the bottom of the splitter to keep the splitter from rubbing against the ground, and it'll allow air to pass underneath it and continue to make downforce. So there is a reason for it. I think there probably is the level of too much scraping and rubbing, and actually, if you look at the front edge of it, it's actually tilted at the ground. It has a really high angle of attack. I wonder if that is...
I'd imagine that could create a little bit of drag as well. If you get that wrong and the balance is off, that it's going to take away from some of the performance.
Yeah, it certainly is a possibility. And now trying to cool things down. I think it's Garrett Glaceri behind him in the RX-8, or behind her rather, if it's still married behind the wheel. Never know, they could switch off. As a team entry, you can have a couple of drivers in your car.
Yeah, we've done a team entry in the Sunday Cup.
Yeah, Dilly Dally. Where's that name come from?
It's just kind of a combination of both of our names. It was just something easy to come from. Unfortunately, Emily's sitting at home with a broken arm, so she could not make it out to drive.
I'm sorry to hear that. Hope she's doing all right.
Yeah, she'll be fine. She's sitting here watching. I'm sure she's tuned in.
So, a bunch of Club TR cars in this group. Let's check in on Daniel Cummings and see how he's... Whoop, wrong graphic there. Apologies for that. Let's see. Daniel Cummings at a 102.897. I think that's quicker than he had earlier. I think he was in the 103s before in that LMP 360. And there's Garrett Glaceri in the 238. Now, he has currently scored 19th at a 102.740. Talked about the RX-8 a little bit yesterday, but this was a car that released basically at the time that Ford had a pretty large ownership stake in Mazda. And one of the things that Ford did was try to make some efficiencies out of the production process at Mazda. And because of that, the third generation Mazda Miata and the RX-8 share a platform. The difference is the RX-8 has some beefier components. It's a slightly heavier car. So it has some beefier, heavier components that are a little stronger. And so when you build an NC generation Miata for road racing, a lot of the times you're putting and installing parts from the RX-8 because they are physically similar, other than the fact that they're heavier and bigger, heavier duty. So an interesting process if you're building an RX-8.
And we've seen them become a little more popular in drifting as well with the NC Miatas. And you're going to have to beef that up. You're going to want more power than you have in a stock format. So having beefier suspension, definitely worth it. And the RX-8, I mean, is also a popular chassis. So.
Glosseri did improve to a 102.5. That was a 210 pickup for the 238 car. What's your opinions on the visuals and design of these cars?
I actually really like it. I think when they're modified correctly, you know, the right wheels, right lip kit, I think it can be very subtly modded and still look good. The body lines are good. So it doesn't take much to make them look good. I see them in drifting all the time, and they look better and better every year. I think more people are figuring it out. So I really enjoy the way this car looks.
Wankel engine, rotary engine under the hood, and there's a lot of triangles in and around this car. On the inside, a lot of triangular shaped things to kind of draw attention to the fact that it's a rotary engine car, kind of a unique vehicle in that way.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a weird thing in the styling where it's like, okay, we don't have to brag that much, okay.
Well, I have an interesting factoid about the GR86 and some choices that were made about some design pieces, and when we see a GR86, I'll talk about them, but something's in that similar vein. There's Daniel Cummings again in the Subaru LMP 360, again powered by a Boxer engine.
And can't get over that car. It just looks so cool to me.
And Daniel's looking for sponsorship, by the way. So, hey, we've been talking a lot about him, so I'm telling you.
The only guy in his field right now, so he's winning and losing. I think let's just take that. He's winning today, so get him some sponsorships.
Yeah, and looking for sponsorship for that car, and trust me, I bet you'll get a lot of return on your investment because we'll be talking about this car probably forever.
For sure. I've seen nothing like it. Nothing out here.
Denner Melchov in the number 5. Crosses the stripe. He had that spin on the uphill. That's what we were told, at least. Checkered flag here for this group as the LMP 360 storms across the line, thundering away.
Look like many of them had changed their position here.
So we did see a couple improvements in Club TR. I think the conditions we saw in Sunday Cup, I mean, I don't think the track's bad. I think it's at this point have drivers extracted all that they can, and now they're pushing a little bit beyond what they're able to extract.
Yeah, as you can see here, we still have quite a bit of cloud cover, so that, you know, track tips are still down. It feels relatively cool outside. So at this point yesterday, I mean, it was really heating up. You could see the track get a little bit more greasy. Also, they had a lot more drift sessions. So that is, like we said earlier, something that you're going to battle is having the drift guys mess it up for everyone else. That's us.
Yeah, well, drift is going to be coming up here. If you're watching the live stream at home and you're wondering when we're going to see drift again, well, it is coming up next at just after 12:30. So that's about 45 minutes from now. We'll finish up our NOS Energy Track Battle Championship session. It will be followed by drift. And then it'll be lunch for about 45 minutes or so, and then we'll get into GLTC once again. Another drift session followed by a Model 3 Challenge, Legends laps with our GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends cars, and then another track battle session, and another race session. So still so much left to go today.
Watching the Model 3s this morning, it was kind of awesome to see because you're just visually watching, right? You can't really hear anything, and man, they were boogieing. They were getting down. There were some cars out there just getting after it. It's kind of wild to see because then you have nothing, brakes and tires.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And that's it. So it's kind of cool.
And we're going to get to see one of those Model 3 Challenge races later today as well. It is right after the drift session at 2:50.
Dude, I'm on a wave, dude.
Look at this. Look at the infield, the paddock, the vendor row at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, the second year of this festival event. And I'm so excited to see what is, for all intents and purposes, a pretty packed house there on the infield, Dan. And what a celebratory event. And we have a 3-year contract here at Lime Rock Park, which means we're coming here through 2025.
Awesome.
And every year I expect it to get larger. Look at the infield.
Yeah, this has filled up a lot since this morning, so it's really good to see.
Yeah, the concourse there on the right, hand-selected cars that represent the circuit legends that have inspired modern racing or modern car culture in some way from the 1980s to now. Car corrals for other cars that we couldn't quite fit in the tent are on the kind of to the left of that. And on the racetrack are circuit legends in the making right now. Cars from really mostly the 1990s to now, but running laps and competing at the highest level in North American time attack. So much fun. All right, so let's follow this red GR86 for a second, about 5th or 6th car in line. I mentioned I had a little bit of a tidbit about this.
Yeah.
And I learned this a little while ago, and I thought it was relevant to share. The GR86 is one of Toyota's modern sports cars. On the right-hand side, where the fuel filler cap is, the shape of that fuel filler cap, if we can get a look right here, the fuel filler cap is the shape of the 2000 GT headlight cover.
What?
Yeah. So Toyota's 1960s era supercar that they built to kind of make a dent on the map in North American markets and really just beyond. The 2000 GT was really a halo car that Toyota built just to say, hey, we can build sports cars. The headlight cover was this oblong kind of triangular looking shape, and the GR86 and the BRZ have an homage to that in the shape of the fuel cap on the right side.
I think that was on purpose. Or was it an
I know it's on purpose.
I think it was an accident.
You
I think
so?
They were just hanging around the shop and found that, hey, man, what do we do with this? I don't know. It's used as a fuel filler cap, dude.
Well, it's interesting because the first generation car just has a round fuel cap, and the body hadn't really changed around that area. So it was a change that was noted by a couple car enthusiasts, and they go, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. That's good information there.
Yeah, but green flag, and we'll get on track here. Again, I think most of this field is going to be our Club TR competitors, maybe some street competitors, so we will carry it around and share the love here with all the different categories. This driver is number 230. That's Daniel Persing behind the wheel. His best lap, a 1:533. So he will be chasing lap time here in this session to try to make his way up into the top 10.
Look at that view.
He is in the top 10, by the way, down in Persing. But yes, the view is gorgeous. Got distracted because I said a thing and wasn't sure if it was right.
I was like, this is so amazing.
Nice clean lap so far on the downhill run. Just behind him that Subaru, that track mod Subaru that we pointed out earlier in the weekend.
I just love hearing all the sounds.
The sounds are
coming
great.
Down and in a class like this, you have multiple different motors and quite some cool sounds come through.
Here is the track mod at number 987. Let's have a look at the track mod running order as it stands. And we saw this Subaru earlier in the weekend. It's Raul Mora behind the wheel. And this generation of Subaru, I think this is pretty similar to the generation that Kendall Samuel, the Mechanical Advantage Racing team, is using to build their car. So popular choice.
Let's see if he can break into the 59s.
Yeah, right now just at a 1:0.372. A little bit of traffic to contend with here as Persing pulls out of the way. Nicely executed point by there. A little bit of aero on this Subaru as well. And I think Dewey will tell us that more people should drive Subarus in time attack. And there's probably not a whole lot of people that would say, yeah, because of the complication of the engines and things. But if you do it just right, there it is.
There. We were talking about it.
Good call.
And it happened.
59,983. Dan, you called it.
I did. I can feel it. I can feel it in the air.
Alex Westergaard, also in track mod.
Oh, a little off.
Well,
a lot of off.
Overcooked that slightly. He was trying to shoot for sub 1 minute as well.
Yep.
Won't do it this time. What else we got on the racetrack here? There is another Club TR competitor. This is Jason Wynn. We talked about the battle he is involved in this weekend. You see on the timing and scoring, the 880 is 13th place. The car that he is directly ahead of in the point standings is, I think, ahead of him on the racetrack at the moment. And it is Evan Weeder. Evan Weeder is 6th, so that gap would grow. And Evan McLaren is also ahead of Jason Wynn. So he's kind of fighting to keep his points running position right now in this FRS.
Well, we'll see him cross the line here in just a second, see if he can better his time.
Persing improved 1:0.501. And we'll see if Jason Wynn can pip the timing and scoring as well across the stripe in the 880. And a spin for the 194 of Callaway. By the way, Dead Boys Racing did pick up. But the 194 went for a loop.
Well, I guess there's your advantage for driving a Subaru, like you said. At least if you go off, you got all-wheel drive to pull you out of there.
Yeah, Mike Callaway, 5th right now in track battle. So here's another rule that it was instituted late last year. If you go 4 tires off or have a spin or have an incident, you're required to self-report, which means that you were required to come down pit lane and talk to a grid worker and say, hey, what happened? If you don't, your lap times all get canceled. So you have to go in and you have to report, hey, I made a mistake. And a little awkward slowdown, little traffic jam here.
Yeah, you got to go out in your defense and say, hey, it was me, not the car.
Yep.
Everything is safe. I was just pushing too hard.
And this yellow S2000, Munoz behind the wheel. Look at Budai making up some ground. Michael Budai makes an improvement there. And the 313 of Otto Munoz. Is trying to pick up some time, but a little bit of a traffic jam. It can be tricky in some places here at Lime Rock just to get out of the way. It's tight and tiny, and everyone's got to be kind of on the same page. Here's Nathan Brown again in the Volkswagen GTI, and here's a look at the 87 of Alan Newsom.
Yeah, Alan's car is gorgeous. It's so fun to see out there.
That is a street modified car, so let's pull up Street Mod and have a look at how things are progressing there. Newsom currently scored 12th at a 102.9, and Nathan Brown's right behind him in street class, so we'll pop in on him next. Great looking car, this one.
Alan's car looks like it belongs in drifting as well. And
Daniel, what are you doing over there, bud? The guy needs a track map right now. First thing goes around for a loop.
Yeah, a bunch of offs in this session, and we haven't seen that in the past few, actually. So
I wonder why.
I don't know. I think they're probably trying to push. There's a little more pressure on them, but I feel like the track temperature is good. I'm not out there. I couldn't tell you, but it hasn't changed much throughout the day.
And the rubber level is probably pretty good because the GLTC cars were just out there, so I don't think it's marbles or anything that's really problematic at the moment.
Yeah, drift session was not out there yet today, so.
Newsom picks up 102.805. And Tony Barber's on track. Here's a look at the 49. This is a Falcon Club TR car.
Who needs some help out there? Everybody we've been talking about has been doing pretty well and bringing up the time. So
it's like anti-commentator curse.
Yeah, if we just like focus on a cars today, I think we're going to push them up a couple ranks.
Christopher Acosta in the 49 car right now. Spin at the uphill. That's a bad spot.
Not a good spot to be.
No. The 987 track mod car.
Yeah, it's not looking good there. It looks like a little steam coming out of the engine.
Yep. Raul Mora stuck kind of passenger side to the traffic here, and that could draw a black flag. Of course, we don't do full course yellows here in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. If there's an incident we have to go clean up, we will do it's called a black flag. Everyone will come into pit lane. But just a local yellow at the top of turn 5, the uphill for now. And I don't think he's going to go anywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, and that's a scary spot to sit.
Yeah.
You don't want to sit there and look at it. You're just almost bracing for impact at that point.
Yeah, and thankfully he's to the inside, which means he's kind of off the racing line, but not far enough for my comfort level. So here's Joel Phillips in the 44, by the way. That's a street GT car. We haven't seen a lot of street GT in this session. Here's a look at his running order, currently 7th at a 1:08.891. But right now with that car trackside, I don't think we're going to see lap time improvements because everyone will be slowing for the yellow flag. And there's the checker, so that will bring an end to this session. So this session was highlighted by a couple drivers improving, but also a lot of slips and slides and spins. And we're going to get progressively faster cars here, so you just have to wonder, are we going to continue to see that, or added levels of downforce and maybe driver experience will bring that incident level down, maybe?
Yeah, I think we'll have to see if it was just a fluke of these guys pushing a little hard, or if the track conditions are really changing and it's getting a little looser out there.
So checkered flag is out, and there's going to be a tow truck dispatched here in just a moment. So with that, we will take a break and go extract the 987, roll Mora from the top of turn 5. And we'll be back with more NOS Energy Track Battle coverage right after this.
Track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything.
knowing
Learn
that
more
it's your
about our
best lap
entire
in the
line at
context there is helping a
falcontire.com.
lot with this.
Owning a car can be expensive.
Such horrible service.
It can also
Yeah, it's
be
not
confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Hero exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcphero.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Speed. Ty, you look great today. Who are you wearing? Oh, thank you so much. I love you too. I love you too. Oh, yeah, you're great. We're here for the dogs at Grid Life, honestly. The cars are cool, but dude, you can't beat them. All right, guys, we got Jimmy Oaks here. Jimmy, you are a local dude.
Yes, ma'am.
You're here with your E36.
Freshly swapped as of like 12 hours ago.
Yep.
We just finished it. So it was a turbo S50B4 BMW engine and it blew up. So we decided, okay, GRIDLIFE, we have like a week. Let's LS swap it. And we're here.
You were at GRIDLIFE last year, right?
Yeah.
With what car?
I have an S13 with a 1J in it. And it was the funnest day of my life.
Yeah.
Like, it was insane. So
Second year ever. He's back with a different car. It's been a stressful 24 hours, but you're here.
it's been a stressful week, but we're here and I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be more excited. And it's going to be the best weekend ever. So.
Yeah. No, you got a good fan base here, and you've got a good team. Oaks Garage, follow him, look him up, check out everything he's done to this build. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, guys, if you follow Ryan Turek at all, you might have seen this Toyota Stout right behind us. You have this amazing car here, and you're putting it on track, and you're going to drift it. What am I looking at?
So it's a 1966 Toyota Stout, and we have kind of a hybrid 3S motor. In that world, they call it a 3S, 5S. Garrett turbocharged. We're making about 550 at the wheels right now with a Hollinger 6-speed sequential trans.
The suspension in the rear. Can we go look at this? Can we yeah, the cantilever. This just looks insane. All right.
So this is the rear cantilever cross member that Kibby Tech had designed and CNC'd. Radium Engineering 10-gallon cell with two 450 LPH pumps. We're running the Powered by Max Corvette suspension, so double A-arm front and rear. This thing does super well on cooling, and if you're a drift driver, you know that it is super hard to have a really good cooling system and keep your car cool under obviously sustained high RPM. So debuting it here for the first time, like the first time on track was an hour ago, and we're still teething issues. We had a little oil leak we're trying to sort out right now, but the car felt so planted and so good. I haven't made any changes to it. Just really comfortable and predictable to drive.
I've been seeing you build this thing on Instagram, whatever you're putting out, and I am stoked to see it in person, guys. If you have a chance, tune in to Ryan Turek's page. Otherwise, watch him drift this thing here at GRIDLIFE Lime Rock. Empanadas. This girl makes the best, most authentic empanadas, and you're gonna get a live, I already know what the taste like. Yep. Oh my God. This is turning into a mukbang live stream, okay? Right now, I said it. We're doing empanada version. What do you got? First reaction?
Oh my God. 9 out of 10. Nothing's perfect. It's close. 9 out of 10.
If you thought that GRIDLIFE was good before, it just got better. This is Haley. This is Brian Hopp's girlfriend.
Hi.
Brian,
how's it going?
Brian, what car did he bring today?
He brought the SR car, so the brown car.
Thank you for feeding us.
Of course. This is what I do for you.
Oh, God, I love these people so freaking much. We have the FCP Euro Mini for Sunday Cup right here in front of me. Now we are going to be building and modding this car live throughout the weekend in the pits. So we're going to go ahead and come around and check in with our driver and see how he's feeling pre all of the updates. You're doing such a good job running and chasing me. Oh my gosh. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Are you so excited to be driving this thing?
Very excited to get out here. This is my first time around Lime Rock, so we're going to see what this little Sunday has.
Yes. Now this is our CRP representative. We're so happy that you're here. Now nothing's really been done to this car yet.
No, this is just the baseline test, so it is pretty much from the auction floor stock. We did refresh the engine with Ryan Automotive parts, so it's got a refresh cooling system.
Awesome, and I'm going to try my best to give FCPR updates of the car, of the project throughout the weekend. Otherwise, check out the FCPR YouTube channel for more on this car.
And welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. The NOS Energy Track Battle Championship continues after a short cleanup period for a spin and a slide at the exit of the uphill. We're back on track with a whole bunch of different cars and classes, but we have a lot of street GT cars and the pointy end of our Falcon Club TR grid we've been following throughout the morning. Kyle Heyer alongside Danger Dan. Dan, Club TR and Sunday Cup, our Falcon categories, have been thrilling today, and I expect more of the same from the top end of Club TR here shortly.
Absolutely. We've seen a whole lot of times dropping, and that's awesome. I think that's due to some of the weather we had today. Track temps are cooler than they were yesterday, so I think throughout every class we're going to see dropping times, and it's nearing the end of the season, so guys are really wanting to solidify their leads, and today should be no exception.
Here's a look at your running order right now. Dana Basinski was able to just get back ahead of Houghton with a 58.251. James Houghton's very, very close behind. But they're going to start doing battle here again And there is a track mod car out ahead of them. That's the 275, I believe. But the battle we're watching, oh, Dana's going to, oh, this is traffic he's going to run into the back of here, which is going to hold him up for at least a lap. Opens up the door for Houghton to close this gap again.
Yeah, and that's going to be some of the difficulty of having, you know, this different format than what we've seen with running the podium sprint, is you're going to have a lot more traffic. And that can definitely hinder your times, being that there are different classes out there at once.
And traffic that's wildly different categories too, right?
Exactly.
So this Honda Civic with all this aero is going to make pretty different speed than Dana's car, which is more of a momentum car, I'm sure. So down the hill, James Houghton, though, I don't think he had any kind of impedance on this lap, so he should be able to get a pretty decent run at it here. And these two, Houghton not competing for points really, but definitely for the weekend championship, weekend title. Basinski, no improvement that time. Same with Houghton and Mario Moroni. Let's keep an eye on him in that with that 59.101. But Dana must have gone very quickly.
Ooh.
Because he was behind Houghton and somehow pipped him and jumped the lead up pretty significantly here. About a second ahead of Moroni. Oh, he's dropping tires left and right, pushing really hard.
And as we saw earlier, you know, we were thinking that the track might be a little bit looser than it had been, and I mean, this could also be a very good sign of that.
Into West Bend, championship leader by 1 point over the 727 Honda Civic. And TBD on whether or not Dana would go to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. I don't think it's his plan to go. As the track mod car comes across the stripe, there goes Dana, there goes James Houghton. And on the top of the board, James Houghton into the 57s, 57.907. And Mario Moroni picks up some, oh, big slide off of the background. Was that Devin Hoffman at turn number 1? Oh, into the tire bundles there. It is Devin Hoffman. That was a pretty quick off there. And wet grass, you're just not going to stop. But that's what those tire bundles are for. But if she can't back that car out of there, I would expect a black flag to hold this session a little short. Here's that that car we were talking about a moment ago, the lead car of the group here. And looks like she's got it rolling, Devin Hoffman does. So doesn't look so bad.
Yeah, well, you're not seeing the front end of it, but I think the tire barriers do soak up quite a bit of that.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, all things considered.
Yep, she'll have to go back in, check it out, but nothing looks irreparable to me.
Yeah, left front's a little more torn up, but just got it a little wrong, and once you hit the grass, you're just not going to stop, and that's what the tire bundles are for. We were watching that Club TR battle. There's Andy Volkel in Street GT, so let's pop in there for a moment, see how things are going. Volkel at a 58.331. Keenan Prusink trying to run him back down, but that's a 7/8 of a second difference.
Yeah, we're looking at the differences between Horn and Gallagher as well. I mean, it's super close, and they were trading back and forth in the last session, so imagine they would be trying to drop the lap times, but as we're seeing, a couple more offs could make it a little difficult to do.
Yeah, it's been tricky this session in particular. Volkel over the hill, kind of center track there.
Yeah.
Bit of a conservative line, because if you go off too far left, the track actually cambers away, and it kind of throws the car one way or the other if you're not perfectly straight. So often you'll see drivers choose center track to be a bit more conservative.
Yeah, as we saw with the Volkswagen there before, coming across that, 2 tires off, it's a little sketchy, high-speed area.
Dana Basinski still second to James Houghton. Mario Moroni still chasing some time. Didn't improve that lap. Here's the 404. That's a track mod car that we've talked about a little bit here this weekend. Ren Scott, team car. Porsche Cayman. We talked about performance value earlier. Here's another example of that.
Yeah, and I've seen them on track plenty, and I know that this is one of those cars where people drive it and they're like, yep, this is amazing. You got to get in one of these. You got to try it out. And I would love to. I'm itching to try it out, but it's such a cool car and affordable compared to the rest of their lineup.
Right. I think as far as getting into track cars, if you have the means, Porsches are really never a bad choice.
Yeah.
Right. They perform. They're fairly reliable. And I don't think they'll disappoint anybody that has one, as the leader, as Mahadio picked up in track mod there, but just keeping an eye on our Club TR field because we know how volatile this has been today. Maroney pulls in. Basinski's still chasing time. And I'm not sure if he'll be able to maximize a tire a couple laps into a run as Peter Granberg comes across the line. No pickup for Granberg, but he's going after it in this K-Swap BRZ. He's been in the mix lots this season.
The K-Swap has been very popular amongst road racing and drifting as well. Starting to see it gain more popularity as a cheap, affordable motor, and a lot more aftermarket parts coming out, more swap options.
And this car that Peter's got, working with K-Power, which is a group that offers a K-Swap kit for the FRS BRZ platform, his car's kind of got the book thrown at it as far as the kit goes, but Peter did most of the work himself.
Here it's singing coming over that hill right there.
Yeah. Classic Honda K motor, singing at high RPM. I got a chance to drive a K-Swap BRZ. And what was really funny about it is that it revs at like 9,000 RPM, and the gauge redlines at 7,500, which is the original red line for the FA20 Subaru motor. And it was very weird, revving to the end of the tachometer.
Watching it go way past it.
Evan Weeder picked up a little time into 4th place in the 5:31. This has been a pretty interesting battle, and that is Blake Fitzgerald, who's 6th. In Club TR, but Weeder closed in on Maroney a little bit. It's only 2/10 from Maroney to Weeder, both in EG Honda Civics.
A lot of Hondas out here.
And the interesting thing about the Club TR point standings, if we go back to the championship fight, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars are Hondas or Toyotas. But there's 2 GR86s, and all the rest in the top 10 are Acuras, Hondas, or a Subaru or BRZ or FRS that has been K-swapped. So 8 of the top 10 engines in that class are Honda-powered engines. So
it seems the Japanese have taken over this class.
They really have, and that was not really maybe the intention of the category. It was just to allow a wide variety of cars in a certain displacement range, up to 2 liters, naturally aspirated, up to 1.6 liters turbocharged is the main engine rules for the class. Can't have the engine opened up, but you can do some other bolt-on componentry. And you can do engine swaps. You just can't open up the engine. Taking a look at our Street GT running as well while they're on course here. Watching Weeder work his way around, continuing to chew away at Mario Maroney up in 3rd place. That's a podium spot that he's chasing.
We haven't seen many changes in this class yet, so somebody do it.
Peter Granberg across the line. Is it a pickup for Granberg? It is not. Weeder also doesn't pick up. He did improve once this session. And here is Keenan Prusank in Street GT, this Chevrolet Camaro. He's been in the mix quite a bit. Half a second back from Andy Volkel. That's Corvette versus Camaro.
Yeah. Top Chevrolet battle.
Actually, the entire podium is Chevrolet at the moment. C8 Corvette and a couple different versions of the Chevrolet Camaro, followed by Connor Gallagher. And there is the Sunoco checkered flag here for this track battle group. Basinski with a huge slide. Chasing time. He was absolutely out of shape in the final corner. Is it going to count for anything? No. No pickup.
No pickup, but the car remains clean, and he will go back into the pits unscathed.
That was close. Here comes Granberg. Any pickup for Peter on this final lap? No pickup for him. And Weeder across the stripe, don't think he picked up either. So the story of that session was some slight changes, but for the most part, no one was really able to eat into any major gaps there.
Nah, the majority kind of stayed where they were. And that was what we were talking about earlier. It could have been track conditions. We've seen them start to not really improve as they were in this morning.
So checkered flag here on this session. We've got one more to go before we turn things over to the drift group. And Cerise will join us again from FCP Euro alongside Danger Dan. I'll take a step away from the microphone for a little while before we take a lunch break, and then we head off to our afternoon of action here from the Circuit Legends Festival here at Lime Rock Park. Another great perspective from high above. There's the arcade under that big tent on the bottom of the screen. The car corrals in the middle. Off to the right is the concourse area. Plenty of food and concessions on the bottom right, and then the hillside covered in race fans and car enthusiasts and locals and everybody in between. All walks of life coming to check out some racing here at Lime Rock Park, Dan. This is a great event. Had a lot of fun here this weekend so far, but really the ramp up is after lunch. We really start ramping things up with more drift, more GLTC, more time attack, and the Legends shootout. It's going to be a fun day.
Today is a long day, and there's a lot to do here. So if you're here, enjoy it. Walk around, go see some cars, watch some racing. And if you're watching online, we're going to be in here for quite a bit, and drifting will be super exciting today.
Yeah, drift up next after this, so hang tight for the fans that want to get trackside. And we'll remind you again, if you're in the paddock or you're around on the hill and want to check the paddock out, you won't miss the live stream because the Advanced Auto Parts Pit Stop has the broadcast on screens and some places to hang out and chill in the paddock area. There's a look at the concourse cars, and Dan, there are some pretty cars down there.
There are. And I haven't gotten a chance yet to go walk around it, but I definitely will this afternoon once we get some of that golden hour light. And it looks like the sun's coming back out today, so that's going to be good.
The temperature's been perfect. There's a slight breeze. See the flags waving around a little. We couldn't really ask for better weather. We had a rainstorm yesterday morning that kind of made the grass wet and caused a couple moments in the early morning. But since then, it has been pretty awesome. It was actually a little cool last night, a little too cool.
Yeah, even this morning. It was cool this morning, and it's kind of remained cool, which has been very, very nice.
Yeah.
And having the breeze as opposed to yesterday, we're sitting in the sun sweating, and I think that's going to be better for the drivers. They're going to be calm, cool, collected, and the track should.
I know where you can get a hoodie, though, is the GRIDLIFE merch tent at the top of the hill in the vendor area.
I'm going to need to. I think by this evening, I'm definitely going to have one. So.
There's some awesome Circuit Legends focused merchandise, and if you're not here at the racetrack and can't physically get to the merch tent, typically that stuff will go for sale on grid.life, shop.grid.life after the event. So give it a couple days and you'll see it there.
Real cool stuff out there.
Oh,
I got my eyes on a couple hats.
Yeah.
So, there's some real good stuff.
The Circuit Legends merchandise is always my favorite. The designs that are come up with are pretty awesome. And Chris behind the scenes works pretty hard on getting that stuff to the racetrack and designed and everything. So really neat. Big thanks again to the corner workers and the track staff here again this weekend. Couldn't do it without you guys. And I think the corner workers especially, keeping the racetrack safe all day long, waving the flags, making sure that everyone's following the rules and keeping the track safe. Can't thank them enough for being here. We're going to step away for just a moment, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FC Puro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
Back live from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of grassroots racing and modern tuning culture at the Little Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. Welcome back to one final morning session, technically, of the GRIDLIFE NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. Just after this, GRIDLIFE Drift is up next. We'll take a short lunch break, and then we'll be back with a full afternoon of action here from Lime Rock Park. On track now, Group A in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, the fastest cars of the weekend. There's Ernestus Pazelis in the number 338 Chevrolet Corvette, hunting down Sasha Anise's 51-193. I'm not sure if he's going to get there, but he's going to try.
To get there. That's a tough gap to get down there, but I think there is potential to get a quicker lap as we have better track conditions than we did yesterday.
So Ernie working his way through the uphill now. I don't see Sasha Anise on track, so I'm not sure if he's got a problem or maybe waiting for the last session to go out one more time. But that 51.193 will be pretty tough to beat, even with a hybrid powertrain, Formula E, electric motors, and battery systems. You still need the track conditions to cooperate a little bit.
Yeah. If you can hang out and hang the boots up for a second there and be like, yeah, okay, I've done well. I've done well. I can take a little break. It also could be part of the strategy to have traffic out of the way or have these guys clean up some of it.
Other cars on track into turn 1, Street Mod. It is Dewey DeWitt in that number 70.
What a name. Dewey DeWitt. Dewey?
Dewey doing it this weekend.
He's doing it.
James Houghton picks up, closes into 7/10 back. Again, he's in everything.
What a day.
Won a GLTC race.
Yeah.
Got up onto the top in Club TR. He's second place in Street Mod. Now, I don't know that anyone has ever won 3 trophies in one weekend. Luke McGrew is the first guy. Trouble for, is that Chris Boersma? At the exit of turn 3, if we get a shot of that. But he went straight off. It is Boersma in the 33, and he's parked it at the exit. As we go back to Dewey now. Thanks for that, guys, as we head down the hill. Or I lost my train of thought. Forgot what I was saying. That's all right. It'll come back.
Yeah, well.
Yes. So, sorry. It was Luke McGrew was the first driver, I think, in GridLife history to podium in 2 different categories at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course last week. I'm going to get it fact-checked. I'm probably wrong about that. But I know for a fact no one's ever done it in 3. And he's on his way to doing that right now.
I've seen the Houghton name lined in green more often than not today. So
There's Will-I Young, 55.046, his best time in that Acura RSX. It's kind of the go-to car when the crazy thing he's building, which this is not the crazy car, believe it or not, but when the crazy thing he's building isn't ready, he pulls out the RSX. Jeremy Lauder improves to a 57.3. And Boersma's kind of in not a great spot there, but they've had a lot of black flags and slowdowns, and they haven't gotten a lot of time to run this weekend. So if they can, they're going to try to give Chris an opportunity to get off track before they slow them all down. And there is the yellow flag and the black, which will mean everyone will come to pit lane. So I stand corrected there.
Yeah, a tough break for these guys. They've had quite a few little instances and haven't had much track time.
No, and that's part of the challenge with time attack is when you're going on track with cars that are built to a very high degree of performance, there's also a high degree of probability that something or someone will break something or spin out or have an incident. And you have to go out there and clean it up. There's no other option around it. I guess the only good news is that generally cars in this top group are only really capable of doing 2 or 3 quick laps anyway. Right. So a whole 20-minute session really isn't all that useful.
Yeah, and that might be why we aren't seeing the #1 car out there, because it's kind of a strategy, right? You want to have your optimal time, and you don't want to be stuck out there when you have an off. It's hard to catch a groove, and with these cars, like you said, high performance, high probability that something could go wrong. You don't want to be out there for multiple laps, just cruising around.
Yeah, and Chris Boersma, as far as the track mod situation goes here right now, curious to see. Well, he's leading right now by about 1.5 seconds over Andrew DeKonig. So I guess if the weekend ends here, he's winning with a broken car. I mean, that's a possibility. But
yeah, and that's kind of a blessing by not having the podium sprint, because then you can sit on this time.
Yeah.
Go sit in the trailer. If the car's broken, that's fine. And just watch people chomp at your time. It'd be really scared.
Great quick work by the Lime Rock Park safety team to get that car extracted relatively quickly. There's a look at the Jumbotron at the bottom of the hill, right by Spectator Hill. It's really helpful. Every time you go to a racetrack where you can't see the whole thing right in front of you, it's awesome to be able to see the rest of the action. So awesome that we've got one there, and the fans are filling up that hill and getting ready for drift, which will just be in about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that today.
So with that quick extraction, I'd expect a couple more laps here before we throw the checker on this session.
Yeah, I'd really hope so. I feel like they didn't get much of a session there, so I hope they get a couple laps and a chance to change their times.
And on that hill, somewhere is my parents and my sister. My sister and my dad are at their third Grid Life event. My dad is on his third. My sister's on her second. She was at Watkins Glen earlier this year, and she had a great time. And Watkins Glen was a total washout and kind of a miserable weekend weather-wise. So I was glad that she got an opportunity to come see an event where everything's going well from a weather perspective.
Yeah, I had my dad out at Midwest this year, and I had a chance to get him out in the car during the taxi session. We had a blast out there, which is really cool. And if you guys have never seen the taxi session before, it is awesome.
Yeah, and because of time constraints, we couldn't do the full taxi sessions here this weekend, but at most Grid Life events, you can walk up to the pit lane, you'll be handed a helmet, and you can climb in a drift car or a grip car, and they'll go all out on track together in one chaotic display of fun, smoke, and slides. And probably one of my favorite things that we've done at Grid Life is get all those cars on track together.
Yeah, I think when I first heard about it, I was like, I don't think this is going to work. And then went out there and I was like, this is probably the most fun I've ever had on track. It's
I think
so good.
Our motorsports director, Adam Jabay, will tell you it is the most stressful thing.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is.
And for drift lead Nick Swan, I'm sure it's probably not super fun either to have to deal with all that. But
most stressful point of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. But all right, safety crew is rolling again. I think I saw Boersma not behind the safety truck, so I wonder if he got rolling and then was able to fire up the engine and continue. But they were heading down turn 7, so I don't think we're long from getting restarted here.
Yeah, they're going to cruise back to their location. Hopefully they don't have to come back out again.
And flags waving, the gentle breeze here on the afternoon from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. And while we're here, again, we're going to thank our broadcast sponsors once again, Hyundai N, Never Just Drive, and Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. They make this all possible, and a huge thanks to all of the sponsors here. Again, there's Hyundai and Never Just Drive, and Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. The Falcon RT660 we use in 2 different categories as a spec tire. Dan, we talked about it yesterday. Spec tire, what does it mean, and why is it good from a time attack perspective?
It's good because it kind of levels the playing field, right? And everybody can stay consistent. You know, setups can change, but the tire's consistent, and you're going to keep everyone on an even playing field.
And it has been an even playing field this weekend. We've watched some of the most fierce battles in Sunday Cup and Club TR, which are those spec tire categories. But even in street class and street mod, we've seen drivers jump onto the Falcon RT660, not just because they have to, they don't in those classes, but it is a really good 200 treadwear tire, and so they will use it to find some speed. Cars returning to the racetrack now. We're going to get a couple more minutes here of this last group before drift. Probably only about 5 minutes, but you can get 4 or 5 laps in that time. So
we're seeing a lot more cars than there were previously. So I think everybody's like, yep, this is it. We got to get out there. Got to put down some laps. Let's hope everybody has a couple clean laps. We get through this session and on to drifting.
So Sasha Anise, again, not going out in this session, but Ernestus Pazelis will lead everyone onto the racetrack once again in that C6 Corvette. And if everyone's familiar with Ferris Khartoumi's Corvette, that it's currently on a boat to Australia to compete in global time attack, this is kind of a mini build of that.
Yeah, Ferris's car is so impressive to watch, and I've had an opportunity to ride it a couple times. It's a really cool car.
Super neat. Here comes Ernie down into turn 1.
You look at the attitude of the car when he jumped on the brakes there. You can see it tipped out. It's pretty cool.
And this is where this car is probably not going to have the best time, is these slower corners where you're not leaning on the downforce as much. But then as soon as he turns onto Paul Newman straight, open up the taps and let her rip. And when they come back around, we should expect to see a couple lap times change, I think. Ernie over the crest at turn 5 and then into West Bend. Especially with aero on the front, you can't really get that close to the curb because it ramps up. You'll kind of scrape your splitter, your front aero on that curbing.
Yeah, that could really upset the front end there, and that's not a place where you want to have that happen.
Oh, certainly not. And no pickup for Ernie. And here comes Amick, and I think Dewey's not too far behind. So let's see. Amick picks up second place in street modified, and Houghton to the top. And Dewey to the top. 54.524 for Dewey DeWitt.
He's doing it.
Got knocked down by Houghton and immediately took it back.
And this is starting to become like what we saw in the Sunday Cup. I mean, it's going to be going back and forth. That was just the first lap out for those guys.
That was wild, and I'm pretty sure we have reset the street modified record by a lot. I mean, I don't know how much more Dewey's got in that car, but Amick jumped up into second and then got bumped right back down to third. What an exciting moment there.
I feel like this lap is still going to produce the same thing.
Let's see what he has got. Amick this time through. Not quicker. Track record previously at Lime Rock Park for street modified was at least in the all-wheel drive class, was a 56.206 by Dewey DeWitt last year. Dewey has reset that by almost 2 full seconds.
Incredible.
The rear-wheel drive street mod record is Jackie Ding last year, 54.133. So he's only 4/10 off of that record. That's pretty impressive stuff. And there is the 525 of Jeremy Lauder. Now this car was in the wall in turn 1 yesterday, so he's back on track fighting through it.
Yeah, I can see I had a little wink eye there. Little damage to that front left.
As long as it runs and drives, I'm sure he'll take it out there.
Hear him ripping up that hill there. RPMs jump up. Sounds so good.
Love a good old American V8.
It's such a different sound, you know. For the past few laps, we haven't heard this, and then it's just kind of a refreshing sound here.
Steve Luca also on track. No pickups that time. Look, Luca's so quick in this Ford Mustang. I saw a lot of work. You see the carbon fiber body panels on it in the offseason. It dropped some weight out of it, gave it some more power. There was a bit of a conundrum getting this car and the engine built, but they've got it here. And as far as unlimited championship standings go, Steve Luca is 4th right now with 43 points, but Jeremy Lauder is your leader and battling Ernestus Pizzellas, but Pizzellas again ahead of him, so he'll eat into that lead a little bit this weekend. There's that 500 car again.
Yeah, the carbon looks really nice on that. Dealt with a lot of carbon fiber Mustangs this year.
And he rounds the final corner. I want to get a quick look here at Street Mod to see how Cal Fortner's going. The Sunoco checkered flag looks to be out. 500 goes by. No pickup for Fortner and for the 500 of Luca. Don't think he picked up either. So there's the checkered flag, and time attack will come to a close here. The NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. This is the second to last run group for the day, and that means that we've got one more running of it after lunch later. And that's the last opportunity to improve on the weekend. But Danger Dan alongside me. Dan, what a thrilling
That's some exciting
morning.
Changes there. It really was. I mean, that started off really strong. I thought it was going to keep up for a couple more laps, but put up some really good times.
I don't even know that Dewey will walk away and be thrilled with his lap time, but I don't know that he knows for a moment he was not the leader because James Houghton had him for a second, so that's dangerous for the 70 trying to steal some points here this weekend. He said earlier the reason why he's here, he didn't want people to get easy points this weekend without a lot of the other front runners here, so he is going to maximize his ability to steal those points away from those that wanted to grab them. But that's going to do it for Time Attack for now. We're going to step away for a few minutes, and race fans trackside drift up next here in just a few moments.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When you come to pit road, all 4 of you stay in the car.
Need that fire truck. Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's FlexFill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the FlexFill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
What is up, everybody? We are back here at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at the historic Lime Rock Park. We are here with GRIDLIFE Live. Is powered by Hyundai N Never Just Drive, as well as Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. We have Cerise Taylor with FCP Euro here, joined by Danger Dan. What's up, Dan?
Oh, you know, just ready to watch some drifting. Watch a bunch of my friends get weird out there.
Getting real weird with it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. I think they're going to have fun.
All right, and we have all these drivers lining up. Now, coming off of last session yesterday, we had a little bit of rain. It was a little bit hairy action. And sorry, we're getting some comms to adjust our seating here. Okay, so we have the guys that are lining up, and they're ready for a beautiful day.
Yeah, I think everyone's hyped. Had a little fun yesterday. Now they're used to the track.
Yep.
A lot of guys that haven't driven this yet, and they're going to have a real big throwdown today.
Look at that hill just scattered with all you beautiful spectators out there. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. This is, for sure, a much larger event here at Circuit Legends than we had last year. I guess people caught on that this was the place to be, and we're so stoked that you all are joining us.
Yeah, as I saw some of the media last year, I was like, I have to be there. It looks beautiful. I want to be on there. You see Swan walking out the grid.
Look at that guy. We love you, Swan.
Oh, man. Pollock is already amped up.
Coming in hot.
Okay. JTP just hot on track. Let's go.
Let's get it started with a bang. Is he going to catch up to Larry over there? Now, I was just over at the FCP Euro tent, and there was a chick that was talking about how I'm pretty sure there is a wonderful older gentleman in the passenger of the car. Yes, some older ladies in there with him just having an absolute time of her life right now.
Yeah, if you're going to ride with somebody, JTP is a really good ride along.
Dude, honestly, shout out right now. Let's manifest this. I want to ride with him.
Yeah, you should.
You know, maybe we'll get that 360 entry.
You might see it today.
I'll apply the pressure.
You might see it today.
Oh, gorgeous. Here we have the hills of Connecticut. Look at that. That's wonderful. We're bringing a little bit of life to Lime Rock Park here today. Coming in with the smoke right before we take a lunch break. Here we go. Colette's coming in hot with that Corvette. We're seeing so many Corvettes today in lots of different classes of racing.
Yeah, and it's just before that, you see Adam rocket by in that four-rotor Supra, and it was just flying. So it looks like everybody's feeling it today on the outlap, even just getting warmed up. So pulling up to grid here, got Swan ready to wave everyone on. You see Larry Chen ready to chase the cars, which is going to be probably the coolest footage you're going to see all weekend.
Yeah.
Larry's just been riding up on that. And that's not easy to do. I've tried to do that before. When you're driving behind a drift car that's just going as hard as they can, driving through the smoke and the transitions and trying to keep that proximity by not hitting that car if it has any kind of issues, and just beautiful shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point, too, Larry has had enough experience with these drivers. He can probably guesstimate what their style of driving. Oh, my God, look at that. Just so pretty, man.
Yeah, the Stout is back out. As I mentioned earlier, they had a couple little issues, growing pains, right? They just built this thing. It's the first time it's gone on track, and they had fixed it, and I'm so excited to see it.
It stands out so hardcore. It's such a unique build. I was honestly surprised he was even sending it, but
yeah, I mean,
do it. You might as well drive the car.
Got Adam leading the charge here. You can hear that four-rotor singing.
Oh, look at that thing go.
Oh, it's sound.
Getting saucy with it after last night's pizza party, which was a great time. Thank you very much, Adam LZ.
Listen to this.
Here we go, Kalal. A little dirt drop, just keep things spicy for you.
Very smooth transition. You can hear the sounds echoing through these hills. It sounds so good.
Stunning, yeah. Look at that thing, very smooth. Good line. He's coming out. He's having a great time. As we mentioned yesterday, if you didn't catch the live stream, this event is so special for a lot of these drivers because there is no competition element. Here we go, T-Pain coming in hot. He's in his RTR car. Tell the people again a little bit about this car. You had some info yesterday.
Yeah, so this car is the Spec 2. So RTR offers the Spec 2 and the Spec 5, but this has a lot of Spec 5 bits on it. So the Spec 5 body kit, Spec 5 angle kit. The only thing he's really missing to be a full, complete Spec 5 is having the supercharger, which is about 800 horsepower, and that is quite a bit. T-Pain's out there ripping. You got to feel it out. He's using all that angle, but I think he's going to have a better grasp on today.
Here we go. Oh, here we go. My girl Anna in this Cressida coming in. I saw her this morning at the local cafe here. She's ripping in that Cressida. I'm so proud of her.
Flying.
Big shout out. I told her I would give her a little love on the stream. Oh, man. So proud. I'm having a proud girl drifter moment, okay?
Yeah, very good. And from turn 1 and 2, it's a very difficult corner to get through, as you say. It's huge.
Yeah, and then we have Tyler Foley. Tyler Foley just completed his first year of Pro Spec in that car. He is a local homie from New Hampshire. Absolutely killing it. God, look at that smoke, man. You were spraying the crowd.
Mobbing right now. Very clean throughout there. And making it hard for the chase car. You can see coming off track just a bit there because he kind of got blinded in the smoke.
Yep, it happens. Who is that? Who do we got? Oh, you know who that is? Is that Justin Turk? It's that lack of front bumper. I don't know.
Don't think so.
Okay. Well, correct me later. Here we go. We got Ricky Hoffman, followed by, is that Rich Whiteman maybe behind him?
Yep.
Coming in. Oh, he's on him. Rich always does apply a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite cars to see out there, too. I love a good chaser.
Rich?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Rich is a phenomenal driver.
Brian
the
Hall,
great.
Jimmy Oaks. Here we go. Good line, guys. There you go.
Here comes a first lap in the Stout.
Cannot wait to see this footage.
I've been wanting to see this car drive, well, truck, whatever, what have you.
Whatever this vehicle is.
Crazy creation from Ryan Turk. Look at that.
He's such a fun driver to watch. I feel like he's one of those drivers that always surprises the crowd. Okay, a little whiteout action.
Yeah, I mean, you get stuck behind those Pro Spec cars. They're really throwing out a bunch of smoke. And, I mean, Ryan's no stranger to that, but sometimes when it sits like that, there's nothing you can do about it.
You can just see the little wet that's in the grass. You don't want to go off this track too much. One, we love and respect Lime Rock Park and the beautiful landscaping. But if you get stuck in that puddle,
Here comes Hurt.
Here we go.
Hurt's ready to rip today. Big entry. You can see him pretty much max out the angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear all of that throttle commitment from my boy there, just letting it sing.
Yeah, he's aggressive with it. He definitely sends it. There you go. Bringing it out.
Yeah, you can feel the echoes coming off of those pops and bangs.
I can hear the pops I feel them in my chest just sitting here in the booth with you.
I talked to him yesterday. He was running third gear for a majority of it. He's like, I'm going to go for fourth. I'm going to do it. And I was like, all right,
as
you
you
can do
should,
it.
Man. If you're going to send it all the way.
E36 followed by a couple Miatas.
What's your opinion, coupe or four-door?
Oh, I've had both. I enjoy both of them. I like the four-door. I don't know. You can take your friends. You know?
I agree. Coupes look good. Don't get me wrong. No hate. But, like, there's something about a four-door when the actual usefulness of the car. Oh, look at these guys.
Bumper to bumper to bumper.
These three cars have been drifting together for many, many years, so they are very comfortable with each other's lines.
I love the crazy eyes on the Miata.
I love it, dude. I love it. You got Mike Boobie in the middle of that section there.
It Grant.
He's running Nitro for a while. Yep, coming in.
And T-Pain throwing it in.
you go, bud.
Look at him chuck that thing. Let's go.
He was saying that he's got like 90-something laps or something on a Seto on this course. And I guess the feedback was this you that was telling me this yesterday? It feels a lot smaller out here than it does on a Seto.
Yeah. So I think that'll really be beneficial to T-Pain out here by having those laps. It'll help him know the course a little better. But, you know, it's something that really changes when you're on the track and feel the elevation and all the grip levels. So
big shout out to our drone pilots. You guys this perspective is stunning. I come to Lime Rock Park on a regular basis, and I'm telling you, these drone shots, you're like, look at that. Look at that.
I'm jealous that you get to come here so often. This is my first time here, and I'm very much enjoying it.
I will say it does give me a special perspective seeing how much you guys love this track, and it makes me appreciate it even more than I already do.
So look at that. You got the 2 Njuku cars. You got Hurt leading. You got Brandon McDowell in chase. McNasty. That thing is awesome. So it's a Z with LS swap 3. It's about, what, 700 horsepower, 700 foot-pounds of torque, just a flat curve as T-Pain chucks it in. A little,
it's all right.
Little off.
You know what? They missed a spot.
Little rainbow road.
They missed a spot on the lawn, so.
Little rainbow road.
It's okay.
Stay there.
Oh, my God. Some tight action right there. That's going to be a good shot, too.
There's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on. Yeah, you got to stay vigilant out there. Like as we were just saying, too. You get whited out with all this smoke. All of a sudden, someone spins out in front of you, and then just stay vigilant.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little difficult to see, and you kind of want to do this before you go up there. I know Swan is trying his best to navigate and get all the drivers out there safe and at a distance, but at the same time, these guys are just ready to go, and it's hard to hold them back.
Yeah, no, big shout out to you, Nick Swan. He runs a really tight ship. If you've ever driven a GRIDLIFE event, he keeps this dialed in for the safety and the fun of all these drivers. Here we go. Look at him sending out like a professional.
He is a professional. Look at that, ripping across there. Those guys are always consistent.
Yep.
Every GRIDLIFE, you see them just jamming. I know I was talking to him with him last night. He wants to run probably Pro Spec next season. I think that would be a great move for him. He's a very consistent driver. So.
Yeah.
Hurt chucking it. Knows he's got Larry behind him.
Yep.
You put a camera on this man, he's going to perform.
It's a beautiful looking skyline.
Look at him go. Come on, Hurt. Let's go. I think, what, are you trying to catch another gear? Let's go. Little dirt drop.
It. Here we go.
True Hurt fashion, a little dirt drop.
Well done. Well done. Oh, he's carrying that.
No, I can't wait to see that on Instagram later.
That was a good shot. As we were saying this yesterday, too. Like, when you're out on this track, you are pedal to the ground. You're full matting it. All the power, all the time.
Now here comes a smoke show for sure.
We got this little hatchback chase car. Look at that thing. Oh, is that the
yeah, that's
Chase Bays?
Chase Bays.
Yeah.
Chase Bays chase car.
Yeah, here we go.
And I was informed by Chase yesterday that they also have a chaser, so you could be chased by the Chase Bays chaser with Chase driving it.
Yeah, dude, it's a mouthful, but I kind of want to. They should put it on a T-shirt, you know.
There's your power couple right here, Adam and Colette getting after it. They got to navigate that smoke show that they just saw from the NOS 350Z.
True. There's something special about seeing a couple out there loving on and off the track.
I don't think this is a fair fight. I think Adam's got a little bit more power out there. So.
No, but if you know Colette, you know that she's going to give it hell. She's going to give it all she got. All right, guys. We are going to sign off. We're all going to take a quick little lunch break, and we will be back. Enjoy the rest of this session. Enjoy the rest of the day here at Lime Rock Park. And once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. Cerise Taylor with FCP Euro and Danger Dan.
Enjoy. Watch. Good vibes. Have good vibes.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Side by side.
Down the inside, 3 wide into 4.
Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends from Lime Rock Park, a celebration of grassroots racing and modern tuning culture. Race fans, welcome back to Circuit Legends and GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, race number 3B. Kyle Heyer joined by Pete Lindbergh. Pete, today and all of this weekend has been incredibly exciting. Wheel-to-wheel racing action. I can't wait for what's next.
I can't either. This race 3 is going to be great with the invert of top 5 cars from this group in the last race and the top back 5 cars from the A group having swapped to their respective other groups.
Coverage of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. Cars rolling out of the racetrack now. This is our B race group. So this is basically 21st on back from the main group with that promotion and relegation we talked about earlier this weekend. A new format this weekend, splitting our race field in half to allow for cleaner, better, more exciting racing and to capture more of it on camera and on trackside so people can focus on the battles that are happening. We've been treated to quite a bit of great racing here this weekend. Pete, let's run through our starting lineup here for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. On pole in the number 515, it's Thomas Moss in his Mazda MX-5. And alongside him will be Kevin Zhu in a blue Honda Civic. He starts in second.
Chasing them in the second row, number 204, Leland Wombolt, and alongside him in number 85, Samuel Scott.
Eric Thompson starts 5th in the number 65. He'll start alongside Lena Chin in the number 917, a light blue Honda S2000.
Starting in 7th, the 363. We have to Bob Dice is in the 618, right behind them, alongside Dai Win in the red FRS.
And behind them, it's Patrick Huxley in the number 179. I believe that's an EG Civic. Richard Sawicki will start alongside him in the 528.
Behind them is Benjamin Morowski, number 81, alongside Jose Santa Cruz in the Rudd's pickup truck, I believe. And then behind them is David Rodzinski.
So, field works their way past the start-finish line on the first of their 2 pace laps. A reminder, for those that aren't familiar with this racing series and the format, this is a power-to-weight grassroots road racing series. Drivers can build a car from whatever... Oh, Kevin Zhu really warming up the tires there. Drivers can build whatever car they want as long as it fits to a 12.5-to-1 power-to-weight ratio. The car has to start with the VIN number, has to start as a production car. You can't do much more than engine swaps and aero modifications and suspension and brakes, but each one of those additions will incur a weight penalty with it. So you add a sequential transmission or you add a bigger engine with a larger displacement, you're going to pay for that with additional weight in the car. What that creates is a pretty competitive racing series when you can have a rear-wheel drive car, a front-wheel drive car, an all-wheel drive car, front engine, mid-engine, rear engine, don't care, doesn't matter. You can race side by side here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Yeah, now the GLTC rulebook gives a lot of freedom to build the car that you want and have it be in a relatively great level of parity.
Absolutely, and the parity has has led to some exciting championship battles. There is one underway this season. We'll talk about it more in the A race with our championship front runners, but this is the B race. The top 5 of this race have been dropped out of the A race grid. The difference here this time around, Pete, is after this race we don't do any more promotion and relegation, but we will do a random invert of the top third of this field in the last race this afternoon, the same that we will do with the A race. So at this point, you're stuck in this race group. This is where you're going to land for the rest of the weekend. We're going to have that invert later, so they're not going to be able to promote themselves into the A race, so race for the win and try to grab those 3 points that are available to the race winner in this one.
Absolutely.
Pace car is going to make its right-hand turn onto pit lane here in just a moment's time. Race fans, if you're trackside with us, get to the fence, get to your shady area, get to the tree, get to the hillside, and listen to the sights and sounds of GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Wheel-to-wheel racing at Lime Rock Park. GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends back underway. Green flag flies, and we're racing in GLTC Race 3B. Leland Wombolt, a big lunge down the inside. Thomas Moss was the pole sitter. He drops to 4th on the run down to turn 1. Lena Chin way up the inside. Wow, that was a big dive.
Wow.
And she'll shuffle her way into third place. Kevin Zhu into second. Sam Scott side by side behind with Thomas Moss, who was the pole sitter, but Lee Wombolt takes the lead away.
Kevin Zhu falling right in line, trying to see if he can find a way past Wombolt. Wombolt's super aggressive there off the front start. Got a great jump.
Again, there's no rule about not passing before the start-finish line. When the green flag drops, you can go. So I'm not sure if Thomas was sleeping or couldn't get onto the power or missed a shift or something, but he drops down the order as Wombolt will lead them into West Bend, but Kevin Zhu is all over the back of him. Lena Chin, Sam Scott, with the top four just under a blanket heading down the hill through turn 7 for the first time.
This is great.
All sorts of different engine notes, but it's 4 cylinders leading the way right now. Wombolt going to go defensive. Kevin Zhu pulls up alongside. Side by side for the lead. Kevin Zhu's got overlap. Lap 1 complete. Change for the lead. Maybe Zhu late on the brakes. Here comes Lena Chin up the outside looking 3 wide. We're going to do it. 3 wide through turn 1.
Lena Chin backing out.
She's going to have under or overlap here on Kevin Zhu if she can sneak up in the inside of 3. Wombolt played defense, and he did that perfectly. But Kevin Zhu's got drivers right into the right-hander now. Pulls up alongside. Still side by side through turn 4.
Wombolt getting the better exit here onto the Paul Newman straight.
Kevin Zhu lost some ground. Sam Scott pulls up alongside, but nowhere to go, Pete.
Nope.
Lena Chin outside of the uphill. Nowhere for her to grab purchase. But she's fighting for second. Kevin Zhu did not get going. He's trying to fall back into line. But Lena Chin up to second place.
And Lou on the outside of Scott now, with Moss having fallen back behind him.
Sam Scott tries to sneak up the inside, but a big shuffle in the running order this time. Lee Wombolt has the advantage. Lena Chin into second place. Kevin Zhu under fire from Sam Scott behind. Into turn 1, a shallow line there by Wombolt. Sam Scott's got pressure from Don behind him in the blue Civic. Another blue Civic, a different generation ahead of him. That's Kevin Zhu, who is on defense fiercely right now.
Yep, trying to get in front of Scott to prevent him from getting any overlap here. Got enough space, so no worry about the overlap, but now Scott has Lou all over his back bumper here as we head to the Paul Newman straight.
And for the lead, Lena Chin all over the back of Lee Wombolt for the top spot as they head to the uphill. She takes a swipe at him. Swipe or no swiping, she'll tuck back in line for second for now.
Oh, great run by Lena coming up over the top of the hill.
Into turn 6, West Bend. Leland Wombolt's lead is gone. And Lena's all over him down the hill and plenty of time to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a great battle here at the front.
She's going to have a great run here. Lee's going to go defensive. You see him pick middle of the road here. Lena's going to go to the left. Driver's left into turn 1 into Big Bend. This is a risky move here, Lee. Or Pete, rather, puts Lee on the inside.
Yep.
And
Lena trying to make it work.
Oh, she's going to do it around the outside of Big Bend. What a pass. Lena Chin takes the lead away.
Great driving. Great awareness as well by Wombolt there on the inside.
That was an unbelievable drive. Carried so much momentum around the outside. And Lee now has pressure from Kevin Zhu, who was falling backward. And now his momentum taking him right up to the second place fight.
Yeah, that's great.
Into the uphill. Lena now has to run. Does anybody have anything for the 917?
Scott got a great run up there and got right up to the back of Kevin for a second.
And Thomas Moss just behind Don Louis trying to close back in. But Sam Scott putting pressure on Kevin Zhu and Lee Wombolt here as they head down the front stretch. Lee's going to have to go defensive again, but losing grip on Lena, so that's going to promote Kevin Zhu up to second if he can find a way around. Lee goes defensive.
Yep. Great job covering off on the inside, preventing Kevin from going in there. Oh, opening the door for Scott, though.
Sam Scott up the inside, steals third away, but he's not clear. Left-hander, it'll be Kevin Zhu's advantage now.
Looks like Scott got a little wide there.
Big tank slapper sideways, still side by side. Lee's taking the opportunity to get the heck out of Dodge and try to drive away from this battle. It's a 4-horse race for 4th place.
Yep, and now we've got Lou in behind Kevin Zhu, trying to put himself in there in the mix. Moss hanging out at the back, waiting for something to happen, but Scott's now fully clear of Zhu.
Great pass there. Sam Scott took him a couple corners to get it done. Cost him a little time. Don jumps the curb there at West Bend and pulls in Thomas Moss right to the rear bumper. So the difference now was 7/10 of a second. Lee's got his eyes forward now, trying to run Lena Chin down, but Lena, this time through, extends the gap to 1.4 seconds, but Sam Scott is the one I'm watching. He's on a mission right now. Thomas Moss to the inside at turn 1 for 5th place. Not quite.
No, all over Lou. See if we can get a good run here onto the Paul Newman. Lou's doing a great job there on the brakes here through Little Bend.
Sam Scott all over the back of Lee Wombolt. Battle for second underway. A car length and a half. Look in the background there. You see Don and Thomas fighting still for 5th. And the question is, can Lena Chin outrun Wombolt or closing Sam Scott? Sam's looking really quick right now in this NC Mazda Miata. This is only his 2nd or 3rd Grid Life Touring Cup event.
Yeah, and I believe this is a turbo MZR Mazda motor.
Unique in that way.
Yeah, not many of those we've seen. Most of the ones we've had in the NCs before have been the 2.5 swapped.
Yeah, the Duratec engine, that was a popular choice for a while. Down the front straightaway is the gap. It is closed a little bit, but Sam Scott's going to throw some offensive behavior down here into turn 1. Up over the outside to the inside. What a pass, unbelievable move. Sam Scott does the over-under, and he's through to 2nd place.
Throws the dummy going to the outside and then sneaks in.
That was unbelievable racecraft there. Sam Scott went left, then right, and passed Wombolt in the Integra. Sam Scott to 2nd place, and he sets his sights on the lead with Lena Chin.
Absolutely. Although we got Wombolt coming back.
I don't think Sam got out of turn 4 very well. And that bit of racing they did might lose them some ground at least this lap. Maybe they've got enough time to run her back down, but Lena's been setting a pretty fervent pace out front.
Absolutely, but Scott does currently hold the fastest lap of the race right now, so the question is, if he can keep laying down those fastest laps, can he run down Lena?
Let's
see. There's Moss and Lou coming down the hill.
Lena Chin across the stripe. That gap about 15 car lengths. The gap this time is about 1.3 seconds, but Sam Scott now clear of Wombolt, has less racing to do, just chasing at this point. Into turn 1, Moss on the outside of Don Lou in the 363. Miata versus Civic. Classic battle. Look at Don hooking the curb there to try to get that car to sneak around to the right.
All over it.
And Thomas lining up that later apex, trying to get just ahead of the steering that the 363 is doing. But I just don't know that he's got the straight line speed. We see that gap slowly extend from that Civic back to the Miata.
Yeah, looking at Lou's car, it's all set up for low downforce. It's set up as a straight line car, so it's going to be hard for Moss to run him down.
Into West Bend. These two have been nose to tail for a couple of laps. Moss right out to the edge of the curbing. He's pushing right now. And wow, Sam Scott has reeled in Lena Chin. It was 1.3 last time. It's going to be under a half a second, I think, this time through. Lena across the stripe. Scott across the stripe, 0.6 of a second.
0.7 picked up on that lap. Absolutely fantastic lap from Scott. And now Wombolt falling into Zoo's clutches.
Yeah, Wombolt might have overheated those front tires playing defense. Sam Scott drops a tire on the left at the exit.
So does Wombolt.
They are pushing, and these are battles that would normally be relegated out of the camera views with focus on the front, but they are the front today with this new split sprint format. GLTC is awesome.
Yeah, and it looks like something's going wrong with Thompson's transponder, because I see him in the mix here behind Lou and Moss, but his transponder is showing him way further down in the mix, so I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah.
But I believe that's him, the 65.
Yeah, it is. You're right. So maybe there's an issue with the timing there for the 65, but we see him positionally based, so he should be all right. Down to the front straightaway again. Where is Sam Scott in relation to Lena Chin? Close. I don't know if he's closer. Across the stripe. Just a 10.
Just barely.
Lena just ran her best lap, but Scott's still faster.
And we've got a little 3-car train here with Lou, Moss, and Thompson back there.
And Wombolt still fielding a battle with the 243 of Kevin Zhu. And Moss, you see that car wiggle. He's back on power, trying to get around this 363 because he feels pressure from the 65.
Yep, Thomas trying to shove his nose up the inside. Lou up in the front, mobbing that curb on the second apex of Big Bend.
Now to the uphill, Lena Chin, there's the difference, about 10 car lengths. Lee and Kevin behind, then Don, Thomas, and Bob. Not too much further, actually, Eric Thompson, rather. Wow, Thompson was really far right, climbing up the hill exited about 3 lanes to the right of where you'd typically be, but he didn't lose a lot of ground.
No, and as an all-wheel drive car, which is not something we see a lot of here in GLTC. It's a bit more different characteristics than what we see from most of us.
Another slight gain by Sam Scott, but not enough to really reel in Lena just yet. She's still got a half-second advantage, but not so for third. Wombolt 2.8 back from the lead. Zoo 3.1 back, and a little bit wide there for Wombolt, trying to carry some speed. Gap's 1.5 car lengths.
Zoo's sitting there waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Wombolt to put a tire where he doesn't want it. And
these are relatively similar cars in a lot of ways. Front drive, Honda-based, but very different in terms of generation. Obviously, the Civic a whole generation newer, but heavier and larger physically and in weight. And again, it's power to weight that we're dealing with. But Pete, as you know, weight changes the dynamics of a race car, and a heavier car is not always worse, but it does do some things differently than the lighter cars.
It does, and the Integra is also one of the older double wishbone Hondas, considered some of the golden era, versus Zoo's 8th Gen Civic with struts. So it's a very, very different chance. Although Zoo's looks like he might have a run here with some overlap.
Zoo to the inside, battle for third. Side by side into turn 1. Kevin Zoo muscling his way by Wombolt in the Integra, and he is through. Wombolt trying to keep overlap. Oh, he's dropped a tire. Ooh. Kevin's going to leave him overlap here. He's going to leave him space. Sideways. Wombolt's back to the left, but now it's back to the right, and he'll have to concede it here, but he won't. Still side by side onto Paul Newman straight, and he's got to run, and he's saved it. He's still back in third place. What a pass again.
Drag racing here to the back. What a drive by Wombolt.
While all that has been going on, Lena Chin just ran the best lap of the race and put some distance on Sam.
Picked up almost 0.3 of a second over him. So
what an unbelievable battle we've seen for the lead and for third. These two.
They are. It is amazing.
White flag, last lap. What can Sam Scott do to run down Lena Chin? Gap, 0.6 of a second. Wombolt under fire still from Kevin Zoo.
Scott setting his fastest lap, but still didn't unseat that amazing lap from Lena Chin.
And behind him, Don Liu and Eric Thompson, Thomas Moss, all battling for position, but no one has overlap this time to make a pass. Wide is Thompson.
Yep. So Moss is back through.
And the Embers.
But I don't. Thompson's off.
I think he's got a flat tire or something.
Oh, no. Something let go in that suspension.
Oh, yeah, it's broken. And you see the frustration there. That broken left front. But half a lap left. We're coming to the checkers this time. Lee Wombolt leads Kevin Zoo for third place, but the battle for the lead, Sam Scott tried everything to run Lena Chin down. Lena Chin out of turn number 7, the downhill, the 9:17. Sky Blue, Lena Chin wins race 3B here with the Sunoco Race Fuels checkered flag. Sam Scott did everything he could, second place. And to the line.
Trying to drag race.
Woo, that was close. Wombolt beats him out, third place, 0.2 of a second difference. And behind them, Don and Thomas, only 0.2 between them.
Yep. And Zoo was giving it everything he had on that last lap, coming over the top of the uphill. The back end of his Civic was all over playing in the dirt.
That was an epic race, Pete.
That was fantastic.
Oh,
really
man.
Unfortunate to see it end this way for Thompson, though.
Yeah, and I don't know how easy it is for him to fix, but our next race isn't that long away from now, so you have to hope that he's got some replacement parts, but just looks like a suspension failure of some kind. But that will be a rollback tow, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we're going to be probably a couple minutes delayed here, trying to get race A off.
Look at the session results here. Lena Chin picks up a win in race 3B. Sam Scott right behind her, and what a great scrap they had. It was almost like a time attack session with one going faster than the other. Lena got the quickest lap and drove away from Sam. He was able to reel her back in slightly, but not enough. And I'll give him a lot of credit for the consistency and pace that they set there.
Absolutely. Sam Scott drove a fantastic race, driving up through, making great clean passes, waiting for the perfect opportunities, not forcing opportunities to happen or making questionable ones happen, making great clean passes throughout the race.
And Don Liu in the 363, Thomas Moss, and Kevin Zhu and Lee Wombolt all deserve a lot of credit for some great racing that they had inside and outside the top 5. But Moss just didn't get a very good launch, and then just didn't seem to have the pace to maintain that top spot, despite him kind of coming back up into the battle a little bit later in that show.
Absolutely. I think that green flag, I'd say, kind of might have come out a little bit early, and it just may have caught Moss unprepared. Not napping, but unprepared, and which is unfortunate. So.
Well, that race is complete. Here's a look at your highlights. There's that start. It was a frantic one. Look at Lena Chin up the inside. She had a big lunge here, 3 wide into the first corner. Just slipped past Thomas Moss to 3rd place.
Yeah.
That's probably what won her the race right there, is that lunge down the inside. She was able to cleanly make that pass and put her in position for this battle between these two that never ended.
It is. These, Wombolt and Zhu fought to the very, very end, and right behind them was, at the first lap, there was Lena and Scott, and they swapped, but these 4 just kept battling to the checkered flag.
Really tight racing, and then it was Wombolt that had the advantage, but Kevin Zhu went to the inside here, and these two just spent so much time side by side. Look at Sam Scott here on the run onto the inside of Lena Chin. Wasn't able to complete it here because Zhu was slow, but that gave Lena the opportunity to go the long way around on the uphill. That was an immense opportunity here, but she wasn't able to complete it this time until here when Kevin lifted. And that was what facilitated Lena into 2nd. And then her pass around the outside. This is one of the best passes I've seen, not just this weekend, but all season long. Around the outside, riding the rim, and through to the lead.
That is so difficult to make a pass work around the outside there in Big Bend, but Lena did it, and did it really, really well.
And then the battling wasn't over from there. Lee fell right back into the clutches of Kevin Zhu. Sam Scott got up into the mix here, and here's Sam Scott with this amazing over-under here on Kevin Zhu.
Absolutely amazing. Peeking out on the outside, making Kevin think he was going to be there, and jumping right to the inside.
This wasn't even the over-under that caught us by surprise. It was the one on Lee, I think, that was the super big move. But he did a very similar thing to Kevin Zhu a couple laps prior and completed that pass.
Yeah. Thomas drove an you're right.
Here we go. Watch this. Left and right. Tucks underneath the 204. And that was just a move of a veteran racer for sure.
Absolutely. Great racecraft and making absolutely fantastic clean passes.
And racing everyone with respect, which is the expectation here in GridLife Touring Cup. And here's Thomas Moss and Don Liu going at it here in the Civic and the Miata. They had a great fight, and Thomas spent a long time behind this Civic and just couldn't ever really figure out how to get around it.
No, and Don Liu absolutely mobbing, I love it every single time, mobbing that curb on the inside of the apex, second apex there of Big Bend, and just, I love it every time.
Yeah, a little tail happy, that Miata, sliding around a bit. I wonder if that kept him from getting the forward drive he needed. And then back to Kevin Zhu and Wombolt. These two had an epic half lap here side by side, both front engine Honda powered cars, but just they never could figure out how to get clear here, Pete.
No, and Zhu made a great pass, but somebody left space on the inside and then got loose here, probably out in some of the drift rubber that was put down in the last session, leaving the door open for Wombolt here on the outside, headed into Paul Newman, and Wombolt saw it and took it and ran.
Yeah, and I think Kevin could have chopped the nose off Lee into turn 3, and he didn't, and that's exactly the kind of racing that we want. There's that spin for Eric Thompson with that left front suspension damage, and you see the hands shaking in frustration. He knows he's got speed this weekend. It just hasn't come together the way that he's looked for.
No, the car has fought him, it seems like, and it's really, really unfortunate. I had a chance to go chalk with him, and he was just disappointed with some of the things that the car has fought with him this weekend.
And Lena Chin picking up her first 3B win, and behind them, there's a couple drag races at the line with Kevin Zhu and Lee Wombolt, but that was your highlights from race 3B, and we're not done yet. We still have our A race coming up here in just a couple of minutes once we get the 65 off course. And look at the fans that have gotten on the hill trackside here. The campgrounds, the concourse area packed full. Race fans and spectators here, thanks so much for being here. And let's hear from one of the drivers in just a moment.
All right, guys, Luke McGrew had to go into tech, but we're catching up with him here in his pits. Man, that was a pretty wild race.
Yeah.
Got a little managed out there. How's that feel?
Well, apparently you've already talked to James, and he told you got managed, but you actually got ran down. Ask him again.
Either way, it was a great battle out there. Yeah. You were on him the whole time?
Yeah, well, actually, I fell off, I think, 3 seconds from the start because I was racing wall bombs side by side. And then I eventually caught up with him, but there just wasn't enough time this track's really hard to pass at too. So even if I would have caught him, who knows what would happen.
You were here last year, yeah?
I was.
And how is it compared? I mean, what have you been looking forward to this event? What are the vibes?
Yeah, it's a really nice event. It's kind of weird when you look up on the hill and see all the people watching when you're coming around the track, but it seems kind of similar. It's a really beautiful area. I like the track a lot.
Anything you want to try to do differently on the next race?
No, just keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. Because I'm crazy.
That's awesome. No, well, we had so much fun watching you. I'm so glad to catch up with you.
All right, no problem. Thanks.
Thanks.
Luke McGrew running third in the championship standings in GridLife Touring Cup coming into the weekend. One of the characters of the GridLife Touring Cup paddock, Pete.
Absolutely. I love Luke's demeanor. That is that positive chipper attitude is what you will see from Luke time and time again. He is a fantastic person to go talk to in the paddock. Always has a smile, sometimes a lot of a joking attitude, but a great racer, and he races hard, but he races hard and respectfully. He expects to be raced hard, and he does it as well.
And there is our splitter standing out there. Is that Adam Jabay?
That's Adam Jabay.
It is. Motorsports director
I
Adam
was
Jabay.
supposed to be out there, and Adam's doing it instead, so I can be here with you announcing the live stream.
Well, I appreciate that. And going back to our championship battles, because this is our A race with the top drivers in the championship standings. Jeremy Swenson, the points leader, is not here this weekend, so the weekend win is up for grabs for either the second, third, or fourth place driver in the standings. James Houghton and Luke McGrew will be fighting for that. Luke won race 1 with James second, and James won race 2 with I think Luke second or third.
Yes.
So what that means is James Houghton and Luke McGrew are separated by just 1 point. So if they can't catch Jeremy in the season title, they are definitely racing each other, and they will start on the front row alongside each other. Race 3, the starting grid here is going to be. Looks like, do I have the right one open? I think I do. Yes, I do. James Houghton will start on the front row. Alongside Luke McGrew. Then behind him, it should be Matt Waldbaum and Ronnie Vidoc in the number 99. Behind them, Paul Darling and Scott Heckert. Yeah, I think we're right so far. Jacob Price, Dalil Shukla behind that. And then it'll be followed by Hans Horpedal, Zach Lavoie, Alex Moss, Ben Thorne, Gary Wimble, Joel Morrison, Eric Jensen, Matan Rosenberg, Tom O'Gorman, Matt Corrence, Tyler Pappas, and Tony Marchev. Tony qualified in by virtue of that top 5 result in race 2B after his crash yesterday in turn 7. A great effort to get up into the mix, Pete.
Absolutely. I'm super excited to see the battle we've got here. We've got Luke and James now. They're both now on that front row. They're going to run off. We'll see this time. Waldbaum fought his way up alongside Luke at the start, getting past Paul Darling and another person who I can't remember who that was in the last race. And so that allowed James to run away. The question is he going to be able to do it again? So we'll see how James gets the same jump on the start he got last time.
Well, it all comes down, I think you have an important point. It all comes down to the start of the race. And I mean not the first lap, I mean the first 500 feet. Because whoever gets to your inside by Big Bend probably is going to beat you into the left-hander. And once you get through the left-hander and onto the Paul Newman straight, you've got your lineup for the remainder of the lap. So James Houghton has to get a good lunge, but the 7 of Luke McGrew is going to start on driver's left, and that will leave the door open for Matt Waldbaum, who is kind of the dark horse here. I mean, we know, I don't want to call him an underdog by any stretch. He's 4th in the championship standings, but if he could sneak up there and take the lead away, I don't think he'd lose this race.
Yeah, there is a solid chance that Matt's going to be in. I expect Matt to be in that fight in the first corner, and the question is if he's going to be able to get past Luke going in. I expect James to get a great start like he usually does, and if he doesn't, then that'll give Luke the opportunity, and it might hold Matt up.
That's a beautiful shot showing the cars warming up their tires. And we mentioned about the rules a little earlier about the power and the weight and the balance of these things, but this class is a 200 treadwear category. So what that means is we don't run on slick racing tires like a lot of racing organizations do. We're on a 200 treadwear street tire. Now there are a handful that you can choose from. The Falcon RT660 is a popular choice. There's offerings from Kumo and Nexen and some others. So you actually have drivers battling on different tires that have different characteristics. Now it's hard to keep up with who's on what tire because many of them have all of them, or at least a handful of them, and change which tire based on the temperature temperature, based on if it's raining or not. The Continental is a really good tire in the wet, so there's a lot of shifting and shuffling from the tire strategy as well that we don't see, and that can definitely factor into who wins this race today.
Absolutely, and I've seen across the field with Luke, Paul Curley, and some of the other Corvette guys, they've moved between Kumos and Nexons this season. The tire that James Houghton built the Bullet TSX for a few years ago is no longer legal. He originally built that car with the AO52 in mind from Yokohama. That tire's since been written out of the rules, as well as the Bridgestone RE71 RS. Both of those tires are no longer allowed.
Yep, so, and we actually had at Road America 3 different tires win races at Road America. So the question, which tire do I choose? I don't know. What day is it?
Yep.
Pick one. So it just comes down to what the driver prefers, the handling characteristics they prefer. But all that goes aside, it's racecraft time. Tom O'Gorman starts at the tail of the field after his disqualification in race 1A. We'll see how far he can climb in this race. Here we come out of the final corner, getting set to go racing here in GridLife Touring Cup. Race 3A, green flag flies, and we're racing at Circuit Legends once again. A good lunge by the 41. Side by side with the 7 of Luke McGrew into turn 1. Matt Waldbaum's got overlap looking for second.
Yep.
Scott Heckert to the outside of Paul Darling, but Waldbaum's through into P2. Joel Morrison getting flanked on both sides by Jensen, Corrence, Tyler Pappas.
Waldbaum making a great move there on the inside going into Big Ben. Was able to make it work.
Ronnie Vidoc, Paul Darling, Heckert, and Jacob Price all battling into the right-hander and up onto the Paul Newman straight. Look at Matt Corrence with a throttle up alongside Gary Wimble. Yep. Up the back straightaway.
Yep. Looks like Tom O'Gorman's already made up a couple positions there before the start.
No surprise there.
Nope.
Into West Bend. James Houghton leads the way, about 7 car lengths over Matt Waldbaum. Then it's Luke McGrew, Ronnie Vidoc. And Luke's actually dropping back a little further than I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see that he's not right with him.
Oh, Salil Shukla had a look at Zach Lavoie. Tucks back in line. Corrence by Wimble down through turn 7. Lap 1 complete. It's Houghton, Waldbaum, McGrew, Vidoc, and Scott Heckert into the top 5.
And Ronnie going to make that, Vidoc going to make that move on. Looked like he was looking on the inside of Luke. Thought he was going to make a move, and he didn't.
Vidoc defending from the 72 of Scott Heckert. That yellow Corvette on the back of him. There's Paul Darling. He wants back in this fight. You mentioned Tom O'Gorman up to 12th place, plus 5 in lap 1. Wow, Jake Price is here. Here's Tomo past Shukla and to the inside of Rosenberg at turn 4.
Yeah, Rosenberg got a little bit loose there coming out a Little Bend. Looks like he's got a good run, though, here down the Paul Newman straight, getting back away from Tom.
Yeah, Tomo is going to have to dispatch Rosenberg pretty quickly. They've come back into this group together after finishing 1st and 2nd in the previous B race.
Yep.
So Matan is as quick, if not a little quicker than Tomo here this weekend, just based on lap time alone. Tomo fastest in qualifying.
Yeah, Waldbaum is 2nd behind Houghton the last lap. We'll see where they are here at the line as they're coming down and across. Gary Wimble's got a tire rub coming down there in the bottom of the hill each time.
Waldbaum, 1.2 seconds back. Now, Houghton and Waldbaum fought in Watkins Glen for race 3. Waldbaum won that race, but there was some water on the racetrack. It was a wet track. If it was wet, I might give the advantage to the number 90, but it's dry, so maybe the 41's got the car to beat. Here's Tomo to the outside of Rosenberg here.
Yeah, trying to make this move here through the Little Bend, set up for Paul Newman. Tom's got there, he's keeping him there, getting ahead.
And not quite through. Rosenberg's going to keep some overlap here, and now it's a run to the uphill. Who gives? Neither. They're going to go in there side by side. Up the hill, Tom O'Gorman alongside Rosenberg. Right behind, Salil Shukla is learning from the best.
Are
the
they
2022 champion? Yes, they will. Still side by side. Now down to turn 7. This will be Tom's corner if he can eke ahead here. Rosenberg on the outside won't have the grip, but it's the straightaway where that Corvette will have an advantage. Waldbaum quicker than Houghton, made up a bunch of ground.
Over a half second that lap. Great job by Waldbaum.
Jake Price still battling Paul Darling for 6th.
O'Gorman making the pass, too.
And he did get by Rosenberg, and he's got to play some defense now. Rosenberg big time sideways with Shukla behind him in the 410 S2000. There's Hans Horpedal, Ben Thorne in 12th and 13th place. Thorne has a look to the inside of Horpedal. Gap is open, and I think he went for it down there on the right-hander, Pete.
Looked like it. And we're following. There's LeGroux still got a nice gap to Ronnie behind him, so Luke is doing okay, but Waldbaum and Houghton have checked out on the rest of the field, it looks like. So unless LeGroux can put some more distance on Ronnie, I don't know if he'll be able to run him down.
And Waldbaum is going to be on a mission here, extract the maximum performance out of his S2000. We'll drop a tire there at the exit of 7. Waldbaum lost a couple tenths this time, but did run his best lap. Houghton just was better. McGrew, Vidoc, Heckert all just ran their best laps. Whoa! The 72 off at turn 1 just went straight. Heckert with the problem.
That's really unfortunate to see.
Yeah, and he was running top 5, but it will not be a top 5 result. Just went straight. Didn't look like he lost brakes or anything. Just kind of had some kind of mechanical or didn't like something on the dash. And, well, there he is, getting back on track. So whatever it is, must have fixed.
Might be I know the GM brakes occasionally sometimes can do some funny things, which is why Luke McGrew runs the Bosch system in his car, which is part of what failed last event at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, and actually, I have to give Heckert a lot of credit. The way he rejoined the racetrack is the way that they were asked to do it. Don't turn around and face traffic at turn 1. You're supposed to rejoin using the grass. Did an excellent job there. Here's Joel Morrison and Matt Corrence. This is for down the order a little bit. I think 15th, 16th place.
Yes, Corrence is 15th right now, or he was.
Yeah, I think Wimble got by Morrison, or actually vice versa. Morrison got by Wimble.
Yep.
And the difference between the leaders grows again to 1.2 seconds. And Houghton is going to be sitting in a really preferable spot for the season or for the weekend championship.
Oh, is that Matan? No,
it's Jake Price. Oh man, your heart breaks for Jake Price. He's had such a good weekend so far, and what an excellent job. Get behind that orange cutout and get off the track. Well done, Jake. I hate it for him, but he did an excellent job.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate. I don't know what kind of failure he's had that's causing him to pull back, but that's really sad to see. You got Lavoie with, I think that's Tom all over the back of him. Yep.
Yes, Tom O'Gorman just ran the fastest lap of the race. Deep in the field here, 8th place. Ooh, little wiggle.
And Lavoie with his trademark 360 cam hanging off the roof there. I love it. It's how you know it's Lavoie every time.
On the front stretch, Waldbaum ate into Houghton's lead a little bit that time through. McGrew ran faster. And here comes Tomo to the inside of Lavoie down into turn 1.
And there's Tom up to 6 with the loss of Price.
And into P6. Well done. But I was mentioning that the weekend championship, if Houghton wins this race and passes the dyno, key point, he'll have won 2 races and had a second in the other one. And that means that it's up to race 4 for McGrew to outperform James. And Houghton, he's keeping his championship hopes alive.
Yep. And James had to pick up rewards weight after his win last race, right?
Yes. So he's going to be maxed out, I think, at the end of this race with the maximum of 8% rewards weight, which you get for finishing in the top 5. You can remove it if you finish outside the top 5. And over the crest at the uphill, there's Ben Thorne, followed by Alex Moss, Joel Morrison, Matt Corrence for 12th place. Great little battle here. Dirt flying in the air from, maybe that was Thorne that dropped a tire.
Yeah, Thorne all over the back of Horpendahl still. Those two have been battling for lap after lap, which is great to see.
Waldbaum picked up a couple tenths. Rosenberg has a look at the 42 of Zach Lavoie. But Matt's keeping James honest at the front. It's not been a checkout by James by any
actually, and he's
stretch.
come back a half second from where he was a lap or 2 ago, so this is great. So Waldbaum's only 7 tenths behind now.
Different, it's actually similar to what we saw in race 2, where Luke McGrew was right behind James and just couldn't close the deal, and there's the difference. It's about 8 car lengths.
Yeah, so unlike the last race where they were trying to cover a huge distance, Waldbaum hasn't allowed James to run away and build a nice, pad a nice lead.
Down the downhill. This S2000, the handling on it is really the key factor. James got a lot of engineering into his car.
Here's Matt Corrence. Looks like he's going to make a move on Morrison. No, pull back out of it.
Yeah, thought better of it. West Bend's a real tough place to make a pass. We've seen it, but it's tough.
Yep.
McGrew closing in on the leaders as well. He's gained a couple of seconds back, actually. And here's Rosenberg on Lavoie for 7th.
Yep, nice clean pass here into Big Bend. Matan's on a mission to get back to the front where he's been before until he had mechanical yesterday with a little bit of a bump.
Yeah, Matan and Tom have had to work really hard with this new format to work their way back into the mix. That's the one thing, is the penalty for a disqualification or mechanical failure is so much larger because you're stuck in that B group and have to fight your way back.
Yeah.
And again, we have to point out Tony Marchev in the 17th place, back up into the A group here. He's going to be in A group for the final race of the weekend as well. After that crash yesterday, rebuilding the car. An amazing job to get that thing back rolling.
Absolutely. I went over and speak with him after the races this morning, and I was super excited to go give him a fist bump and talk to him, and he was just so excited to be back today.
Wow, you see the wiggle from Houghton into turn 1? Car was dancing on the brakes. He's a little wide, sliding around a lot, actually.
Yeah, and he still picked up a 10th over Waldbaum that last lap, so the question is if he'll give part of that back with those moves this lap. And McGrew picked up a half second.
Yeah, McGrew's coming back into this mix, but Waldbaum really tight in the left-hander. He was right up against the inside curb, had both left side tires hanging over the inside edge of that curb. So he's definitely maximizing his racing line, using all the racetrack. Yeah, there's Luke. Top 3 within about 2 seconds now. McGrew chasing Houghton for the weekend title, but also in the points championship. There's Jensen, I think that's Marchev, and Gary Wimble. This is a battle for 15th place.
Yep, 2 LS motors and a K-Series.
Up the hill. The diversity in engines across the field is pretty wild.
Yep.
Eric Jensen in an LS-powered FRS.
Making the trip all the way up from Texas.
Yeah, Trophy Club, Texas. Matt Corrance hounding Alex Moss for position. That's for 12th.
Yep. Oh, hang on. Was that a lockup? Or I saw smoke. I'm wondering if it was a rub or what?
Zach Lavoie and Salil Shukla fighting for 8th place now. 42 is 8th. The 410 is 9th. Gap between the leaders is 9/10, not closing with 4 minutes to go.
No. But McGrew just pulled out 4/10 on Waldbaum.
Yeah, McGrew's coming. I mean, the question is, does he have enough time to get to Matt and then facilitate a pass with Matt driving defensively? One thing, though, you see it closing here, 2 car lengths. Yep. Matt's going to have to start driving defensively, and that's going to open the gap back to Houghton.
Yeah, and this is Houghton's dreams coming true. Luke being behind Waldbaum here, and the two of them having to fight so he can run into the distance, picking up 7/10 that lap.
Oh, Luke way deep on the brakes into turn 1, trying to close that differential, and it's now half a car length. Waldbaum leads for second, but it's not by much. Here's Luke looking up the inside of the left-hander, shallow line, and Waldbaum lost a ton of ground to Houghton that time through. Corrance past Moss for 13th place. Into the uphill section now. Houghton, 1.6 at the line. It's going to be larger this time with the 90 focused in the mirror. He's got to mirror drive defense, because that 7 is so good on the brakes.
He really is, and he's ready to come and pounce on Matt that's coming live if he can close the distance here coming down the hill and down the straight.
And we could be expecting a white flag any time now, but the 41, there's the white flag, 1 lap to go. Houghton leads by 1.5. McGrew attacking Waldbaum for 2nd place. Matt's got to be perfect this lap.
Yes, hit every single mark.
Got up on the curbing to help that car rotate.
Yep.
Luke did the same.
Neither of them putting a foot wrong. Waldbaum hitting every mark he needs to keep Luke behind him.
Leaving the right-hander now, 2.5 car lengths between 2nd and 3rd. Houghton managing that gap 1.5 seconds. Into the uphill for the final time in race 3. Paul Darling set for a top 5 as well, if he can complete this lap as is. West Bend last time. James Houghton is on a championship hunt. He is doing everything he needs to ensure a shot at the season title. The Sunoco Race Fuels checkered flag, James Houghton out of Kitchener, Ontario, wins. And Waldbaum clings to 2nd by 1/10 of a second over Luke McGrew.
Absolutely awesome. And Waldbaum moved over too, and I think that's a pretty awesome move by him, which actually gave Luke a better opportunity to close. So
Paddock 4th, Darling 5th. Zach Lavoie waving to Salil Shukla, and a battle behind him for 10th.
Hans Herbert.
Oh, Joe Morrison got him. That was tight. Morrison beat Hans by a tiniest of margins. Half second there. And then Corrance, Moss, Wimble, and Jensen, the rest of the top 15. And Marchev, Heckert, Thorne, And here's Pappas finishing 19th, the last driver running. We lost one car during this race. It was Jake Price with a mechanical issue earlier in that event.
Yeah. And shout out again Jake Price for pulling off there so cleanly off the little bend into the cutout.
Did a great job getting off track, keeping us green. Same with Scott Heckert. James Houghton, second win on the weekend.
And they couldn't have gone any better for him, too. With Luke having finished this race behind Matt Waldbaum, that's another more points and help pad the lead here for our final race with our random invert that we'll find out about.
Yeah, so your race winner, James Houghton in the number 41, Matt Waldbaum second in the number 90. Then it's Luke McGrew, Ronnie Vidoc, Paul Darling. Tom O'Gorman 17th to 6th. Then Matan Rosenberg down just behind him. So they fought their way from the back up into the middle, but they couldn't get much further than that in the allotted 12 to 15 minutes.
No, but Tom fighting back all the way up to 6th. Again, getting a place from Price's misfortune, but a great job by Tom and Matan, just fighting up and through the pack, slicing and dicing, not making any questionable moves.
And looking down the rest of the order here, Salil Shukla, top 10. That's, I think, one of his first top 10s that he's had, at least in recent memory. Joel Morrison snuck one away from Hans Horpedal there right at the end at the line. And Matt Corrence, Alex Moss had a good fight. And Tony Marchev, again, 16th place back in the A race after the contact yesterday.
So it's Scott Heckert, Tyler Pappas, Ben Thorne, and Jacob Price. And I talked to Pappas as well, and I'm glad to see him here up in this A race after it turned out yesterday he had a mechanical issue with the control arm coming loose, so that was what caused him to lose out in the first race yesterday.
So James Houghton goes on now to win race 3A, and here's a look at the highlights from this race. A lot of this came down to this first corner. Like I said, Pete, you got to get to the inside. Waldbaum did just that and snuck through on Luke and was able to cling to it.
Yeah, and James makes great starts, did a fantastic job. Waldbaum was able to follow right through. And here's Tom making a great move on Matan.
It took him a couple of laps to complete this pass just because of how quick that 484 is down the straightaway. But Tom outdrove him at the end and drove away from him. See the battle here that he had with Matan continuing lap after lap. Swings around the outside at the left-hander and was able to complete it. But they went side by side in the uphill and all the way basically to West Bend, locked in this fierce fight.
They did such a fantastic job. Because they came up here, up the hill, or to the hill, up the hill, through West Bend. Finally, Tom getting the pass, either down the hill or on the front straightaway.
Yeah, he was able to just sneak through here in West Bend, and you're right, it was the downhill section where Tomo had the advantage, had the grip to complete the pass, and then had to immediately go back on defense to keep Matan behind him on that long straightaway here at Lime Rock Park.
Yep.
And then we saw some other battles here. Jake Price, you have to feel for him, was running up in the top 10, almost in the top 5, and then had a mechanical issue he had to pull off. But there's that group. Matan still battling Tomo. Salil Shukla in the mix. Hans Horpedal watching all of it from out the windshield.
Yep. Ben Thorne doing a great job up there with them.
And I think we've had a chance to talk about every driver in the field at some point this weekend, which is just thrilling.
Awesome. It has been so great.
Yeah, drop a tire there, somebody in the backdrop, and then it was Scott Heckert that had I don't want to say an off down at turn 1, just went straight. Some kind of problem prevented him from making the corner. There it is, and went off to the little Control-Alt-Delete.
Yep.
And returned to the racetrack safely and efficiently and got right back in the mix.
Great job with a nice clean rejoin.
And then Luke McGrew was a long ways back from Matt Waldbaum and ran him back down. So there was some late race pace. Here's Jake Price. Mechanical problem. He had to pull off right ahead of the spectators there at turn 3, but did the best thing that you could do and find that orange cutout and turn back into the track.
Yep.
And here's the pass from Tomo on Zach Lavoie down into turn number 1. Teammates and friends, and Tom went through. Jumped the curb there at turn 1, decisively took that position.
Like Tom does, Tom makes nice, big, clean moves. Tom is, when he commits to something, he makes it happen.
A lot of fun. And then here's Matan Rosenberg on Zach Lavoie in similar fashion. Sneaks up the inside and takes the spot away. He was able to cling to that for the rest of the race. And good fair racing between those two as well.
Yeah. Salil would come up to fight here with Lavoie shortly after this.
Yeah, and Matan was able to pull away and set his sights up the road, and McGrew took a lunge at Matt Waldbaum. Couldn't get the overlap he needed, though. Had he gotten to the inside, I think he would have had second and maybe even had a shot at Houghton in the closing laps, but just spent a lot of time not getting past the number 90, and that's why he finished third.
That is true. Matt made that car very, very wide, and it was a gift to James, allowing James, I think, on the lap where that happened, giving James almost a full second advantage of gap that he was able to pull back out on these two.
So down the hill, and it was James Houghton that would go to victory lane. 25 more points on the weekend, and potentially a shot towards 25 more in the season championship if he can finish it out in race 4. And Waldbaum went to the right, and McGrew to the left. Finished almost dead heat there. Then Silo Shukla and Zach Lavoie did the same behind him. And then there's the pass, Horpadal and Joel Morrison. Joel got him by a nose here at the line.
Yeah, and Hans with the arm out the window, I think, cheering Joel on. So that was really, really cool.
And with that, GridLife Touring Cup Race 3 is complete. We're going to step to break for just a moment, pass things off to Cerise and Danger Dan. We'll have drift coverage for you up next. That was great. All right, Model 3 challenge up.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Euro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here at GridLife Circuit Legends at the historic Lime Rock Park. I am Cerise Taylor with FCP Euro, joined by Danger Dan. What is up, everybody?
Good afternoon, everyone. Weather's holding out. Guys are out there already ripping. You can hear the motors just singing.
Yep.
So.
The sounds of our people. Everybody, I just want to let you know that GridLife is powered by Hyundai and Never Just Drive, as well as Falcon, the official tire of GridLife TrackBattle. Here we have them on the screen. The drivers are ready to go. What a beautiful day. Thank you for joining us once again for this next session of Drift. We love all of the variations of cars out here. Here we go. They're coming around that turn 1, hot as ever.
Hot as ever. And if I have seen anything. I've never seen Hurt drive so aggressively.
Dude, he is bringing out all the stops.
And he's really doing well today. The car's cooperating with him. It's really good to see that Ryan Turk's back out there in the Stout. It's such a cool vehicle to watch. And everybody, I mean, the Paddock still is Justin just chalking it in.
Initiation. Yeah. Dang, look at him go. Oh, on the throttle the entire time. That's a huge turn, you guys. Absolutely massive, and he sends it so hard.
And so big that it's actually 2 turns. That's 1 and 2 into 3 right now. So, yeah, that's pretty incredible. And, I mean, you don't want to be behind Justin. You're just going to be smoked out.
Yeah, no, honestly. You're like, thanks for the milk, my guy.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Car, dude. The power, and it looks really dialed in. I know that they were trying to tweak some things yesterday, and it seems as though they have absolutely done that. Larry Chen on him. As we talked about last time, Dan, you were saying it's really technical to be a chase car.
It is.
And then imagine having to look through all of that smoke with the horsepower as well.
Right, and it's, you know, this is just over 500 horsepower in this truck with like a modified 3S, which is really cool. It's like a hybrid 3S, 5S Toyota engine in that. And as I was talking about earlier, Hurt was on one just jamming, and you can see he's really looking forward to this session.
Yeah, no, he was stoked. The vibes this whole weekend have been so good. As we mentioned last session, everyone has been waiting to drive this track again. And last year, I think we had something, correct my numbers, but like 34 drivers, let's say. This year we had close to 60.
Yeah.
So the driving pool has increased significantly. But according to Nick Swan, everybody's getting the same amount of seat time, which is fantastic. Here we go. We got T-Pain coming around in that RTR car.
Yeah, he's starting to feel more comfortable. I had a little chat with him before this, and just seemed to bump up some tire pressures, make himself a little more comfortable. So hopefully he'll throw down this round and have a little more fun out there.
Hopefully.
Like Justin going for a cool down lap.
Yep.
We've got a couple other guys approaching pretty quickly. And as you're going, you're starting to see people get a little bit more flirtatious with entering earlier as they get more comfortable. And you're starting to see that with this big flick transition as people come in and settle their cars, but they're going faster and faster.
And we have a couple teams out here as well, and I think the teammates are giving each other a little bit less space, giving us a much, better show and getting the energy out for the crowd. Thank you, everybody who is sitting up on that hill. Look, you guys look so good. Thank you for joining us today here at Lime Rock Park.
It's got Ryan Turk still missing that quarter. Hart chucking it. He is ready to go.
Yeah, no, he's getting so rowdy today. He's leaving nothing on the table.
And he's just rifling through this smoke. Nothing's going to stop him from having the most fun he can have.
Absolutely.
Very smooth transition. You can see a little bit of left foot brake as there's some smoke coming off the front tires there. So he's got to slow that down and settle up for this transition. He's kind of talking about having a strategy of starting wide because this is a little bit banked. Those S's are banked, and it wants to pull you down when you're drifting. So contrary to what a lot of people think, there's a lot of grip in drifting. So he's getting plenty of grip, and it's starting to push him down the hill. So the strategy was start wide so he's not ending up on those rumble strips on the inside.
Yep.
So looking real good.
What turnout here do you think would be the most technical?
Honestly, I think if you're coming down turn 7, there's only a few people doing it that are coming down this way, and I had a chance to go see Ryan Turk rifling down this turn 7 where it ends. As you can see the smoke coming off the screen back there to there. That's into the straight.
Well, you're coming down a big hill.
T-Pain, big, nice flick entry. Looking really smooth and composed. It looks like the changes. As I was talking about before, he is feeling it. Oh, just a little bit off.
Dude, he gave it the beans, but that was almost a different driver. That was a really good, really good first and second turn.
When we talked about it just a few minutes ago before this session, he was like, you got to go just a little bit harder on that flick, trust the car, and looks like he did just that, and he is ripping right now.
Yep,
I know that he's got a big smile on his face. Look at this FC. This thing is gorgeous. I'd seen this car before. I believe this was an old D1 car of Tomoya. Oh, big off there.
Carnage, all right.
Yeah, that FC is just gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. I love that color. The whole setup is really, really sweet looking. Where's that blue car, the blue and white one that we were looking at yesterday? Is he out here today?
He's been out there, yeah, and he's been driving very clean. But, I mean, we've had so many drivers trying to focus on some other people.
For sure.
See Ryan Turk just ripping it up as usual.
Got so many cars out there right now. Look at the cameras trying to find where's the action.
Who's killing it? Who's killing everyone?
There we go.
Everyone.
We got Turk.
Ryan Turk is rifling, and this is getting toward the latter section of the track, which we haven't seen too much of yet.
So did he switch cars?
Yeah, he's going to hop out, or maybe even Justin's driving it. Who knows? It's hard to tell. There's T-Pain back at it with another entry. Really clean, composed driving again. And he's going to know that, maybe slow up a little bit, not go off like he did last time.
Yep, you see a little throttle control right there.
And like I said before, this is a very power-demanding track, and this car does not have the blower on it. So he's got to be on throttle pretty much the entire time and looking really, really like a different driver from the last session. So very good on T-Pain.
I'm going to catch up with Nappy Boy drifting online after this, and he's going to be like, all right, guys, we're adding more power to this car. We can't be doing this.
Look at this tandem right here. These guys getting real personal with each other.
Keeping it really tight. Oh, what a good run.
And that is scary. I mean, these guys are pulling some pretty high speeds.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
if you get caught in that smoke, you're not in a good way.
No. And I mean, I would say it's not a skinny track, but like it is technical. And when you go off, you're going to hit slick grass right away.
Swan keeping it rolling. Look at just sending cars. I mean, they're going to have much higher speeds on entry if they get to roll in like that.
Yeah.
And that's a good sign of everything. If Swan's rolling people through while they're already coming off the track, that means everyone's doing well. No one's off track, and they're going to be doing higher speed entries and more laps, which is great.
As fun of an event as Grid Life is, it is, like we said last time, it is run by professionals. All of the Lime Rock staff, all of the Grid Life staff have everything so well dialed in with these drivers. They try really hard to not let anything slip through the cracks, and it shows. Look at the show that we're getting today.
Yeah, you got Justin, listen to that Mustang singing. And behind him, we got Grant Anderson and TJ Hunt.
The homies.
Yeah, looking really well
dad
composed.
And his son just out on a Sunday stroll.
I was good on Grant and TJ to stay out of that smoke line that Justin's throwing down.
Yeah, I think Grant knew better. He's like, I don't want the sauce today. There's your boy.
All
This
different
A86.
cars here.
Look
I mean,
at this thing go. What's swapped in this thing? You knew a little bit about this car, didn't you?
That's got an LS swap in it.
Cool.
So a nice V8 in there, and he's, like I said yesterday, very clean and consistent driver. I've gotten to drive with him a couple times this season at both CMP and Grid Life Midwest.
You said it was a good time.
It was a good time, yeah. And we were pretty evenly matched with my Miata. I think I surprised him. It was a little quicker than he thought, but that is a fast car as well.
For sure.
Very good driving.
For sure.
And look at that tandem. Just really
his
nice.
Tires aren't even done smoking, and he's leaving the line.
Yeah, you can see T-Pain's fired up now, leaving with a little bit more oomph.
Yep, he's ready for it.
Big Chuck there, Big Chuck. Yeah, very nicely composed.
Oh, well done. Here we go, Dimitri. One of the OGs. Shows up to a lot of our events. Love to see that E46 out there.
That was a cool view here from the guys flying the drones. These guys are awesome. I can't fly a drone. I can't do it. I know, it's just leave me on track. T-Pain ripping right now, man. That is amazing. Good job.
Well done. That was a great run. That was. Look at that. Very controlled. Well done.
Yeah, totally different driver.
Yeah, no, you got to have some cojones to drive these drones.
Here we go. Big lineup coming in. JTP, TJ Hunt, Grant Anderson, and then Jimmy Oates.
Look at these hitters coming. Oh, giving us a show, guys. Give it up for these guys right here. Oh, my. Oh, don't go off. Don't go off.
Yeah, trying to follow Justin in. You know that car's gripped up. He's a pro-level driver in a pro-level car. So
he's like dangling the bone in front of him, like, come and get it.
You don't want to get caught in that smoke line. They're doing the best behind as they can just to stay out of that. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
All these guys been doing a lot of driving this year, which is really cool to see. TJ doing a bunch on the West Coast, winning a whole bunch of little events there, even a Hot Pit Auto Fest and stuff like that. And then you got Grant and Jimmy doing the LZ World Tour. It's been doing driving all over the country, all over the world.
Yeah.
So very cool to see.
And there's definitely different driving styles when you go to different areas. I mean, like, because depending on weather too, like even the South, like you get to drive all year round.
I really like to see this. You got more of a grassroots style driver with Dimitri Brutsky, and this is what we were talking about yesterday. Smooth and clean, put it on him. Give him a little tap, let him know you're there.
That was a classic Dimitri move. There we go. He's like, let's go, buddy, faster. That guy's already booking it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I really like about Grid Life.
Shout out Anna. Let's go. And that's boyfriend right behind her. Got couples on couples out here, guys. This is sick.
Yeah, GridLife's so cool because you have such a mix of cars. I mean, you got grassroots guys, you got pro-level drift cars, and then you got kind of like the novelty ones that you have with the Stout.
Yep.
And everybody's mixing it up and chopping it up. Right here, I'd like to see this change up. I'd like to see Justin in the back of this. I think that it would clean it up a little bit, and Justin's going to be able to apply pressure and not smoke out the rest of the crowd. So
that's fair.
I'd like to see Justin in the back here would probably be the best move.
Yeah, let's give him a chance, to see.
And then we got the Mazda team over here to the right. You got a FC and a Miata. That's going to be some fun stuff to watch. Haven't seen a vet in a little while getting after it. Looks like Justin's going to take a cool down, which is good for these guys because they won't have to drive through that smoke line like we said. TJ Hunt, big flick. Grant right on his door on the entry.
Yeah, they're buddies. They definitely are more familiar with each other's driving style. And they're not afraid to give it the beans.
They could probably hear themselves now because their cars aren't quite as loud as that Roush motor in Justin Pollock's car. Look at Grant applying pressure.
Look, did you see that TJ Hunt's like, get on it, man.
Yeah, man. That's
Come
awesome.
at me.
Very solid tandem from those two right there.
And then they drive up holding hands. It's a love story. It really is.
That's one of the cleanest runs I've seen from TJ all weekend.
Here we go.
So you know
Colette
they're
and Jimmy, followed by Larry Chen. That's going to be a great shot.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to see. This is going to be one that we're watching right now, but you're definitely going to catch this on the Instagram later.
Dude, it's like I got this like lizard brain, and these beautiful cars come out here. I'm like, oh, shiny. It's gorgeous.
It's funny, earlier we saw the Chase Bay's car try and chase Colette in, and I just don't think it had enough power to keep up with the speed that she's putting
That little
down.
hatchback is trying its darndest.
Flying. Jimmy Oates is putting it on. Oh! And like I said, right there, you got, very good on Larry Chen to avoid that big slowdown there. So
he's like, I'm getting that shot no matter what.
That got wild.
There we go. We got Alex Yeager coming out in his Nissan, and there we go. That's that hatchback we were just talking about.
Big flick entry, smoked out. Don't want to be behind that guy.
The whole thing is boogieing out there.
Very good driver, super entertaining to watch in Pro Spec.
Yes,
and
very consistent.
He's always one of my favorites to watch at GridLife. You see him driving some of the drift taxis as well.
Yep.
And on the taxi sessions that we get to see, you'll have him out there giving ride-alongs. And
well, he's such a homie too. Like honestly, Alex Yeager,
speaking of homies,
good dude. Yeah.
These two good friends.
Yes.
Hurt would basically call Justin his dad. So this is a good battle. I can't wait. Hurt
And
wants to put on. And he got a little nervous in front of Dad.
Yeah,
that's as we said before, Justin is a little bit of a bully. So
he's like that supportive dad at the soccer game that really just wants his son to do well,
But he's putting the pressure on it. And
look at Hurt smoking him out now. He's like, how do you like it? Look at that.
All right, those two got to go back, clean that up, and try again.
I agree.
I think they got to try that again. I think Hurt got a little anxious because Dad's behind him. He got to impress your dad, and
it's true. Applies the pressure. Doesn't want to disappoint him.
Oh, what a good-looking match here. Couple of Nissans just looking
me, like,
gorgeous.
Here comes and then in
wow, that was really tight at the end there. Maybe a little contact even.
Just a kiss. There you go. Is that E30? Is that BMW versus BMW?
BMW versus the SE300.
Oh, there you go. That's a better perspective.
Or 400. I don't know. I didn't really look. I'm going to go with 300. I think that's actually a JZ powered vehicle. Oh.
All right, guys. Doing a lot of dirt drops out here.
It's good on him to stop that, though, and not tear up the track. If you're going to go off, settle down and stay off the track. So we don't want to ruin it for anybody else.
Thank you, Lime Rock Maintenance, for letting us have all this fun. We're going to hope that there's not too much more carnage after this.
Now you got T-Pain with Hurt right behind him. So Nappy Boy Automotive out here ready to go.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of their most hype moments of the weekend, I'm sure. Larry Chen chasing them, so they got to put on.
Yeah. Talk about a proud dad moment when we were interviewing them earlier. Hurt was just like so stoked to get us an interview with him. He's like, yo, you got to go talk to him. Here we go.
All right. Getting composed out there is T-Pain. Hurt will be creeping in there.
Here we go. He's trying to keep it under control, though. He's really trying to keep it on track. You can tell.
So I expect to come in here in this transition.
Yep.
I'll get nice and composed through the S's here.
Keep it locked in.
Oh, they're going to be
finding it.
super happy after this. Come on. Come on, let's get in there. Yes.
Oh, that's the shot.
Yeah, that's really good.
Well done. That was fun. That was a fun one.
So again, trying to impress somebody, right? You know, T-Pain knows that Hurt is behind him, and yeah, that puts a little more pressure on than you're used to.
And you're also just so much competing with yourself. Like the last run that you ran, you're like, all right, now this section, I'm gonna nail it for sure.
For sure. Whoa, bumpers up front and rear coming off of each vehicle.
They're waving
out here.
to you guys. Wave back, say hi. Look at Larry's like, I'm sliding this.
The sound coming from that FRS or BRZ, whatever, you know, you don't expect it. Like, that thing looks like a stock FRS, but it's got a V8 in there, and it's just ripping.
It's
super
like you
fast.
see like an old grandma going to get her groceries, but then she walks out to that thing, turns it on.
There's a good shot there. Colette just getting after it. And as I said, she's really been flying. Super good speed. Very smooth. You can see like very little corrections.
This is the same car that caught on fire, no?
Yeah.
Dude, and she built it right back up, and she got it together and was like, no, you're not dying on me today.
Yeah.
So I give her a lot of credit for getting that thing out there and then still sending it and just giving it everything she can. So shout out.
Another good look at the scenery here. All right, we get to try this again. Just a little bit of a pause. We'll give him a little bit of a gap. You got T-Pain with Hurt behind him.
Yep, give him a blank canvas.
Nappy Boy Automotive. Let's go, boys.
I just want to watch this one.
A T-Pain leading Hurt in tow. Big snappy entry from T-Pain. Hurt keeps well composed behind him. Oh, you see them sucking right in there. Nice.
Like,
this is going to be a really good transition, I believe. Keep it up. Keep it up. Back on track. Should flick in here into the S's.
Yep.
Hurt keeping that proximity to him. Going to push him through this last turn. Watch it. You push him through it. Yeah, let's
keep
go.
it clean. Nice.
They're going to work on that a bit more. I'm sure it's going to, you know, a little bit more of a big track that T-Pain is not used to yet. So he's going to have some shakedown laps, and I'm sure, you know, after this one, they're going to have some talks about it. But I definitely see huge improvements in his driving already.
Yeah.
I'd say by the end of the day, those two will have that dialed in.
Yeah, for sure. These guys are getting a significant amount of laps in, honestly.
Yeah, this is going to be a better session than they had last time. I think it's a little bit longer than what they had. So hopefully, and the cars are going great. I mean,
it looks like there was
laps.
some drop off too. It looks like there was a little bit of attrition from yesterday, which is to be expected.
Look at how fast they're already back around the track. You know, that's like super excitement. And at this point, you don't know. They're probably dead tires at this point, but these guys are not. They're not stopping until they're flapping.
Go until they're falling off the bead, man. Here we go. We're going to wait for the track to reset or something.
It looks like they're sending right now. Colette with that Civic in tow from Chase Bays. And like I said, I think he had a big struggle keeping up because she's driving so fast. Look at that.
Yeah, she's running away from him.
On that entry, she is gone. So.
Speaking of which, let's see what TJ throws down with Grant in this next run.
Looks like Hurt will join them in a little bit later.
Yeah.
Nice flick in from TJ. I like to see that out wide there. Like I said, this is 2 turns, so you kind of want to stay out wide, and it's almost like a double apex. So staying out wide where TJ was there is really easy. Nice to follow with Grant in tow. Coming into the S's, very small corrections. And Grant's going to put it on him right here in this last corner. Right up there in turn 3. And you can hear it. You can hear Hurt's motor right now. That RB25 just singing.
It is crazy to hear it through like the headphones, and you hear it from the track too.
Here is Brandon McDowell, who's had a bunch of struggles today with some of his power steering and his belt. We saw it in the last session. He had Larry behind him and had lost his power steering, but it looks like it's back together, and he is letting all 700 horses and foot-pounds of torque eat. Turbo V8. He's one of my favorite drivers. Had the pleasure of working with him with Dean Carney's team back in the day. He was his spotter. He's done many competitions. He's a very fierce driver.
Aggressive out there, would you say?
Aggressive. Oh, yeah.
All right. Here's your boy.
It's just so clean. I really admire his style of driving. It's just super clean. I could see coming through there is not a view we see very often.
Yeah. we'll see where this event goes next year. I mean, so I was talking to some of the GridLife staff, and apparently this event had surpassed last year's attendance for the whole weekend on Friday morning.
Oh wow!
Which is crazy.
The Powerball.
Yeah, everybody's down. So if you're in the Northeast area and you want to drive GridLife next year, absolutely apply. Get your cars out here. Get on Lime Rock Park.
V8 S14 out there, taking a couple laps. Not one that we've seen very often.
Is Larry just ripping now?
Who knows? So, you know, Larry's been drifting over the past couple years and getting really good at it. And I know he's great at chasing drift cars, and this has kind of worked to him. But
he knows the line.
You know he wants to be out here drifting as well. So
you might as well give it the beans. And if you got to, oh no, there's Larry. Well, we'll still see.
Waiting for the next.
I've seen him get slidey before. I've seen him get rowdy. He knows how to have a good time.
Looks like more people are changing tires and maybe taking a cool down. There's plenty of hot laps going down.
Yeah, and if you time it right, you want to keep your car cool, but like if you just go lap after lap, it just feels so good to keep the momentum going.
Oh yeah, for
sure. As long as your engine temps and your tranny, everything can handle it, then send it, bud.
You just don't want to get off track. I mean, for me, I feel like I physically have to be pulled off track. If I'm on a heater, I don't want to leave.
Absolutely not. That seat time is so precious. No matter what level you're at.
So precious.
So precious. My precious.
Alex out there all on his own, just jamming.
Yeah.
Got a little
What do you think he's
jam-a-lamma
listening
ding-dong
to?
out there, dude.
I'm guessing like, and every time we touch, I get this beat. You know what? Also, I'm going to take this moment. Shout out to my mom. My mom's here today, guys. If you see a cutie little pie in a pink shirt and a blue hat, say hi to my mom.
What's up, Mom?
What's up, Mom? She's probably smiling ear to ear right now.
TJ laying it down.
Yep, giving him a show.
Oh man, big angle right there.
I love
big
that
angle,
perspective.
little much, and you can see like how stressful that is with Larry in tow. You know, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Look at that though, two 890s, two completely different purposes.
Yep.
Very cool to see.
This versus that.
This versus this, really.
Yeah, this versus this, yeah. Oh, cool.
Yo, look at that ruckus though. Dude, some dirt bikes. What you all drinking on?
You know what's special about Lime Rock Park, too? There's no bleachers. We don't have bleachers here.
You don't have to. It's really well manicured lawn.
Yeah.
I'd rather sit in that grass.
All right, guys. While we take a little break on track here, we're going to go check out. I was able to interview T-Pain earlier on how he's feeling. So let's cut to that right now. All right, guys, we're going to check in with T-Pain. T-Pain.
What's happening?
We are so happy that you're here.
I'm so happy I'm here.
Now, I think a lot of people might know this, but a lot of people don't know this. GridLife is kind of your origin story when it comes to drift, right?
It is my origin story. The first time I even learned how to drive a manual ship was at GridLife. So it's pretty cool to come back full circle and, you know, equally suck at what I'm doing now. So this is good.
How many laps have you taken on this course in Assetto?
I have done approximately about 90 laps, all of them equally trash.
Well, you have the brand new RTR Mustang.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Stoked to have it?
I'm stoked to have it. I'm stoked to still have it when I leave here. Hopefully there's not too many walls out there. You know, in virtual reality, you don't really have to worry about coming back home with half a car. So this is, you know, that's a little different.
What gear are you entering?
I'm entering second. I'm second, so don't, you know.
I like it.
We're chilling. We're chilling at first. We're chilling at first. We're taking it easy, but I think I'm gonna go for it this time. Yeah.
Well, we're all rooting for you. We're so stoked that you're back.
Absolutely. Thank you guys,
Awesome.
man. Appreciate it.
Good luck out there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, guys, that was sick. We have T-Pain here. It's gonna be a freaking rowdy event. All right, there we go. All right, that's so surreal, like seeing myself on camera and then seeing us back here. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We're back with, what do we got? We got Model 3 Challenge coming at you at 250. So thank you guys for joining us. Cerise Taylor with FCP Euro, and
I'm Danger Dan. That was a killer session. I'm all jazzed up. Now I got to go talk to everybody and see how they did, how they feel.
Let's go talk to the homies.
Yeah.
Good vibes, guys. Thanks.
Born on the track. Bred on the mountains. Raised on the podium. Ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Euro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
Did you energize yet today? Time to nos up. Get after it.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
All right, well, Rob Dom just entered the chat. All right, guys, one of the cool things about Grid Life is all of the partnership tents that are here. We're in front of the MagnaFlow tent. Valvoline has a setup over here. They have a game, and we're going to go play it, and then we're going to go see what other games are in the pits. Come on, see what they got for Valvoline. All right, going to do a little spinny action. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Dude, I love socks. I love socks. Thank you, guys. Because we're going to go check out my homies over at the FCP Euro tent. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, celebrities, you know, jeez. Socket drop for all the money. Okay, I'm thinking right here. One. What do I get? A pin or a $25 gift card? Honestly, car parts, all the way. All the way. Always take the money. Give Advanced Auto Parts Plinko a try. Let's watch this person do it. I don't gotta play. Let's watch them do it. Oh, water bottle? That's tight. You just won a water bottle. How's it feel?
Pretty good.
Stay hydrated.
And welcome back to Circuit Legends, a GRIDLIFE festival celebrating modern grassroots racing and the modern tuning era. And what you're going to watch next is a little bit of a taste of the future in some way, shape, or form. This is Model 3 Challenge, a new racing series developed in partnership with Mountain Pass Performance and their crew that is essentially a combination of racing and time attack, because these are Model 3s that you can just get out of a showroom, or I guess off a website. I don't even know how you buy a Tesla, Pete. But when you get one, you can race it here without having to install a roll cage, because we don't wheel-to-wheel race in this series, but you do chase the driver down ahead of you. You get into a passing zone, and then they must wave you by when you're within a certain distance. So that's the format here, Pete. New rule set kind of being tested here this weekend, and it's going to sound a little different than we're used to today.
Yes, absolutely. And I was talking to some of the photographers last night, and who thought that there was a very weird sound coming off the wings of some of these cars. And I went out when they were coming down the hill, I went out this morning and I realized that it's not the wing, it's the different cars hitting the outside curbing as they come down the hill, because you can hear it so much more pronounced with these cars that are dead silent.
Yeah, it's a really interesting new format with Model 3s of varying ages and drivetrain layouts, but led by a Rivian. Onto pit lane, the Rivian pace car pulls off, and we're about to go green in this Model 3 Challenge, race number 2. Here we go. There's the green flag, and we're underway. And remember that the driver that is trailing must get within a handful of car lengths of the driver in front. There's a detection zone after West Bend. And then if the trailing driver is close enough, they must be waved by on the front straightaway. So that's how this format works. Out front, it's the Mountain Pass Performance car, the 214, that leads the way, with Tony Barber in second, Andrew DeKoning in third. These grid positions were set by the earlier race this morning that wasn't live broadcast. But the goal is chase that driver down, get within that striking distance, Pete.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to see that our two leading vehicles so far in this race are actually the cars without aero.
Yeah, so you'd think that aero would really be a beneficiary, and I think some ways it is, but you also have to drive around it as well. These are heavy cars. I don't think the aero is going to be as effective as it would be on a super lightweight quick car. These cars are ridiculously fast in a straight line, though, Pete, and most of the cars here are all-wheel drive. We mentioned yesterday, Jesse Tong in the 119. Oh, spin Tony Barber. Did he get the wall there? I didn't.
He
see if we
might
can get a look at that.
Yeah.
We'll get a replay of it here in just a moment, but that will trade some positions around, and Tony's going to let cars go by and hopefully get back rolling. But already an incident here as Andrew DeKoning jumps up into second place. Tony's going to escape to the inside and back onto pit lane. As we go back up, there's the 232, which is the second place car, working its way through turn 3 and now turn 4. So we were mentioning yesterday Jesse Tong in the qualifying effort. That car is a standard range rear-wheel drive Tesla, so it's a smaller battery, and you won't make it through the entire race without losing some charge. So here's the replay of what just happened. Leaving turn number 7, Tony Barber right there. Oh, did he get the wall? I don't know if he got it.
I'm pretty confident he caught that tire barrier.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Just came down the hill, and I don't think I've ever seen Tony Barber even spin a car out before.
No, that's really, really unfortunate.
No, the car's rolling.
It's rolling, but you can see it's kind of crab walking.
Oh, man. Well, we'll continue. Mountain Pass Performance car leads. Andrew DeKoning, quickest lap of the bunch. Jesse Tong picks up some time. So does Zhu in the number 16. Rudolph behind the wheel.
Yeah. Mountain Pass Performance car doing a great job. They picked up another second this past lap in their gap to DeKoning.
And one of the drivers working through backside now, that's the number 119 of Jesse Tong. Again, that's the standard range rear-wheel drive model. So towards the end of this competition, might run a battery a little bit on the low end. And it's quiet. It's just such a unique sound.
They're just so silent.
And you heard the rumble strips in the background there of the shot, Pete, you were talking about. Just a little bit of rumbles. And it's something that you wouldn't normally hear as the Mountain Pass Performance car completes the next lap. And
put tires in the dirt.
And we'll see if DeKoning can close the differential. It's 6 seconds at the stripe. And you have to be quick the whole time. So DeKoning does go quicker, but doesn't take the fastest lap away. Jesse Tong also goes quicker. So it's just interesting to me to note that these cars are improving lap after lap when you would think that they would just slow down, Pete.
Yeah, I know the grip level out there is really weird right now, so they're probably working, what I would imagine it might be happening is they're working up to pace with the different types of rubber that get put down on the track with the drift cars, plus other dirt, dust, and other debris. The grip changes a bunch throughout these days where we have all these mixed sessions, so I'd imagine they're trying to work up to pace so that, I hate to say it, but so that they don't have what happened to Tony happen to them.
Yeah, it's just an interesting format here, but DeKoning trying to eat into the Mountain Pass Performance Car's advantage right now. Jesse Tong a little ways back.
Yeah, and with DeKoning running his personal best lap with the past lap and Mountain Pass Performance having the lead in lap, I think they improved because the gap went back another half a second this past lap.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the intention and goals of this racing series that is relatively new. And we talk a lot in Grid Life about accessibility and motorsports inclusion. And in some ways, Sunday Cup is kind of our I don't want to say entry level from a performance standpoint, certainly not, but from a cost perspective, Sunday Cup is a very entry level time attack sport. For Tesla owners, though, there's not really a place that you can go race these cars at all, let alone without putting in a roll cage or extensive safety equipment. So this is a format that allows drivers to keep the streetability in these cars and compete with them on the racetrack in a format that obviously is new and being tested. And I like the concept of I can race my car and not have to make it stink to drive, right? Because when you can only have one car, especially in a changing world where an electric car is often the best choice for people, especially in urban or suburban areas, I like this concept that allows people to not have to build a second car for their fun at the racetrack.
Yeah, I have thought heavily about picking up a Model 3 myself. The barrier I'm trying to get over right now is I don't have a car payment.
Right.
You know, so when you drive a Sunday Cup car, it's a really big barrier to get over. But they are fantastic cars, and especially what Tong is driving, the standard range rear-wheel drive cars are actually fairly affordable right now in the relative scheme of cars.
Yeah, and that's something to consider as well as technology continues to improve and more get released into the wild. You're going to, you hear the brakes on the 214 car, the tires searching for grip. And that's another interesting perspective on these cars because there's no engines to mask the sounds of the tires and the brakes. There's a whole other auditory experience and one that in many ways allows you to understand what the tires are doing better.
Yeah. I remember, you remember the old Truth in 24, the Audi documentary that was done years and years ago. It was over a decade ago now.
2011, I think.
Yeah, and they talked about how with the diesel, they could hear so many more things the car is doing. Well, this is that taken to another degree because there's no transmission noise. So
nothing else.
Nothing else. It's just tire noise.
Yeah, and while DeKoning continues to go quicker than his previous best laps, he's still losing ground to the the Mountain Pass Performance car that has a 7.5 second advantage now. Jesse Tong, Zhu, Josh Hatch, Chung, and of course Tony Barber off track in that 333. And he's also running that same car in the Street Class Championship and on track, and is, I think, leading in Street Class this weekend or very close to it. That might be a hindrance on the rest of his afternoon.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the fact that we're not running the standard format this weekend, or our standard festival format for this year, may help them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he's going to get knocked out of the top 3 or top 5, but he certainly could get pipped by somebody else. So that's something to consider. The Mountain Pass Performance car works its way through turn number 4 now and heads up onto the Paul Newman straight and into the uphill. I asked a couple of drivers, as DeKoning did eat into the Mountain Pass Performance car's lead that time. It's 6.9 seconds back. I asked a couple of drivers that drive these Model 3s in time attack, how do you know when to hit the brakes? Because a lot of times in a gas-powered car, you're listening for other cues, not just visual cues from your braking markers, but I know I run out of 5th gear at the backstretch at Ginger, or 4th gear at backstretch at Gingerman. So when I hit the rev limiter, you're back on the brakes. You don't have that here. So you have to really pay attention and take a lot more audio cues away, or excuse me, visual cues away from what you're doing, because you don't have the feedback from the engine that you would normally get, and nor do you really have the issue of bogging the engine down, especially because it makes the most torque at 0 RPM.
Yep. No, all the grunt, as soon as the motor starts to turn, you have all of the power you're going to get.
And we always talk about the difference between quick and fast. These cars are quick, And they're pretty fast, but they're not the fastest cars here. I mean this in the sense of acceleration. Some of the fastest accelerating cars here, but they run out of top end, before a lot of the super high performance cars do. But they make tons and tons of torque to push these very heavy cars along, about 4,500 pounds for most of them. And you're lugging around a lot of weight, but because it's low slung weight, it's really low in the floor, and you have wide tires. You have a lot of mechanical grip, and that's why these things are so good on the racetrack. We've seen that in street class with the Tesla leading the championship there against a variety of very stout gas-powered cars.
Yes, absolutely. And I did double check. Tony's actually sitting in second for the weekend.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So local boy Eddie Siegel in the Civic Type R has gotten him ahead of him.
Oh, good to know. And I bet you Joe Milkey's up there as well in the 555 in that mix. He's been up there battling all weekend long. So the 214 leads the way. And a little bit of a closing battle for Tong and Zhu in the 119 and 16. That's for third. And DeKoning reeling in the leader. 4.6 seconds back now. That's a 2-second gain. There's the 232. And some traffic to contend with. That might be problematic. It's the 917 of Chung that he's about to put a lap down. But 4.6 seconds is the gap. So that's come down several seconds. So I wonder, is DeKoning got more charge left or conserved some?
Possibly. And he talked about doing the one lap with this car and some of the other things, that there are certain different ways that he's learned to drive the cars on track, helping to preserve charge state, doing other things. The first one lap in that I went on in 2019, he was there with a Model 3, just a standard Model 3 on stock, Model 3 performance on stock brakes, and there was also I think it was a P85 Model S as well that could not keep up with them.
White flag, last lap. DeKoning has just absolutely run the 214 down from a long ways back, but now that time he lost some ground back. So gained a bunch in the middle of that race, but is losing it again. So the Mountain Pass Performance 214, the dark-colored car, works its way through the left-hander and the right-hander. And I think we saw someone's pulling a Coda F1 on us here with the microphones trackside, but that's awesome. And for those that don't know that reference, there was a couple of years ago at a Formula One race at Circuit of the Americas where, as you hear in the background, where someone found the microphone and went meow into the mics and just matched the audio, and it was pretty excellent.
Yep.
Onto the backstretch for the final time, the Paul Newman Straight. What's coming up after this, fans here at the racetrack? Well, we have the Legends leaderboard laps. Now, these are cars that are hand-selected from our paddock that best represent the spirit of the Circuit Legends Festival. They will do 2 laps of single car kind of competition head-to-head, but across the stripe for the 214 for the Mountain Pass Performance car. That is a win in the Tesla Model 3 race number 2. DeKoning comes across the stripe in second, took a second out of the lead again, but just not enough time to get all the way back. And the Jesse Tong up on the podium in the 119.
Great job by Jesse driving that standard range car against DeKoning and the Mountain Pass Performance all-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, well done there. And Josh Hatch and Chung in the 917 finishing up. So Tony Barber had that spin on the opening lap and went back to pit lane. He will not finish this event, but the 214, the 232, and the 119 are on the podium here for Tesla Model 3 Challenge. Up next, in just a couple minutes' time, it is the Legends leaderboard laps. So we'll be back with you here in just a moment's time with the continuation of the action. So it'll be Legends laps followed by the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship and then GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 4, more drift, and then we'll finish off the day with Model 3 Challenge after the quiet time starts here at the racetrack. So that'll be it for now. We'll step away for just a moment and be back with you for the Legends laps here from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
to pit road, all 4 of you stay in the car.
Need that fire truck.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends for a very special session here this afternoon. This is the GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends leaderboard laps. Cars from GRIDLIFE history or from motorsports history that are significant in some way, shape, or form. Demonstrative, 2 laps each for each car, and some will have a pairing of cars. First car on the racetrack is Sasha Anise in a 350Z that is highly modified, Pete. This car has a lot done to it.
Highly modified with things that Sasha designed and engineered.
Yeah, so this car is a hybrid. And before, we want to let everyone listen to this for a lap, but this is a hybrid power plant with Formula E tech under it. Formula E engines, Formula E battery pack, and it is underway for a lap here at Lime Rock Park. This car is the current Lime Rock Park record holder here in Grid Life with a 51.1. Makes tons of power from the V6 gas engine and the Formula E power plants that are part of this all-wheel drive hybrid supercar.
Absolutely unbelievable, and I can only imagine what it feels like coming over the hill right there. I know James Houghton was talking about his record lap last year, and he was having to lift coming up over the hill so that he didn't destroy the car.
51.742 on a demonstration lap, Pete. And that's 0.6 off of his best lap of the weekend. Of course, this will not count for anything. But at a hybrid powertrain 350Z with so much custom work done to it. And next up is a very special car, and they're all going to be special cars. And this is Seamus Erskine?
Seamus, I think it's Erskine. With the PPG, one of the PPG Paul Newman pace cars that was used for Indy. Is it IndyCar or Champ Car in the 1990s?
Yes, it was IndyCar back in the day. Okay. It was. This is the sister car to the authentic Indy pace car. There was one of two of the manuals that were used. It also did Pikes Peak and has been a drag racing car before. But it's got the switch inside to flip on the lights, and it's got a big old toggle switch on the dash. And it was a pace car, and it is just really neat to see this car on display here. It was our pace car earlier in the weekend. It was last year as well. It's just a really neat car that Seamus brings.
The sister car was.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. The sister car was our pace car. He's actually got both cars here this weekend. This is the sibling to our pace car from earlier. This is the highly modified version, as you were describing, Pikes Peak, drag car, all of these things. And I watched it as he was getting on the throttle coming out of Big Bend. It chuffed a big cloud of a big puff. So it is highly modified, super cool.
It is really cool, and of course this isn't going to quite do the 51.742 that we were expecting. Lap times, just for fun, 1:16.331, pretty respectable all things considered, and given the history of that car.
Absolutely.
Got a couple drift cars here with us as well. Next up is going to be Ricky Hoffman is one of the drivers, as well as Rich Whiteman.
Is this that one? I think this is Dom and Newsom.
Oh, you're right. Yes.
So Rob Dom in the 3-rotor FD being chased by Alan Newsom in an FC.
And they are not going slow. Into turn one, Rob Dom in the 146. There he is. There's the number board I was looking for. Newsom behind him.
Yeah, and that FD has been in constant development. He brought it out last year, I believe, for his first-time attack experience with us at Willow Springs, and that car has been on a development path since then, because it's been a street car, done all sorts of crazy things, but like it didn't have an upper half of a core support when we had it at Willow Springs. But Rob has been constantly working on it, trying to sort it out, and he's done a great job over the past 18 months.
And the RX-7, significant as a circuit. Listen to the sounds of that. The RX-7, significant as a circuit legend because it is one of the desirable Japanese sports cars of the 1990s to now, and the FC before that. I mean, just lots of history behind this chassis, used in racing competition all over the world, but especially special here. Absolutely, with the most prolific use of one of the most unique and iconic motors in professional motorsport, the rotary. So only 2 and 3 rotors in these cars, not the iconic 4-rotor that was at Le Mans. Rob Daum and Newsom go up to 3rd and 2nd respectively. Next up, Sean Butt in a 1988 Porsche 911. And this car's got a lot of things done to it, Pete. Cams, headers, tunes, throttle bodies, and Sean has a couple 911s and a V6 swapped MR2, but the Porsche 911 as a chassis is one of the most significant cars in the world for so many reasons. Rear engine Porsches have been dominating GT racing all over the world for a half a century.
Yeah, since their inception, they are iconic. They are the de facto choice. And this is such a clean and gorgeous representation of what a tastefully modified classic Porsche can be. And these are cars that have gone through different periods of valuations. Today, I can't even imagine what a car like this is valued at. And it's so awesome to see something like this that's track-driven, used, and streeted. So it's absolutely beautiful.
With all of the chaos of competition here this weekend, the trackside photographers and from our team and from other teams that are here this weekend, getting to get these cars alone for a second and get some pictures on the Armco, and just what a neat experience and moment as Sean works his way through West Bend here at Lime Rock Park. And he will head down the downhill and come back around to complete his leaderboard lap. We did put transponders on all of them, so we'll just get a rough estimate. Again, this isn't at the capabilities of what any of these cars are completely capable of, but just for fun to see where they would stack up.
No matter what, it's fantastic to see cars like this that aren't sitting in garages being, wiped down with a diaper, per se. It's great to see cars like this that get out, get driven, and that are being experienced here today. I remember reading some classic car things, 10 and 20 years ago. Specifically, I have a memory of 20 years ago reading a classic car magazine talking about a guy who had bought an old Corvette, and he drove it for 20 minutes and it overheated. And the buyer said to him, well, you don't drive it. And so great to see something like this car being absolutely enjoyed and used.
A couple drift cars headed out of the racetrack here. Next up, though, is going to be Connor Gallagher in a 2014 Nissan GTR. I don't think the GTR needs much of an introduction as far as its relevance to racing history or car history. This car's nickname, though, is Godzilla, and for a reason, Pete.
Yes. With the introduction of the R32 GTR, getting absolutely dominating in Japanese touring car racing, and even the 72 GTR as well, the original GTR, they're both iconic. And with what we have on track, the R35, these are cars that when the R35 came to the United States, was it 16 years ago now, it was a car that was so hotly anticipated because anybody who played Gran Turismo in the past 25 years knew the GTR. So
there's Mothman. As we come down the hill, here comes Connor Gallagher, street GT competitor. Color is jet black, and he's done some things to it. Engine and driveline, though, all stock, but he jumps to second fastest. I think getting to first fastest will be a challenge here. But there's Connor Gallagher in 2014 at Nissan GTR. Now, these are the drift cars that I was anticipating a little earlier, and here they come. There is Ricky Hoffman out of Jackson, New Jersey, and Rich Whiteman out of Coatesville, PA.
And and an S14 being chased by
it's a Toyota Chaser. And 800 horsepower, 1.5 JZ in that Chaser. That's what the nickname is.
Okay.
A 2 JZ block and a 1 JZ head.
Interesting.
Which the 2 JZ, one of the most famous motors of all time.
Yes.
But the Chaser in the drift world is so well known and so admired. And then, of course, you mentioned the S14, the red and black coupe, 1997, 900 horsepower, Rad Industries 2 JZ under the hood. But the Nissan S13, S14, S15, can you find me a more quintessential drift car?
No. There is a reason why they have skyrocketed in value. Everybody who wants the drift wants one, and they're iconic, and that's why they're here.
And let's see what they can do on a lap time. I think I got transponders on these cars. Let's see what they do across the line for these two drivers, Ricky Hoffman and Rich Whiteman, in their drift cars. And no transponders on these guys, unfortunately. That's all right. I was excited for it, but passed it along. And just really, drift is a huge part of grid life, and it's got its own very rich and deep history that we don't really talk a whole lot about, and I think we should.
Absolutely.
There's more to it.
And indeed, and it's one of and like you said, it's something that separates grid life from a lot of other amateur track motorsports, because it's something that we feature so prominently in our event weekends, whereas you don't find that at your standard events. And so it is super awesome to see, And we've got 2 DC Integras out on track now.
These are 2 of our GridLife Touring Cup competitors. Lee Wombolt in the number 204, the orange and white car. The blue and red DC Sports Integra. Ronnie Vidok runs in behind him. And the DC2, just the Integra in general. Another Japanese, I guess you could call it a sports car in some ways. Has been a huge part of racing for a long time. I think most prominently in North America by the Real Time Racing Group.
Yes, Peter Cunningham's whole outfit with them, just absolutely dominating. And I believe it was Speed Vision at the time, and all these American touring car series where they just came and wiped the floor using those cars. And it is one of those things that helped build, these double wishbone Hondas into the golden age and gold standard that they are.
And these cars built to such a high level to replicate perhaps some of those race cars from the 1990s and early 2000s. Ronnie Vidok and Lee Wombolt putting on a little bit of a show there, and they'll jump up the order to 3rd and 4th on our Circuit Legends leaderboard. What a show.
And screwing around, turning 105s. I just props to them. And Tom O'Gorman now joining our live stream, so he's out there circulating on track as well.
So let's talk about the S2000. In some ways, I think some would argue Honda's best car they've ever made.
Yes.
In some instances, the S2000, rich history in grid life for sure. This car wrote its own history. Tom O'Gorman and the ASM crew built this car in just a couple months after picking it up at PRI in 2021. Built it in a few months, took it to GridLife Touring Cup competition in 2022. And of the 40 races that were held in 2022, Tom and this team won 20 of them.
You could argue that GLTC in 2022 stood for GridLife Tomo Cup.
I mean, it was unbelievable, the performance they put on. I still think that this might be the best GridLife Touring Cup race car ever built. And Tom told me several times that it drove better than some of the factory race cars that he drove from Acura. And that tells you a lot. And that was a GT3 car that he was speaking about.
That's amazing.
And Tomo, longtime competitor with us in GLTC. And across the stripe, let's see what Tomo lays down against Vidok and Wombolt. And he jumps ahead of both of them at a 59.6. Not a bad lap considering drift cars were just out there a moment ago. But Trainer 3 is the nickname for this car, and I think Andy Smedegard and the whole ASM crew deserve a huge pat on the back for not only what this car has done, but how successful it continues to be in 2023.
And now showing up on the live stream are 2 FCP Euro cars here. Project Golden Age following with the 190E, following the 850R project, which if you have not watched the YouTube series about these cars, highly recommend it. They have a custom-made ITB setup on the 850R wagon. And then Project Golden Age, I don't actually have everything about it. I think you do, Kyle.
I certainly have some things here. Now, this is a Mercedes 190E that is basically built after the 190E Evo race car that was in the 1980s in Europe. And this is kind of a replica build in some ways, but with a modern twist. It has an engine out of a GL45 AMG, so a bit of a different engine choice there, but it is turbocharged. The original was naturally aspirated. Makes about 375 horsepower at 6,000 RPM, and gets better fuel economy doing that too. Not that it matters all that much, but really well executed builds by FCP Euro. And this car, this Mercedes that's trailing the Volvo wagon, last year was just a showpiece. This year it's on track, and it's competed a couple times in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship.
Yeah, so the Volvo is competing in, is it street class this weekend?
I believe it's been an unlimited in the past. I don't know what.
No, I mean the Volvo. I thought the Golden Age had. I believe you're right. It's an unlimited, but yes. I thought the Volvo might be in street.
I don't know if I've seen the Volvo out there yet, but maybe it is. But 2 really well executed builds, and of course FCP Euro, one of our great partners. And if you've got a European car and you haven't gone to FCP Euro for parts, you're probably making a mistake. I'd say they've got such great customer service and deals and support, and also are so involved in the motorsports community and here in the GridLife paddock. The whole team is here this weekend, building a Sunday Cup car in the paddock as well. But these two builds, I think, are just examples of some really awesome work that has been done.
Absolutely. And if you are interested in buying a European vehicle, they have fantastic purchasing guides and other things on YouTube. So highly recommend take a look. But I see a very, very cool truck that has just come down the hill.
And this is a Toyota Stout, and this is Ryan Turk's new build. And this is a truck chassis, but Pete, there's not much left of it other than the body. But what an amazing looking vehicle that Ryan Turk has built once again. Debuted the Formula Supra at a GridLife event last year, and now debuts this Toyota Stout on camera here. And I propose, Pete, that for this lap we just listen to this car.
I can agree with that.
Or truck. Certainly no shortage of creative builds coming out of Ryan Turk's camp. Across the stripe, and jumps up to 7th on the leaderboard. Not bad at all, but such a cool, well-executed build, and I think we've come to expect that. Built a time attack car with the Formula Supra and a bit of a drift build here with this Toyota Stout, but such a unique vehicle. I don't think I've ever even seen one of these in person, modified or not.
I had never heard of these prior to this starting. That being said, I'm not an expert. I'm certainly no expert on Toyotas, but this is such a unique build that you can see here on the stream. And if you have the opportunity to go, maybe get a little bit closer to the truck down here in the paddock, I highly recommend it. But there is some really trick rear suspension setup that they've built on the car. I believe they featured it on YouTube in some of their build series. So Turk just builds some of the most unique vehicles between the GR4586 the Toyota GR or Scion 4586 that he built with the Ferrari motor in it, the drift car. So just absolutely fantastic.
The photographs and video that will come out of this event from the laps that Ryan just did are going to be unbelievable. And you should definitely follow GridLife on their socials and Ryan Turk on his, and he will pit in and finish his Legends leaderboard laps. Let's have one more look here at the leaderboard because about the 14 or 15 cars we just had to go out on track, they are done. And that was a great look at some of the unique cars that have made themselves a circuit legend, or drivers or teams have made them a circuit legend. The S2000, the Integra, the RX-7, the Supra, just the GTR. Cars that inspired modern tuning culture and modern grassroots racing.
Absolutely. And this fantastic shot we're getting on the live stream of the straight down look of this Turk's Stout, where you can see the ground straight through the bottom with all the tube frame work that he has done to the vehicles. Just so cool.
Look at the hips on that thing too. From high above, you can see how much the bodywork kicks out, and he'll head back to the paddock, and that is well done. And I know there's a lot of fans here that are enjoying it on track, but I can tell you the fans in the live stream chat also love this truck, and no surprises there. I don't think anyone was shocked at that, but he'll put it back in, and we're going to step away because up next is the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship. Time Attack, the last session of the weekend, is up next. We'll see you just in a few minutes on the other side of this.
Track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When you come to pit road, all 4 of you stay in the car.
Last one.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
GridLife's NOS Energy Track Battle Championship is a race against the clock, and quite frankly, we're running out of time.
Check out this race going down right here. This guy's rolling down the hill. Who's going to make it? She's got the win. I think she's got the win.
Having fun on the hillside here at Circuit Legends. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Danger Dan for one more time attack session here this afternoon. Dan, welcome back. We've had some fierce battles all weekend long, and we're about to kick it off one more time.
I'm already super excited about this. I got to speak with some of these Sunday Cup drivers just before this session, and they are pretty amped up. I know that we had some changing of battles and changing of rank, and it's going to be a wild one.
It certainly is. The coverage of GridLife Circuit Legends is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GridLife Track Battle. So with cars on the racetrack now, let's bring you the timing and scoring, and here's a look at how things stand. Jake Abbott with a 105 flat leads Chris Rice by 73 thousandths of a second, Dan.
I don't know what that even is.
Not even a consumable amount of time for any human on Earth. I mean, it's so tight. And this is their last chance. And there's cloud cover. It's cool. There's potential. We could see some changes.
It is cool. And it seemed like the drift session wasn't too bad. I don't think they put up too much dirt on there. And obviously, we had the track battle just happen. So should be a nice, warm track.
And the Sunday Cup cars in the background. There is one of the RX-8s that's running in Falcon Club TR. But focus this session, I think, is going to be on that front-running group, Abbott, Rice, and the two Smiths, Michael Ross and James. And we'll keep an eye on Mooncake in that 909 Mazda 2, not too far behind.
Too far behind.
And there is a look at Jacob Abbott, the leader in Falcon Sunday Cup here this weekend, fighting off a fierce effort from Chris Rice and Michael Ross Smith and James Smith at the moment, and came into the weekend second, I believe, in the standings to James Smith in the number 130. It's about a 7-point differential, and this would be a swing at least 4 points in the other direction. Actually, Jacob Abbott is third, excuse me. He's back 11 points from James Smith. It's Michael Ross Smith that's second, so there's a lot on the line for the championship here that's happening right now.
Battle of the Smiths, and we'll see when they cross this line where it's going to set them right now.
They will only show the lap time change if they improve. No improvement there just yet. Can James Smith offer any closer drive up to the front? He cannot.
I think they might be giving themselves a little bit of space this time.
Oh, big slide there for Chris Rice. He pushed a little too hard and kind of let the tail slide out. But Dan, you've driven in this championship this year, and your team has scored see if you can pull it up right here. Scored in 11th in the point standings. What's it? How pointy do you need to get the car? Do you slide it around a little bit, or do you just try to keep it as pointed and straight as possible?
I mean, I like it to have a little bit of the tail coming out after me. We got one little change right there, but I like the tail to come out on me a little bit, so that's why I run the 660s up front and 615K in the back there, and it's a fairly nice setup. It keep it pretty darty. These guys have a bit more camber and stuff going on with them, so a lot more control. It's very hard to keep up with these guys. Yeah. They're so good and very experienced racers.
You mentioned the improvement. That's the Mini Cupper entry from FCP Euro. They built that car here in the Paddock, started with a bone stock Mini Cooper, and now they have it at full tilt now with a bolt-in roll cage and tires and wheels and suspension all installed here this weekend, and a wrap at the racetrack.
Unbelievable.
And in the top 10.
And it shows you just what you can do. I mean, these guys built this at the track. If you are looking to build something like this to have some fun, I mean, you are just a weekend away from being able to run all year long at GridLife.
Michael Ross Smith in this 395. This will be his last time attack session in GridLife for some time. He announced earlier this week that he intends for this to be his last session for at least a year, take some time off and run some other events and try to improve his driving in some other areas. But one would argue that he's almost at the top of his game, just 7 points behind the class leader here in Falcon Sunday Cup. But I have to respect the willingness to improve every time, even when it's not GridLife. But he's put a valiant effort in this year.
You could see him popping up on the curbing right there, really trying to get the most out of it.
Giving it everything he could. And still no improvements in this session just yet, but I think their potential is there. Some traffic to contend with as well.
Yeah, a little bit of passing going on. I think everything should settle down here now.
James Smith following. Pickup for Mooncake up to a 105.772. That's a 2 or 3/10 gain.
You got to keep watching out here. He's going to be gaining on him. James laying down a good line for him. Weaving through a little bit of traffic. As James, I spoke with him earlier. He's very jazzed up to be here, and he's been driving very well.
Just got by a pass-through from Chris Rice, so he let him go. Mini Cupper, another improvement up to the 106s now and into 7th place.
I wonder what they did to make more difference go down now.
I think part of it is the installation process. The rest of it is setting up the car, getting it dialed in, the camber, the caster, whatever else you can adjust. Tire pressure is a big deal, and driver confidence, working up to pace in a car that's new to them this weekend.
Yeah, and getting used to the adjustments.
Right. And all part of the plan.
So driving a different car in every single session, you know, obviously making improvements, but definitely a different car in every session.
All right, lead group past the start-finish line again. No pickups, no pickups. Jake Abbott clinging to the lead by 73 thousandths. Another pickup by Mooncake.
Wow.
Wow, the 909, the team car from Robertson Racing. Up to 5th. And still climbing. There's the Mini Cupper car that we were talking about. The car.
Look at the wrap on it.
Yeah, they did that
looks
here
great.
at the track.
It looks fantastic.
Unbelievable,
yeah,
I think.
From what we saw in the morning versus what happened here.
Lost Energy Track Battle Championship, and we'll see some more Club TR before we get into some Street GT, Street Mod, Track Mod, and Unlimited battles. And following this, just keep you updated and abreast on what the rest of the day holds for us. It'll be GLTC's final 2 races, Race 4B and Race 4A at 4:50, which is about an hour from now. And then Drift, the final session of the weekend at 5:40, and the Model 3 Challenge to wrap up the day at 6 p.m. So that's what's coming up here at GridLife Circuit Legends. Folks, I hope that everyone here at the racetrack has gotten an opportunity to check out the concourse at the top of the hill and explore the campgrounds if you haven't been in there yet. Dan, there's a lot of people hanging out down there. It's just really cool to see this track have so many cars packed in it.
Were you able to walk around and check anything out?
I haven't been able to yet, but tonight is my plan. So
there's a little Suzuki Samurai up there. It's really cool. It really caught my eye. I like that car.
All sorts of cool stuff here. So getting ready for the next time attack session here in just a couple of moments, and just some looks at the visuals that we've seen this weekend, celebrating modern tuning culture and modern grassroots racing.
Did you see it? There it was. It was Samurai. It was sweet.
Some of the builds that are here, and some of these drivers or the people that have these cars are just spectators. They're not competing in any way this weekend, but just have builds that are representative of the culture of GridLife and Circuit Legends. So getting ready. The next group is on track now and heading out onto the road. Nick Babin in the ND Mazda Miata, Cody Umba in the Honda Civic Type R. There's that Volkswagen Golf that we mentioned earlier. And the LMP 360 with Daniel Cummings.
It's a fantastic shot coming in here as these guys get warmed up on their outlap. Just another shot of this beautiful scenery that we're just blessed to be here today.
And for those at home watching on the live stream, we had a slight technical hiccup, but For those that missed the tail end of the Falcon Sunday Cup battle there, no changes in the top 5, although the Mini Cupper team did work their way up into 6th place. But other than that, no major shifts or shuffles. And we move on now to the next group. And mostly Falcon Club TR cars. So here's a look at who's on top right now. It's James Houghton by 0.3 of a second over Dana Basinski.
And Houghton has been a threat in almost every way today. Just knocking people out left and right.
And the challenge for Dana Basinski is, I don't think of Dana as coming in here with overconfidence by any stretch, but I don't know that he knew Houghton was going to be here and pose that significant of a threat to the weekend. Dana's in a championship fight with Mario Moroni by 1 point, and so Houghton stealing away the top spot is going to be a problem for Dana because his points differential will only be 3 points from 21 to 18 versus 4 from 25 to 21. So something to consider for Dana as he tries to figure out what the end of his season will look like to try to keep Moroni behind him.
Got no arrow going on there. It looks like lost a bit of it.
Oh yeah, this is the Mechanical Advantage Racing car that's running in unlimited, and well, looking a little ragged, a little second hand.
I think it could have had some damage, and that's probably why they would have taken the wing off.
Yeah.
It's not going to it's not going to have the right downforce, right? So if you have something wrong in the front end, got to lighten up the rear as well.
Well, they're sub 1 minute now, so that's cool to see. 59.767. Still at the bottom end of the unlimited grid, but again, I think their goal is to come here and run and just get some laps in. Ooh, a little wiggle on the downhill.
Yeah, and that could be due to the lack of aero that they're used to. So,
and got an update from Mike Boersma in the YouTube chat that Chris Boersma's issue as Mechanical Advantage picks up some time. Chris Boersma had a transmission failure in the previous session. He's got a new transmission in the car. He will be back out.
Wow.
So that will be a little bit later in this session. Look, another Club TR competitor. This is Benson Tai. Scored 16th right now at a 101.332 and needs 0.3 to move up any positions. That's a bit of a haul. We'll see what he's got. And it's pretty tight from really like 7th or 8th on back. There's about a handful, about a half dozen cars that are all within a couple tenths of a second of each other. And a small gain will equate to a pretty large gain in position. And the points differences this year, we used to do points, Stan, by how close you were to the class leader. So if you were a 10th back, you had 99 points to the leader's 100. The leader always had 100 points, and if you were a second off, you had 90 points. So that was our format for the points in the past. Now it's just 25, 21, 18, 16, 15, and so on down, like we do for GridLife Touring Cup. So only 19 drivers are going to score points this weekend, which is a difference from how we used to do it. So that's a consideration for drivers like Benson Tai or even Logan Geyer in the 442 that's down the order looking for some points to add to his total. In Street GT, just had a look at the 155. Is that Michael Pagano behind the wheel? I believe it is. And he's currently scored in looks like 8th place, or the 101.433 in that BMW M4. And he works his way now up the uphill section in that large BMW. Andy Volkel still leads this class. We'll see the 34 a little bit later in the day.
How do you feel about the styling of these?
Yeah, so not a huge fan of the front. The middle on back, great. I do think that they look better as a race car. So the M4 GT3 car in particular, I really like how that car looks. And I think also wraps and liveries can kind of hide the front grille intakes. Not going to lean on it too much. It's a lot of times car designs will grow on you over time, so I'll give it a couple years before I really start to rag on it. But it's just one of those things that changes, and sometimes it's great and sometimes it's not. And I think it's, you ask 10 different people, you get 10 different answers.
For sure. Yeah, and when I first saw it, I didn't really like it, but it's starting to grow on me.
Yeah, there it is.
Especially in race car format, it does look like it belongs. It looks like it was created in order to take some more air in, which makes it look fast to me.
Alan Newsom, we saw him on track in the Legends leaderboard laps and currently scored in 12th in this street modified battle. we'll see what he's got for maybe a top 10. He's only a couple tenths back from Rob Dahm, who's got that 10th spot now.
Yeah, and that's, you know, 2 rotaries out there battling on that, so it's kind of rare to see.
Yeah, see if Rob's out there as well. Dahm just a couple tenths of a second ahead. And so hearing he just went down pit lane, so maybe he'll come back out before the end of the session, maybe not, but those 2 cars just outside of, well, Rob's in the top 10, but just. And here's Newsom down the hill. And behind him, Ezekiel Malchov in the number 5. That's that mint Mustang. And he had a loop earlier today and off at Mid-Ohio, but he's been putting in the effort, and really cool looking car for sure, these Mustangs. You talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, it's one of my top favorites. I really enjoyed it, and I remember when it came out, I was like, yep, that is a really cool car.
Yeah, and also should point out a couple other cars in this group in street class, I believe, is the Mercedes GLA 45 of Devin Herndon. The GLA 45 AMG, kind of a unique vehicle, kind of crossover-ish.
Right.
11th place in street class at a 102. That's not that slow for a large, heavy crossover car.
It's kind of strange to see something out there like that. You wouldn't believe it'd be moving so fast, but it is.
And a variety of classes. Let's go back to street mod as we follow Ezekiel and the number 5 Mustang around. Also happens that the class color of street modified kind of blends right into the car.
It does, yeah. He did it for the banner, right?
Yeah. That was part of the efforts this season, was a re-decaling of the entire GridLife field in order to better identify different car classes, as Alan Newsom picks up and beats Rob Dahm by 0.2 of a second.
There it is. We talked about it, and it happened again. And Rob went off a little early there. We'll see if he comes back, but Newsom driving hard, man.
That's cool. But mentioning the re-decaling process, it was a pretty long effort to get everyone switched over to the new graphics, but color-coded banners and door cards and everything really help race fans and spectators pick out what cars are in what category. And if you'd like to learn more about what's what, you can go to the grid.life/time attack page and learn about what all the different car classes and colors refer to. There's Nick Babin in Falcon Club TR. Again, this is an ND Miata that we talked about a little bit earlier. Down in 17th place, right behind Benson Ty, 0.3 of a second between those two.
Yeah, and I just love a Miata. I just love watching him drive it. Such a cool, composed car.
One of the very few cars in modern history where the newer car was lighter than the old one. When a lot of cars seem to be getting heavier and beefier year after year and physically larger, the ND Miata is actually a step back from size and weight from the 3rd generation car, which took a lot of people by surprise. I've gotten a chance to drive one of these cars. Incredibly nimble, maybe a little small for me, but still.
That's definitely
classic.
my size car. I think that's why I feel right at home in them, so it's a very good vehicle to me.
And all 4 generations are great buys as far as a track car goes. And Nick's going to pull off and head back to pit lane. So we have seen some cars pick up, Dan, but not a lot. And that would lend to tell me that the conditions were a little better in the morning, which we expected.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, even both sessions we've already had here, yeah, just very few pickups, and from more of the back of the pack.
And there's Garrett Glaceri in Falcon Club TR coming back around in his RX-8. And scored at the moment in 18th place. Will it be a pickup for Garrett? It is not. And this is probably a session where you probably know that you're not going to go faster, Dan, but you're going to try. And I'm just surprised we haven't seen so many people step out of the bounds like we saw in the early morning sessions.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it would be quite slippery out there. I just think it's going to be a little slower, kind of in all aspects of it.
And working his way around the right-hander and back up onto the Paul Newman straight. Newly named, that straight for decades was called the No-Name Straight. And last year, christened the Paul Newman Straight. The Sam Posey Straight is on the front stretch, so 2 very famous names in Lime Rock Park's history.
Yeah, Paul Newman, very cool story. It's an inspiration to me as well. He's like, I don't want to be known as an actor. I want to be known as a race car driver that happens to be in movies. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think that's really cool.
And just has such a rich history here at this racetrack and in racing in general.
has driven so many cool cars. It's just images stuck in my head of his old cars.
And winding down, checkered flag. The Sunoco checkered flag is out for this time attack group. And we'll bring it to a close and get the next group on track here in just a couple minutes' time. So not a lot of shifting, which perhaps we expected, but some drivers still giving it their all. I think that was Juan Johnson, maybe, or Benson Ty that just went by. And Michael Pagano again in the BMW M4. So picking up the checkered flag here in just a few minutes. We'll transition over to the next group.
Yeah, still some good racing going on. We got a cloud cover still going on out here. Maybe cool off just a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I was just about to say the weather this weekend. We had a rain shower yesterday morning. Today, it was cool when we woke up, and it got a little warmer, but it's still pretty cool out. And we've been blessed with this nice weather that everyone can just kind of absorb the breeze and maybe even put on a hoodie if you're in a windy part of the racetrack. But
check out this racing line as the drone's flying through here. You can see where the drift cars are laying down that black mark on the outside. And then in the middle, it starts to fade out as the racing line is. So you can see those guys are going through some rubble there. And I bet that is kind of a factor in slowing them down. You can see how much tarmac is on the outside.
Well, there's one car off at 1 that they're grabbing right now with the tow truck. But I love that view from high above, as you mentioned, the rubbered in line. And the reason why that's pretty significant is that's not the line where everyone's been driving in the grip sessions. That's where the drift cars have gone because of their high wheel speed and their angle. They're just grinding the rubber into the pavement. It's like a cheese grater almost, and there's no way to clear it out. It just sinks into the holes in the pavement, and it darkens that line.
Yeah, right here, really apparent. You see that, how those cars are taking that very much inside, and the drift cars are all on the outside of that. So you can see it almost on every corner where those cars are picking up that stuff. So the first guys out here are really cleaning off the track, which happens to be the Sunday Cup.
Right, and so the challenge with that, right, is you've got this rubbered in line that's offline. The cars that are in the time attack session are running the traditional racing line outside, inside, outside. And you can see how light the inside portion is. There's not a lot of rubber to lean on there, and if there was, they picked it up on their tires and kind of disposed it elsewhere. So it probably creates a pretty interesting grip condition midway through the corner where you wash out of the line a little bit and all of a sudden you get more stick, or maybe you're in the marbles, and I don't think it's as predictable grip as it was earlier in the weekend.
Yeah, I think if you are to err on the outside and you hit those marbles, I mean, that's going to change everything. You could loop that out and end up off track. So
what's a marble, Dan?
A marble?
Yeah.
That's just, well, for us in drifting, we leave a bunch of marbles, right? So it's just a whole bunch of little tire, like little droplets. If you walked out there and you had your shoes on there, you got your fresh Nikes out there, you go walk, you're going to pick up a whole bunch of tire out there on those corners. And that's just going to send you off track if you come in there. It's just going to disrupt all of your grip and send you right off track. It's not fun to end up in the marbles. You want to stay off that.
No, and essentially, they're just, as you mentioned, they're just little pieces of rubber, but as they come off, they kind of roll into balls or come off in little chunks, and when you drive on them, they feel like you're driving on marbles. They're kind of a layer between you and the pavement. So if you get under the marbles, you kind of skid across the surface and you can get yourself in big trouble. It's a huge deal in endurance racing in particular when you're out there for 10, 12 hours at once, even 24 in some instances. And if you get off the racing line into where the marbles are, you're going to have a hard time. There's a great look. You can actually see them, the black flecks on that outside lane.
Yep.
All the marbles that have accumulated there, and on the curbing too.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously racing, you're going to go through quite a bit of tire wear, but I mean, drifting, we're annihilating tires, so it's 3-4 times more.
And just in different places.
And you have both of them now, right? So you hit a little patch of marbles from the grip cars, and then you hit a big patch of marbles from the drift cars.
Almost ready to roll our next group here for time attack, just extracting a car out of turn 1 and cleaning some things up, and we'll have the next group out on track shortly. Race fans, thanks for being with us here at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Big thanks again to all the partners and people that make this happen. If you're here in the paddock, check out the Advanced Auto Parts Pit Stop, where you can watch the live stream and hang out, take a seat, charge your phone. If you're up on the hill, you've got a really good seat as well with the Jumbotron and the hill behind you, the track in front of you. And a big thanks again to all the corner workers that keep the racetrack safe. The track staff has been unbelievable this weekend, as always, and we are spoiled here by Lime Rock Park. They are wonderful to work with, and it's just such a great racetrack. Nestled in the Connecticut hills, Dan, it feels like a treat to be here.
Yeah, it makes me want to walk along these Appalachian trails as well. I know it's really close. Some really good hiking around.
We had a scenario last year where someone was on the Appalachian Trail and was a little, had gotten too hot, kind of got a little delirious and ended up on the racetrack. So we had to throw a caution for that and deal with that scenario. But that happened.
Don't see that too often.
No, and thankfully.
Yeah.
But the Appalachian Trail is not far from here. And you actually mentioned that when we talked about the original layout of Lime Rock Park that was never constructed, where Turn 1 didn't used to exist. Well, it wasn't planned to exist there. It was supposed to go up into the woods beyond the front straightaway and climb that mountain before doing the U-turn that is now Big Bend down here on the racetrack, and then loop with a very fast left-hander into what is now the left-hander. So the track was originally supposed to be about a 3/4 of a mile longer, and it just never got built. Here come the next group of cars, and a Ford Focus RS leading the field here. And
cool car.
Cool car, Dan.
Yeah.
Now, I just wonder. I thought the Focus and the ST, the RS, were some of Ford's best products, and I was surprised to hear when they discontinued them. But the RS, I still think, is a really good performance car, all-wheel drive, and has quite a bit of power, and probably has a pretty good handle. It's got a drift mode as well, which I haven't had a chance to do. But
I got to test this. I got to try that out.
Yeah, I bet you it's a lot of fun. So a mix and match of classes again. Some Club TR, some Street GT, some Street Mod, some Track Mod in this group.
So what are we seeing in the differences in classes out here?
So as far as the overall running order of the times, I think at the top you're going to see a couple unlimited cars, and most of the top 10 are unlimited cars with Sasha Anise, Ernie Prazelis, got Grant Walker, Will I Young, Steve Luca. But you also have street mod cars like Dewey DeWitt, James Houghton are up there. But you have to give some credit to the Club TR group. James Houghton, 19th fastest on the weekend with a car that probably only makes 230 horsepower.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and that is out of 97 cars that have taken times here this weekend.
A lot of cars here this weekend.
That's a lot. Cars on track now. There's a look at the 212, which is a track mod car. This orange 1 Series BMW.
That's a very good color.
It is a good color, and we've seen this car at a couple events. And the 212 is Chris Smith. Lost a bumper at Mid-Ohio and got beached at China Beach. Real deep last time out, but he's redeeming himself this week, running 8th this weekend, and about a 10th behind Jesse Ishanik in the Mitsubishi Eclipse, which is that car number 220 that resides in 7th right now. We saw Jesse with the problem in the earlier session, stuck on the uphill.
Yeah, it's one of the cars I've always loved as well, that Eclipse. And that second gen there is really cool.
Yeah, really neat looking car.
Oh, big lockup.
Whoa, and I wonder if that had something to do with why he was off at China Beach at Mid-Ohio. Maybe an ABS problem?
It's going to be a nice little flat spot on that one. That was hung on that one for a while.
And it's only going to get worse, right? And flat spots are an interesting topic because if you lock up a tire and you drag it across the surface, it literally grinds a flat spot into the rubber. And every time you hit the brakes from there on out, it's going to catch on that flat spot as it tries to rotate, and it'll only get worse. So if he really did flat spot that tire, he's probably not going to extract a lot more braking performance out of it this session.
Yeah, and if you've done it, you know you did it. You can feel that for sure.
And it's something that you'll feel in the steering. You'll feel that thumping. It kind of manifests as a vibration. And I think I've had only a couple lockups in cars on track, but you just try to get out of the brake pedal enough that the tires unlock. But if you've got some steering angle in it, as he goes quicker that time around, a 59.409. So I guess what do we know?
It's just weight savings. You had to scrub a little weight off that tire.
Yeah.
A little less rotating mass.
Evan McLaren in the 514 in Falcon Club TR. He's 7th quick and trying to run away from a Street GT BMW, but McLaren is going to let that car go on by. That's the 868. I don't know that we've talked about him yet this weekend, so let's do it. That is Cheng in the 868. Stephen Cheng behind the wheel. And 5th in Street GT. We haven't really mentioned him yet this weekend in this. Is it E92 BMW?
He's not far from 3rd.
No, not at all. 59.8. And he needs a 59.4 to get up onto the podium. He's not far off, as you mentioned. Let's see what he's got. Any improvement? The Focus RS is going straight at the end of the front straightaway there.
Oh!
And a pickup. A tenth of a second. Oh, great shot. If we could hold this shot here, well, look at the bottom right of the screen. You see the tires where it's gone through the marbles and how it just paved tire tracks right through it?
Right.
That happens on the racetrack if the marbles are on the track. So that's a great visual of that.
You can see that definition there, and then outside in the darker spot, right? And that's the outside of the track. That is still drivable track, but you kind of want to stay off that or you're going to end up where that Focus is.
And the 82 gets back rolling. It's a street class car, and I haven't had a chance to really focus in on him either, so let's do it. Car 82. Oh, is that... I'm trying to make sure I'm not misspeaking before I do. It is Jamie Santos in the 82, who typically runs a 1 Series BMW in Street Mod, so a different car here this weekend with the same car number and inside the top 5. He's only a 10th off of podium with Tony Barber, who had that issue in Model 3 Challenge. So Jamie is very close to stealing a podium away from the 333.
So answer me this. If you're racing in this class, and say the last round you have an issue with the car, if you can change chassis and stay and remain in the same class, is that allowed?
Generally, yes.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So you could drive a different car every round if you wanted to.
In theory, I have to double check the rules on that. I don't know that there's a rule against it. I don't know that there's even... We have run into the situation where a driver changed cars mid-weekend, and I don't think that was possible. And you certainly can't... team efforts are treated in a different way as well, but as far as changing cars, sure. As long as the car fits the rules, it's not inherently unfair to compete with a different one than another one.
Makes sense to me. I mean, not everybody has that kind of coin to throw around and drive multiple different cars,
right.
But it seems like a kind of a fun way
fun
to get
idea.
around.
If you got it, why not, right?
Yeah.
A couple other cars, some Club TR vehicles that are now on track here, nipping away at their counterparts. And again, we'll see the pointy end of Club TR shortly. Let's focus back in on street, though, and Nathan Brown in that Volkswagen. And I talked to him earlier. Again, he had that spin at turn 3. Here comes Nathan into some traffic and up into 7th place with a 1:06.29. He was actually on a cool down after that. He had that off at the top of 6 at West Bend where he went off and dropped a tire, and he was slowing down to prepare for another good lap. And because he went into turn 3 slower than he had, he just got loose and messed up. And it's easy to do, I think, if you get out of your rhythm. And this is a track where you're going to get into a rhythm.
Yeah, I think you kind of lose your focus for a second, and it takes away from kind of your markers, right? You have timing, you have markers. You look at something, and this is where I brake, this is where I do that. You lose your timing, you kind of lose it all.
And going at it now, and maybe trying to sneak into the top 5. He's about 7/10 of a second away from Mike Calloway in that 194. I wouldn't call that insurmountable.
No, and we've seen some pretty big jumps today. I mean, really, in just a couple laps, dropping almost a full second in a lot of cars.
Right, and with the cloud cover and a cool breeze blowing around it, and the track continues to get cleaner the more and more we run laps on it. That's only going to make it faster.
As you said that, too, I have felt that cool breeze coming in. It feels nice, so hopefully keep the track temps down and get these guys moving.
Through West Bend for Nathan Brown. And we've got some folks watching the live stream there on their phone trackside. Well, on a little bit of a delay, so he'll see himself in that shot here in just a moment. But and there's Nathan.
Making the pass.
There's Richard Cho, also in street class, up in 8th place. 10th behind Nathan Brown. So these two are kind of locked in a battle with each other at the moment.
Yeah, Brown did not better his time that round, but he's definitely making a move through some traffic.
Richard Cho was in the first podium sprint with street class back at Carolina Motorsports Park in March. He's had a couple of appearances there, and in the street class standings, Richard is currently scored in 6th, about 13 points behind Sam Bosnian and Josh Halka, neither of which are here this weekend. There's the 495. Nissan 370Z.
Such a distinct sound.
Yeah, VQ V6.
I'm sure there's a lot of people up there on the hills going, that's a perfectly good drift car. What's that doing out there?
I think everything can probably be a drift car if you modify it enough. No pickup for Nathan Brown again. He's still trying hard, though. You see him dancing on the brakes, the car bouncing from left to right and kind of hustling for grip in the ABS. Something really low. I'm not sure if it's like an aero underbelly panel or something, but underneath his right front tire, I see there's a piece of bodywork I think is kind of dragging. I wonder if he's aware of that or can hear it.
Yeah, and that could be from earlier in the day. We saw that car go 2 wheels off coming up over the hill. You know, that the rumble's right out there, so could have loosened something up.
He did say that the smoke that we were seeing was from grass getting caught in the brakes.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's get some grass hot.
Yeah.
It'll start smoking on you.
It'll start smoking. We've heard that before, even out at CMP. That was a big thing. It was a really hot day. It was dry when we went into that. If you parked and you had some grass in your brakes, that could catch fire, so we had to watch out for that.
Yeah, that was that's part of the drill kind of at tracks with dry grass is don't stop in the grass. Keep moving, because if you sit there, you'll end up cooking a spot underneath you. And we've seen some black grass patches in the past from cars sitting too long, exhaust cooking things, and definitely a consideration. So Club TR looks busy at the moment. We'll jump back over to the Club TR timing and scoring pylon. Evan McLaren, Blake Fitzgerald chasing a top 5, which is just a little bit outside of that in their lap times right now. 26 cars have taken times in this class this weekend.
Yeah, not seeing a lot of jumping around here. Not seeing any green swipes. Hopefully somebody can better it in the next few laps here.
And I'm going to correct a mistake I made earlier about Club TR. It's 2.5 liters naturally aspirated, 1.6. I think I said 2 liters earlier. 2.5 naturally aspirated is your limit.
That's a big difference.
It is a difference.
1/2 liter is...
Oh, it allows you to do a lot more, right?
For sure.
K-Series K24s are 2.4 liters, so it wouldn't make a lot of sense if the most popular engine was disallowed.
And even naturally aspirated for that would be a huge difference.
And, of course, 1.6 liter turbocharged is your limit there, which a great example of that would be the Toyota GR Corolla. It's a 1.6 liter 3-cylinder turbo, so that just fits in the rule set. And we've seen them run pretty competitively, but they weren't an overdog like I think a lot of drivers thought they would be as we get the Sunoco checkered flag here on this next group.
Do I have to put a turbo on the fit?
I don't think forced induction is allowed in Sunday Cup, but it is in Club TR.
I'm saying it's a 1.5.
There you go.
I think you'd be fine.
Yeah. What do you think you can get out of it?
I have no idea. I don't want to experiment with that.
Have you put your car in the dyno yet here?
I have not.
Oh, boy.
Mine has got to be sad.
Well, that's a relative term in Sunday Cup, right? Because a lot of those cars will dyno at 90 to 105 horsepower, somewhere in there. But, yeah, it would probably be disappointing.
I'd say mine's pretty tired, right?
Yeah.
Mine's pretty tired, and I think everything is totally stock as far as exhaust, everything. Never even looked at the intake. So.
Is your exhaust, do you have the muffler and everything still on?
All of it.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So one of the things I'd be worried about, and I have a Sunday Cup car that I've never driven. it's a 5-speed Ford Fiesta manual, and I would be concerned about hearing my own engine with the windows down. Is that a concern for you at all?
I hear it, but it doesn't concern me. My concern is driving to the track, right? If I'm driving 12 hours, I don't want to have the straight pipe clapped out Honda.
That's a very fair
I still
point.
daily drive the vehicle, so for me, it's a comfort thing.
That's a fair point.
Next season it might not be so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, what we got coming up next season?
I'm going to try and spend a little more time on that.
Okay.
I think I hastily went through it, and I want to spend a little more time and be a little more competitive.
Maybe build one of those electronic exhausts that you can like flip a switch.
Yeah, put a dump on that.
There's
thing.
probably some kits for that. I'd have to imagine, right?
Well, I'm sure I could fashion something up.
Yeah. What you can do with a servo and too much time on your hands.
Yeah.
Checkered flag is out for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship group. We will step away for just a moment, take a breather. We'll be back with the next group for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Euro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
Welcome to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of modern tuning culture and grassroots racing. This is our second year at Lime Rock Park. We love the staff. We love being here. Let's walk through the paddock and hang out with some of the people that are here. I'm here with Dana Basinski, driver of the number 109 BRZ in Falcon Club TR. Dana's in a real spicy time attack battle right now with Mario Moroni. Dana, you're leading by 1 point. And is this your last event for the year? Because it's really tight.
I might have to do one more if he does well here. I don't know. We'll find out.
This is your second time at Lime Rock?
First time.
First time. You weren't here last year. So what do you think of the track and how fun is it so far?
It's just like it is on iRacing, except a little scarier because I don't have a reset button. But actually, honestly, my fourth lap was my fastest lap so far. So iRacing trained me well. It's an incredible track.
Tomorrow morning, it's probably going to be cool and grippy. Is that the go-to session is Saturday morning?
I would assume so. We'll find out what the weather's like, but I got the fresh tires on and ready to go.
All right, Dana's got fresh RT660s. He's going to rip it tomorrow morning at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah.
All right, I'm with Danny Kruger from FCP Euro. All right, if you want to watch the full-length segment, head to the GRIDLIFE official Instagram. We had some really fun conversations with David Rudzinski and more. So at GRIDLIFE official on Instagram. For the rest of it, there's a look at Joe Milkey, the top-running street class competitor right now, and trying to cling to his fastest lap of the weekend of 57.882. And he's got a pretty decent differential on Eddie Siegel in the 470.
Pretty commanding lead. I think it's going to be hard to make up that time, especially we haven't seen too many people jumping up times in the last few sessions.
Well, we know that Jamie Santos isn't going to go back out because he has already ran, so and Nathan Brown can't pick up, so it really is just Milkey and Siegel playing offense and defense on each other. Dana Basinski sideways over the hill. He was pushing with everything in his power. That was wild, Dan.
Really scary.
I bet it was for Dana, too, but he has before surprised me, sliding sideways and breaking track records. Let's see. James Houghton versus Dana Basinski. They are nose to tail. James Houghton, is it a pickup? No. For Basinski, pickup? No. They stay 3/10 apart. But there's James Houghton in that 330, trying to get a podium in every class that he's running here this weekend.
And doing well.
You're winning at least two of them at the moment.
Yes.
If he can hang on. And Dana's following James, who was really sideways there at the left.
Yeah, Basinski, he is definitely woke up after this one. So I think his adrenaline's pumping right now and definitely going to get flying on this lap.
He's going to do his best here. This is a pretty critical points round for him to maximize. Up over the crest, a little straighter that time, got a better drive off.
Much more composed.
I don't think he really needs to win this as far as the championship goes. He's got advantage over Moroni, but it would help put some distance on him, especially if Mario goes to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and gets 25 points there, a full win. That could change the championship format. We have 4 rounds left in time attack this year. No change there, and Dana has caught James Houghton. And James is still going too, so.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine it's going to be pretty close to changing some time here because he's really gaining on him.
Yeah. I mean, I'll let everyone know what he's run this time around. It was a 58.315, which was pretty close to
what a tenth off of what he was running.
Yeah, so he's near there. Left a little bit more of a gap. Yep, just about a tenth off, you're right. But all he needs is 3 more.
Yes. But look at this. Pull a little gap on him here.
Yeah, I think Dana might be backing off to get some distance to James and leave a little more space. Here's Milkey coming across the stripe again. And Milkey a 58.5, not quicker. Houghton picks up to a 58.586, but not better than his 57.9. Dana on a cool down lap there of sorts. There's the 404, the track mod car, Ren Scott team vehicle.
See a little bit of steering modulation there. It was like he's seesawing a little bit. Maybe back end get a little squirrely there.
Yeah, it seems like the grip level, it might be there, but it's variable across. You see it there, another wiggle. Variable across the track. Someone pulled off to the right there, I think, behind the cutout.
Yeah,
I saw some dust.
I saw some dust. I didn't see anybody there.
Interesting. 404 again. And like I said, I think the grip level, there's grip to be had. It's just not where it was in the session earlier today. So you have to search around a bit, and that's what that wheel shuffling will do. You're kind of skating across the surface, and it'll hook up eventually, but learning to trust that it will just come back is a big deal. James Houghton picks up a little more time. Dana Basinski is faster in this session, but not faster overall on the weekend, and that's what's going to win you the championship in Club TR this weekend. And Peter Granberg is in the background there in the K-Power car. And here's Keenan Prusank in Street GT. Let's switch over to that class for a little bit.
Yeah, you start hearing this Chevrolet battle. You got the two V8s pumping around. You can start hearing a difference in change here.
0.3 of a second is all he needs to beat Andy Volkel. And Volkel's right behind him. So this is your Street GT battle on track onto the Paul Newman straight. Prusank's going to let Andy go. Wonder if that's intentional to maybe get himself a gap. Volkel in the C8 Corvette has had a pretty decent season, I'd say. In Street GT, he is currently still 4th with a 3rd at Carolina Motorsports Park, 4th at Watkins Glen, and a win at Rev Up, followed by a 5th at Midwest Fest. And we had only seen him at New Jersey Motorsports Park since.
Volkel pulling off there.
Will that open up the opportunity for Prusank to sneak one in before the session is over? Mario Moroni's on track, so is Peter Granberg. I don't know that either of those two have enough pace to dethrone Basinski or Houghton, but they're going to be scrapping for second on back for sure. Connor Gallagher, who was in our Legends shootout earlier. And Moroni about half a second back from Basinski. But Mario caught us by surprise at Mid-Ohio and took a huge chunk of time out in qualifying 3. There's Evan Weeder, also in the top 10 in the Falcon Club TR group. And Weeder right now is 2/10 off a podium. It's 2 EG Civics going at it. And they're nose to tail on the track right now.
That's got to be super fun. Let's see if there's any pickup here for the Camaro.
As far as Prusank is concerned, Mario Moroni picked up some. Ooh, the 404 is off. And while that happened, Mario Moroni picked up some time, but how much was it? It was enough to play defense, but it wasn't faster than his best lap. So these two now are going to kind of hold each other up a little, I think. And work their way onto the backstretch. So most of the field here that we're keeping our eye on is the Falcon Club TR group, so that's where we'll stand. But let's quickly jump back to Street GT just to update on Prusank. No pickup. And we'll head back over to Club TR.
Yeah, I think unfortunately they kind of created this for themselves, almost have too much traffic going on. Might be losing a little bit of focus and harder to go faster in this situation.
Sun's out on the downhill. And now they're going to have a Camaro barking up the rear tailpipes here, so they're going to have to get this out of the way.
And you're not going to not notice that either.
No. And no pickups by any of the 4 Club TR cars on screen. Lock up there for Moroni into turn 1. And here's a look at Kevin Horn. And needs some offense here to catch Connor Gallagher, the 2 up onto the podium. The 71 Camaro is 5/10 shy of a trophy here this weekend.
He's got a little space to work with, so that's good.
Clear track ahead. and only your own time to beat. I mean, while it is a battle against other drivers, Dan, it is also a battle against yourself. So how much of that fuels you during a race weekend? Are you mostly concerned with where you are in relation to those around you for the points and the trophies, or are you more concerned about beating your own laps and improving yourself, or a combination of both?
For me, it's just my own laps. You're always battling yourself out there. You know what you're doing right, you know what you're doing wrong, and you feel it, and you got to leave that behind you if it's something bad, and if you're doing something right, let's do that again. So definitely a mental game for yourself, at least for me personally. I don't really focus on anyone else. Like I said earlier, though, if you know somebody has a good line, it's good to get a good read off of what they're doing and see how your car reacts to what they're doing.
Kevin Horn pulled into the pits. Connor Gallagher, no improvement. And same with all of the Falcon Club TR cars. So they're probably running out of tire temperature that they've got available to them to really make a run at it. And I know we're not far away from checkering and moving on to the final.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late in this session. I was wanting to see some green swipes going on here.
If you've got anything left, now is the time to use it.
Yeah, it's like you're speaking to them. You got to be mic'd up in there. You got to coach them through. This is the time you need to do it.
You know, you say that, but in the podium sprint format especially, drivers have been able to run their lap and then sit in pit lane with the live stream and watch and hope that their lap time doesn't get beat in the sprint. Jackie Ding was one of the people that did that. It was a lot of fun to see them with that much pressure. The Club TR cars will pull in. Here comes Gallagher again. No green swipe, stays third. Looks like Granberg is coming in as well. I hear a lot happening.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's the 404 into turn one again. Is that Dana? It is. Dana Basinski's back out for another run late in this session.
Yeah, I'm starting to hear him wind out a little more. They're going to make that last-ditch effort to get that time dropped down.
Did you hear what Dana did there in the middle of turn one? He downshifted right in the middle of the corner. Now, typically you'd expect to downshift in the braking zone and then maintain a constant gear before getting back on power. But I think Dana downshifted here just to get a little extra rotation, throw some inertia at it and just rotate the car. Or just got in there really hot, so he didn't have time to downshift all the way.
Yeah,
but
it could be in between gears as well. It's kind of an awkward turn into turn one there. You got kind of a lot of momentum and could be in between gears.
I hadn't heard him do that. Maybe there was too much noise before to hear it. Ooh, right out to the edge of the road at the top of West Bend. Dana Basinski is just tenths behind James Houghton.
This looks like a heater of a lap here.
For Dana Basinski, is it a pickup? No, 58.522. No checkered yet, so he can go another lap.
Still not giving up.
Downshift again. You see the brake lights just tip on just to shift some weight onto the nose. Big flame out the tailpipe.
That's good.
This is the last ditch effort here.
Really pushing for it.
Down the Paul Newman straight, and he's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him. I think that might be Connor Gallagher perhaps, but I don't think he'll catch him on this lap.
Yeah, it's such a short run from here. I think it'll be out of shape again a little bit up the top there. But as we saw before, he's quicker.
Nibbles the curb at West Bend on the rumble strips. It is Connor Gallagher, but it's not going to be an interference. And
all the way out.
Here we go. Does Dana Basinski have anything for James Houghton? To the stripe. No, 58.918. Still no improvement. Still no checkered, though. He's got another opportunity.
Expect to see some more flames. Pushing as hard as he can go.
I don't think I saw brake lights that time.
Nope.
All eyes on Dana here. The Falcon Club TR points leader, but having to really play offense here with James Houghton in the field. Checkered flag is waving at the start stand, so this is Dana's last opportunity. I don't think he came into the weekend expecting to win, but certainly I don't think he expected to finish second to James Houghton, of all people.
Really jamming up that hill. Every single time you can see that thing shaking.
Winding out the motor. His last opportunity in Falcon Club TR here this weekend to steal a win away from James Houghton. Dana Basinski across the stripe. What's it going to be? 59 flat, no pickup. Dana Basinski is second. And that's got to be frustrating, Dan. So close.
Good effort.
Off.
One of the last on track. Had to make that push, but.
And he found clear racetrack. He did everything he could do. And that is going to do it for Club TR. So James Houghton is going to win the Falcon Club TR weekend. He's not done racing, though. He's got GLTC coming up in a little while, and he's got a street mod car to go jump in as well.
A lot of people doing multiple things out here this weekend.
Yeah, they do multitasking. As a weekend as fun as this, how can you not bring all the cars that you have?
If you have an opportunity, I mean, you can.
It's becoming more of a popular thing. We saw Luke McGrew at Mid-Ohio run in track mod and in GLTC. James Houghton did the same thing there, did the same thing here. And we've really seen drivers embrace running as much as they can throughout a weekend.
Yeah, it's something I like to see as well because, I mean, you have practice and you get to see the changing track conditions. So could be something to help you out.
Peter Granberg working his way back in. So this leaves just one more session in the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, and it will be the fastest cars of the weekend and their last opportunity to go fast and maybe shift and shuffle some things. We're going to be focusing mostly on the unlimited category as well. And we should mention, I think Street GT is also concluded, right? Because Andy Vogel was off track. So Andy Vogel will win in the Street GT category. Keenan Prusank and Connor Gallagher, the rest of that podium. Connor Horn, or excuse me, Connor, that's one of my buddies. Kevin Horn in the 71, up to fourth, but not quite on the podium.
And that's a pretty tight battle you see up there as well. I mean, all three in the top, really close.
And same thing with Street. This is going to be your podium. Milky, Siegel, and Barber. Barber just hanging on despite having that car go off course in a Model 3 Challenge race a little while ago. And that leaves just a couple classes remaining to go over. One of them is Track Mod. Chris Boersma, Andrew DeKonig, and Mahadio in the 275. They're going to be doing battle one more time. And then the Unlimited fight, which really the focus is, can anyone knock down Sasha Anise off that top? I don't know. I don't even know if Sasha's going to go back out again, but if he does, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to beat.
And just at the top of the screen there, I think I see Boersma rolling on through. And Peter Granberg heading back to Paddock area.
This is a cool shot.
It is a cool shot.
Like an old GTA video game. That's what it looks like to me, one of the first ones.
All right, last group for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship, the fastest of the fast heading on the racetrack. After this, it's GridLife Touring Cup. That will end our day on the live broadcast. So one more NOS Energy Track Battle session, and then GLTC, and that will wrap up the broadcast. Of course, there still is more drift and a Model 3 race for fans trackside, so don't go anywhere. We're not done yet. We'll end at about 6:20 this afternoon. All right, predictions here. Do we see any shifts or shuffles in this last session?
You know, we saw a pretty big jump in the second place, and he dropped his own time coming after Anise, but I don't know that I'll see that be beaten.
Street Mod, Dewey DeWitt.
Dewey DeWitt.
He's got to play defense on James Houghton. He came here because he said he didn't want anyone getting easy points. And I don't know if he thought it was going to be easy points for himself or not, but it has not been. James Houghton keeping him honest in the 878.
If anyone can do it, it's Dewey DeWitt.
I like that. I don't think I've heard that before. Dewey up the hill. 54.5 is his time to beat. Turbocharged Subaru 4-cylinder. New engine in the car, too.
It is loud. It is singing right now.
Engine rebuilt after his Mid-Ohio win. Not going to be a pickup this lap. Behind him is the 878 and Steve Luca off course at the exit of turn 4. Trying to get it refired. You see the brake lights flashing there. Control-Alt-Delete.
Yeah, that's an awkward spot to sit as well.
Yeah. It's been challenging to get this Group A group enough track time this weekend. They've had a variety of stoppages. And it's been an impactful problem for them this weekend.
Yeah, it seemed like almost every session they've had some kind of instance where they've had to slow down. That's got to be hard when you're trying to chase down your fastest lap time of the week.
Yeah. Still green for now, though, at least for the time being. Sasha Anise I have not seen on track. I haven't seen Ernie Prazelis yet either, but I have seen Will-I Young in the Acura RSX, and I think we're going to have to go yellow to extract this number 500.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
It is not. I mean, early in the session at least, so they'll get another opportunity. And there is the black flag we are hearing, so that is going to put us in a stoppage here for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship for a car stalled trackside at the exit of the right-hander just on the beginning of the Paul Newman Straight.
Freebird, man.
A little wildlife.
You can see some pretty clear skies, a little bit of clouds here, but the sun is definitely coming out. It is heating up. I don't know that that's going to necessarily be a good thing for these guys, but...
No, but we are getting later in the day, so that the angle that the sun is hitting the world is a little lower than it was, so that means that the temperature on the track should come down, even if the ambient temp
The temperature on us is not coming down.
That is a good fair point.
It is hot over here.
Yeah, and I wish I had my my temperature gauge, but the pavement in this tent on one side in the shade is a lot cooler than the pavement on the other side.
Look at this, man. That's America, man. Just not a bald eagle.
Not a bald eagle. Isn't the bald eagle not the American bird anymore? What is it? America's official bird. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Can you change birds?
Oh, I guess it is still.
What are you talking about? It's a bald eagle, man.
But I thought they had the big debate about it and changed it. Maybe not.
No, man, you can't change bald eagle.
We probably have a civil war over that.
What are you going to change it to? What would you change the bird
I don't know.
to?
I thought it was like, I don't know, the yellow-breasted something or other.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I think the bald eagle will still stand.
The national symbol linked to its 1782 landing of the Great Seal of the United States. So that's been a long time.
It's a long time to stay a championship bird.
Yeah, well, you know, there's not a lot of birds fighting it for it, you know.
You wouldn't want to fight a bald eagle either.
It's a sea eagle, technically. A bald eagle. 2 known subspecies. This is not an eagle, by the way. At least as far I'm not a bird.
Hold on.
I'm not a birder.
Let's see. You're not a birder. Not a bird watcher.
Is that the name for him? I thought they have another name. I think birder, or maybe a falconer is what I'm thinking of.
That's falconer.
That's the people that like sick falcons on
that's pretty
bad guys or something.
Yeah, a little nice hunting.
Yeah, like James Bond movies. There's always like some crazy-looking guy that like stands on a ledge and like releases some crazy-looking bird.
Pretty popular in Mongolia for hunting, but here in America, not so much. Maybe outside of a restaurant to catch some mice and whatever.
Yeah. Well, he's winning whatever he's doing up there. Not a lot of traffic.
He's watching the race.
Airborne,
this is actually the bird's eye view
yeah,
of him watching the race.
We've actually installed a camera on that bird, and it's actually aerial
birds
coverage presented by
Birds are not real. You know, they're all drones.
That's true. The only true fact in life is that birds have feet.
Yeah.
Have you been to Splinters?
No.
We got to show you Splinters.
Okay.
Check it out later.
This is a very cool shot. This is what I want to put on my screensaver on my phone.
Screenshot. Screenshot time.
Screenshot that thing.
Brian asks, did the 4:50 p.m. race already happen? No, it's up next. And he says it's a hawk. And yep. But I was
Hawks are cool birds.
I was distracted by the idea that the bald eagle was no longer the American bird, but that's not real. That's not a true fact.
That is not a fact.
So Ben Franklin wanted the wild turkey to be the official bird. Maybe that's where I'm getting confused.
I think Ben Franklin was probably on some wild turkey when he was talking about that.
I don't know. You see turkeys a lot more than you see bald eagles. But anyway, getting set to go back on track here for the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship before the end of this weekend of Time Attack. And then, of course, we've got our GridLife Touring Cup race upcoming, again with the split sprint format, which was new this weekend and has been an exceptional show.
Yeah, you've seen people just hit their mark and then hold it. You know, and no risk of losing that with the podium sprint. So kind of an advantage in a way.
We're back on track. Time Attack. Group A is back on course. And Dewey's going to get another shot at this. And the Unlimited group could see some shifting and shuffling as well. Only going to get a couple minutes, so you got to go.
Got to go for it. And Dewey got to do it.
Dewey got to do it. Dewey, do it.
That grass couldn't be any greener.
It's so green. And you know what's great is that last year it was a little drier here in the summer of the late summer of 2022, so it got kind of dry and dusty by the end of the weekend. But it has been lush and a little bit wet on the front side of the weekend, and that's helped it stay nice and green through the weekend here. So we've been treated to some exceptional weather here. All right, is that Houghton out front? I think it is. Street Mod is the battle we'll be following here in the 878 across the stripe. Here we go. Wow.
No pickup, but definitely going to be fast on the lead here.
Through turn 1, big bend. James has got to go to work in race 4 in GLTC in just a couple of minutes. And trying, if he can find a 1/10 of a second, he will have a shot to win in 3 different categories, which has never been done, not even close.
You know he's going for it. You can see that coming in on the first out lap there. He is moving. Listen to that thing.
Climb over the hill. It's searching for grip.
It's good placement right through there.
Down the hill. James Houghton trying to steal one from Dewey. Here he comes, the 878 across the stripe. Needs a 1/10 of a second. Is he going to do it? Not this time. Dewey doesn't pick up either. Checking in on the Unlimited group, Will-I Young. I think Dewey's kind of bailed out.
Yeah, take a little off.
Yeah, I think he's, you know, I don't know that he is confident that James hasn't beaten him, right? So maybe taking a cool down lap to go out and give it one more rip before the end of the session. And maybe James is doing the same. As far as track mod goes, Chris Boersma, a 54.725. Dewey giving a point by here to who? That's Will-I Young and the RSX. Down turn 7. Will-I Young is 2 100ths away from a podium, beating out Grant Walker if he could do it.
Did he just pull off?
He certainly did. Amick passed the stripe. And Amick is a little ways back from Houghton and Dewey and on defense from Cal Fortner, so he's kind of in a no man's land at the moment.
But we haven't focused on the hatchback that much.
No. Well involved in the championship battle between himself and Dewey DeWitt and Kyle McHugh, who had not a great weekend because he had that early off yesterday in the trees. He's all right. Car was not able to get back rolling, though.
He's trying to find his way into the Appalachian Trails.
Yeah, didn't make it. Got closer than most drivers did. Here's Amick. Amick has won a couple of events this season. Gingerman Raceway at Rev Up, Carolina Motorsports Park, and had a second at Mid-Ohio. Looking like this could be a third if he can't find a little extra. Ernestus Pizzellis thunders by the front straightaway. Runs second in Unlimited. Don't know that he's going to find enough time to beat Sasha Anise, but he is close enough that I wouldn't be surprised if somehow he pulled a second and a half out of it. That car has got lots of things attached to it and lots of motor underneath it.
Yeah, for sure. You got to wonder if they made some pretty big adjustments, knowing that they had to, make up dang near 2 seconds.
In the uphill now. Into West Bend for Ernestus Pizzellis. And checkered flag is out on this session. Does anybody move anywhere or do anything in this last session? Pizzellis across the stripe. No pickup.
No pickup. No pickup at all.
In street mod. Houghton misses first by a 1/10 of a second.
Almost.
But
Dewey do it, did it.
Dewey do it, did it. I love it. Mike Amick third. He'll end up on the podium in street modified. And with that, that wraps up the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship here from Lime Rock Park. We've got GLTC up next on the broadcast. So fans trackside or on the live stream, don't go anywhere. We're just a couple minutes away from turning the cars loose. Cal Fortner finishes up. But we'll step away for a quick break. We'll be back with our final action on the broadcast for the day. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, Race 4B and 4A. We'll be right back.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
When you come to pit road, all 4 of you stay in the car.
Need that fire truck.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and I want to tell you about Valvoline's Flex-Fill Gear Oil, which is designed by car people for car people. It comes in a pouch, which is specifically made to work in tight spaces, and it saves me time versus the old pumping method, so I can focus on things like keeping my drivetrain running clean. Unlike the pump, the Flex-Fill pouch leaves no wasted oil and no wasted time. Plus, it keeps my garage nice and clean from any spills. All you gotta do is put the nozzle where you need some oil, give it a squeeze, and you're ready for the road. That's why I protect everything in my garage with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Side by side.
Down the inside, 3 wide into 4.
Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, an amazing celebration of modern racing and touring car culture and modern tuning culture as well. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Pete Lindbergh for the last 2 GLTC races of the weekend with a new split sprint format. This is our last B race of the weekend before we head into the finale, the big one, the last race. We have had a 4-car invert in this race. The invert for the main race is 8. So we'll get through with your starting lineup. Pete, welcome back. Before we get into that, though.
Thank you, Kyle. Now, this is going to be a lot of fun with the 4-car invert here in the B group. So I'm really excited to see how this race shapes up.
And, of course, coverage of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is powered by Hyundai N. Hyundai N, never just drive. And Falcon, the official tire of GRIDLIFE Track Battle. Cars rolling on track. 4-car invert. That is going to kind of mix things up here a little bit at the front of the field, and the way that things are going to work out here, it's going to put Kevin Zhu on the front row in the number 243 Honda Civic, and Lee Wombolt starts second in the 204.
Behind them in the third spot is Samuel Scott alongside Lena Chin in fourth.
As Don Liu in the number 363, that will start in fifth place, and Thomas Moss rolls off sixth in the number 515.
Starting in seventh is Bob Dice alongside Dai Win in eighth place.
And ninth place is Patrick Huxley in the number 179. David Rudzinski starts 10th in the number 51.
Behind them is Richard Serwicki starting in 11th alongside Jose Santa Cruz starting in 12th.
And Eric Thompson rounds out the field at 13th in the number 65. We saw some exceptional, entertaining racing in race 3B. We get to do it all over again. These drivers are fighting for 3, 2, and 1 points respectively for the top three. So there are points on the line that will affect the outcome of this weekend's points across the whole grid.
Yes. So I do want to also add that Jose Santa Cruz is actually out there in a Hooters livery, Integra. I don't know what generation of Integra it is. I don't know them well enough, and I'm probably going to get the slap across the face for that later from some Honda buddies. But but that car is super cool, and unfortunately, I don't think Eric Thompson was able to get the car fixed. I don't think he's going to get to make the start here. But
well, they'll leave us with just 6 rows of cars, but we've been able to focus on more battles because there have been less cars in this B group, which has been exciting to say the least. Now, remember how we initially split the field, Pete? It was by qualifying time. The top 20 move into the A race, the bottom 20 move into the B race, and then after each race, we would flip the top and bottom 5 of each race. But now, because race 3 and race 4 have an invert, nobody moves. It's the same group as race 3B as it was just a moment ago. So there's not a lot of shifting as far as drivers go, but there was some movement in the A race, and we'll talk about that when we get up to that race up next.
Yeah, super excited. This split format has been really fun this weekend. I know we do it in a heat style with the Winter iRacing League, and it's been really cool to see it not done as a heat style racing here, but just in this split group, which, like you said, has allowed us to give a lot more screen time to more cars and great battles.
Here we go. Kevin Zhu and Lee Wombolt are on the front row. The last race of the weekend for the B group here in GridLife Touring Cup at the Circuit Legends Festival. The pace car turns off and heads for home. And the flag is in the hands of the starter. Green flag flies, and we're racing in GridLife Touring Cup. Kevin Zhu and Lee Wombolt dead even on the start, side by side into turn 1, Pete.
Neither of them were off at all, and Wombolt's on the outside, going to try and stick with it, but Zhu's pushing through. Still leaving overlap there, and he's ahead of Wombolt.
Wombolt slides into second. Sam Scott and Lena Chin battle for third place behind Lena. Should be able to clear Sam Scott, but Sam slipped on the marbles there on the outside, and Lena's through to third. Here comes Scott back up to the inside.
Yeah, Lena lost a little bit there, coming out a little bend. Scott did too, and now Lou's in the battle.
And slide.
Dai Win.
Big moment out of turn 4. He keeps it out of the wall. He'll hopefully straighten out and continue. Over the crest, Zhu leads Wombolt by about 3 car lengths, Pete.
Yes. So Zhu's doing a great job trying to put some space between him and Wombolt here on the first lap, trying to take advantage while he can.
Thomas Moss to the inside of Don Liu in the downhill run, and through into turn number 7. He'll take that spot away. Kevin Zhu leads lap 1 by 0.7 of a second. What battles will formulate and carry on in this race?
Well, we unfortunately couldn't see it, but it looks like Liu has fallen back behind Moss.
Yeah, Moss, I think, got him at just the top of West Bend and into 7, so he did sneak by there. And look at Lena Chin up past Wombolt in turn 1, so she's through to second place.
Yeah, she had a little bit of space behind him, so I'm hoping Wombolt doesn't have an issue and doesn't keep falling back, but we'll see.
Didn't get a really good drive out of turn 4 either, but Lena Chin is going to work her way up to Kevin Zhu, and that's the battle we'll have our eyes on in just a couple of moments. Ooh, I just thought, is that a puff of smoke out of one of the cars at the back?
I didn't catch it, but it's been a hard weekend for a lot of these cars.
A lot of compression and elevation change and curbs, and you're revving the car really high and putting a lot of load on it on the uphill section. It is hard on cars here, but I thought it was David Rudzinski, but he's still rolling, so we're good.
Yeah. Still have Rosidzky and Santa Cruz back there. Looks like Dye, we'll see if Dye got rolling again.
Lena Chin, fastest lap of the race. And Wombolt under fire from Sam Scott. That 204 does not have the pace that it had earlier in the weekend.
No, it does. Oh, really loose it looked like on the exit there of Big Bend. Scott's all over the back.
Oh,
Scott now.
Too wide. He got into the marbles, Pete, and just slid 2 lanes wide. Yep. Couldn't get it gathered up. Daiwin is back rolling. He did complete that lap, so we are good. But I'll bet you Lena Chin is going to run Zhu down, and then we're going to have that epic scrap that we have been witnessing all weekend long with the front of this B race. But Lee Wombolt is on defense right now.
Yes. Scott getting all up behind him here through West Bend, getting ready to go to the downhill. See if Scott gets a good exit, and we'll see if Wombolt does too.
And there is a lot of motivation for Scott to get this pass done quickly because Lena closing in on Kevin Zhu again. It's very tight at the line, just 0.2 of a second. So if Scott can get up to Lena Chin, he might have a shot at passing her and Kevin Zhu. Side by side for third into turn 1, door to door. Close racing for third place.
Yep. Looks like Scott's leaving plenty of space on the inside for Wombolt, which I don't know if that's going to work well for him with that outside line being dirty. Oh, Scott getting a great drive.
And Sam Scott to third. Sets his sights on Lena Chin. 20 car lengths ahead as she runs down Kevin Zhu for the top spot. Nose to tail on the uphill.
Yep. And these two are friends. I see them hanging out in the paddock. And so I'm sure they're going to enjoy this battle.
Kevin Zhu. His best result in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup was a second back at Watkins Glen in the rain. Only lost to Luke McGrew, and he didn't let him go. Luke was definitely on defense very strongly in that race. It was race 4 at the Glen. But Kevin's going to have to defend pretty vigorously here to keep Lena behind him, although he did eke out another 10th.
Yep.
Sam Scott's the one I'm watching, though. Could he run down both of them?
It'll be interesting to see. These both, they're fighting, but they're not slowing each other down, it doesn't feel like. So I'm curious if Scott can close any distance on them.
Richard Sawicki up to 9th place. He's on stock Miata power, by the way, this week, and his turbo was not working, so he's back on 120 or so wheel horsepower in that car.
That is such, oh man, that's hard.
Into the uphill. Lena is going to be hounding Kevin Zhu. How long is he going to have to keep her in the rearview mirror? These races feel longer when there's less cars, a little bit less frantic around.
Yep.
So Kevin's going to have to focus real hard to keep her behind.
Yeah, and I, to your point, I think Scott might be starting to close.
Let's see what the differentials are at the line. Zhu had 0.3 over Chin. It was 2.7 back to Sam Scott. Here comes Lena, looking to the inside, dives into turn 1 for the lead. Side by side, Lena door to door with Kevin Zhu for the top spot.
Leave each other plenty of space.
Throttles up. Can he keep overlap? He cannot. Lena Chin takes the lead away into turn 3. The left-hander, the 917's out front.
Yeah, now Zhu is in a fight to stay ahead of Scott, who closed up 0.7 of a second that last lap, only 2 seconds behind them now.
That was a really big gain for the 85, that yellow NC Miata that's chasing the front 2 now. Sam was quicker than I think both of them last time by. And with so much time left, you have to wonder if he can get that pass done on Zhu pretty quickly. Could he go up and drive up to Lena Chin and steal the lead away?
Great question. The car, he's been doing really, really well. Question is, can he keep up with Lena's pace? She does have the fastest lap of the race.
Down the front straightaway. Scott is closer, I think. Yes, 1.3, another 7/10 gain, and Kevin Zhu is right behind Lena still, so she's got to still worry about the blue Honda Civic in her rearview mirror.
Yeah, and Thomas Moss setting a new personal best lap. Wombolt still holding out there, about 4 seconds back at 4th place.
So the question now becomes, if you're Sam Scott, where do you make this pass on Kevin Zhu to do it quickly? Because we've seen people be able to hang on Big Bend and even the left-hander. So you have to pick this precisely, because if you spend a lot of time messing around with Kevin Zhu, you're going to lose Lena Chin.
Agreed. But with everything we've seen from Scott this weekend, if I was a betting man, I'd say it's going to be in the Big Bend, because that's been his favorite place to pull the inside outside and try and do it. And oh man, he's all over the back.
Through turn 7, Sam Scott in the yellow Miata has tracked down Kevin Zhu. He stays in tow. Maybe that Honda's got the legs on the straightaway, but Sam's right there. Into turn 1, he's going to stay nose to tail with him. Kevin's really late on the brakes.
Oh, and the car washes out.
Oh, Kevin, too late, too deep. Washes wide. Sam Scott takes second quickly and efficiently. That's what he had to do.
Now it's a hunt for Lena.
And it's just 0.8 of a second between Sam Scott and Lena Chin. Cue the Jaws music, Pete. He's coming.
Bottom.
Down Paul Newman straight. Kevin just got on the binders a little too late. I don't know if he was in the windshield or in the rear view there, but he had battles on both ends.
Yeah, he did, and they closed up really, they closed up a lot behind Lena there into Big Bend. I was really surprised at how much. So, really unfortunate, though, that he pushed a little too late and pushed out, though.
Recovered nicely, though. Didn't go off track, didn't drop a tire, just gathered it back up and carried on. Used the wide road down there at Big Bend. There's quite a bit of pavement to gather up mistakes. It's just once you drop off of it, it's a bad time. Scott, 0.6 back.
And Scott with the fastest lap of the race now.
Yes.
Oh, Scott getting drifty.
I think they're getting their tires pretty greasy. They have to attack so hard, and they're able to. They're not stuck in packs of race cars like they normally would. They're able to extract the maximum performance out of their cars. And Scott's going to have to do that. Lena's doing a great job running consistent laps. She did in an earlier B race earlier in the weekend. She has driven at a very high level this weekend.
Yes. All Scott, Lena, and Kevin Zhu have all driven fantastic this weekend.
And Lee Wombold, again, new to GLTC, has done an exceptional job fitting right in with the crowd here.
Yes. Been great to see. Although, unfortunately, where it seems like we're leaving him behind a little bit, so it'll feel like he's lost a little bit of pace he had earlier in the weekend.
Oh, it's one of the Rude's cars. That's Santa Cruz, I think, on pit lane.
Yep.
Across the stripe, Scott lost a couple of tenths that lap. Lena, bit of a pickup.
And we might have, and we've got, well, I think the gap just picked up a little bit, but it looks like Moss and Wombold are holding maybe about a second. Maybe there might be a battle there as they continue to have the laps tick down.
Through the left-hander. Now, this is where consistency matters, right? If Lena can pull away one lap but then loses a bunch the next, that's not going to win you this race. You have to be consistent. Even if you're losing some time, it's okay if you're only losing a tenth or half a tenth. But if you gain 0.3 and then lose 6, that's a much bigger deal.
Yep.
Sam Scott is wringing the neck of this car right now.
Doing everything he can to try and chase Lena down and hopefully able to, Sawicki and Huxley.
Yeah, Huxley, another driver that's new to GLTC this weekend. This is a battle for 8th place. We always say in GLTC that there's always someone to battle. There's the white flag, though, as Scott loses some more time. Lena Chin trying to hang on with 1 lap to go.
Wombold closed a little bit on Moss there in 4th and 5th, so we'll see if they might have a chance for something to happen here on this lap.
Oh, a little wide there as Sam Scott didn't quite get down to the apex. He was making inroads there, but I wonder if that heavy charge just overtaxed his tires and he wasn't able to capitalize on it all the way. Here's Huxley and Sawicki again, nose to tail.
Sawicki going to try and see if he gets some overlap, make a move to the inside. There he goes.
And completes it.
Great driving by Sawicki, especially with 120 horsepower in a GLTC car.
Yeah, there's David Rudzinski in 10th, a little ways behind. And that will leave us with just Lena Chin coming back around next time by to a checkered flag in the B race. There she goes, Lena Chin. Sunoco checkered flag in race 4B. Sam Scott, Kevin Zhu on the podium. Lee Wombold and Thomas Moss wrap up the rest of your top 5. What a race.
Yeah.
And Lena did a great job to get to the lead, get past Kevin Zhu. And Sam Scott did about all he had.
Scott gave it everything to fight to where he's ended up, and did a great job. And I really questioned if he could run Lena down at all, and he kept me in. It was a very solid chance there for a second, and then unfortunately, Lena was just able to just keep putting laps on and keep the distance.
So that will conclude our 4B race as Sawicki and Huxley come across the stripe. And with that, let's have a look at our race results here in just a moment's time. Here's a look at it. Lena Chin, another B race victory over Sam Scott, Kevin Zhu, Lee Wombold, Thomas Moss. and some great side-by-side action, and Kevin Zhu and Sam Scott, they had a great battle for second, but it all came down to mistakes, and Kevin Zhu hasn't made a lot this weekend, Pete, but he made one critical one in the braking zone for turn 1 that got him past.
Yeah, and it opened the door for Scott to make a really quick and easy pass there to Big Ben and not lose any time chasing down Lena Chin.
Yeah, one last look at it one more time before we'll look at some highlights before we move on to the A race. Lena Chin, Sam Scott, Kevin Zhu, Don Louis in the number 363, Bob Dice, Richard Sawicki, Patrick Huxley, and David Rosinski stealing a top 10 in that 51 Chevy S10 pickup.
With a K series.
Yeah, here's a look at your highlights and the race start. It was a dead even start between Lee Wombolt in that silver Integra and Kevin Zhu in the blue Honda Civic. And Kevin led, Wombolt gave it all he had, and then behind him it was Lena Chin and Sam Scott. And had Sam Scott held that position, maybe he would have won this race, Pete, but he didn't. Lena drove around the outside of him at turn 4.
Yeah, Lena did a great job taking advantage of the start there, and Lou was in the mix, and with Di unfortunately having a little spin there coming out a little bit.
And then it was Lee Wombolt and Sam Scott. Look at Lee pushing that front-wheel drive Integra to its limits. And Sam drove up the outside, watched the car wash out here. And he tried that line a couple of times. The grip just wasn't there on that right side of turn 3.
No, and that's the showcase corner for drift cars. So, and we just had TrackBattle on, so with rubber marbles, so all sorts of weird grip.
He got it done down here at Big Bend with a lunge into turn 1 and got to the inside and was able to complete this pass. But look at how tight this is, Pete. They left each other plenty of space, but it was close down there.
It was. Had good overlap coming in, and he just made the inside stick, stuck with him through all the way through Big Bend into Little Bend here, and just got a better drive out here to the Paul Newman straight.
And away he went on a mission to run down Lena Chin and Kevin Zhu. He was able to dispatch one, but not the latter. Here's Lena Chin, dive on the brakes into Big Bend, and pulled this off. Great racing side by side with two buddies here in the paddock. Lena hooking the curb, getting the right side tires up on the curbing to help rotate the car around. Kevin drops in behind, and he wasn't able to run her back down. And then he had to shift his focus to the yellow car, Sam Scott behind him, who came up 7-8 tenths a lap, was just chunking away at that distance up to the front runners. And here was Kevin Zhu late on the brakes into one and slide and lost the spot.
Yeah. Really unfortunate, but great job by Zhu to recover it, keep going, and hold on to third place.
And that they did. So Sam Scott tried to run Lena down, wasn't able to do it. Here's a pass from Sawicki on Huxley for 9th place into turn 1. Sawicki, again, without his turbo functioning this weekend, is back on stock Mazda Miata power. And that's a long ways off from full power trim here in GLTC.
Yeah.
But Lena Chin picking up the race 4B victory. And 3 points added to her weekend total.
Absolutely. A great job by Lena,
yeah,
who has played down here in this group after having an incident yesterday that dropped her from the back, from high up in the A group into the back. And so she's been fighting here at the front of the B group and has been doing a great job.
Yeah, she's done an excellent job here this weekend. And you mentioned that incident yesterday, had a broken suspension component and ended up way off course at turn 3. And a nice rebound to get to do some battling up at the front, especially on camera with all the race fans watching. Look at the site of Circuit Legends, the car concourse, the celebration of modern tuning culture, Pete. It has been exceptional.
Absolutely. The NSX pace car rolling out.
This is a car from the concourse, I believe. That's what Mike Cohn, our pace car driver, told us he was going to try to get, was one of the vehicles from that concourse. And if you're on the hill and haven't been up there yet to see all those hand-selected cars, you should check it out after Drift and Model 3 Challenge, which will be coming up after this.
Yeah, there's a Jimmy up there, Jimmy or Jimny. I might be getting it wrong, but there's the little Suzuki SUV up there, and it's on drag radials in the back, skinny tires in the front, and I heard it pull in yesterday. I think it has a rotary in it with a Bridgeport. It was brapping real hard.
Oh, man. All right, let's get our starting grid out of the way, but before we do that, the invert was 8, and there's one driver that should have started up in the top 8. That is not there. That's Matt Waldbaum. Take a guess, Pete.
Oh, that dyno.
Oh, the dyno. Disqualification for Matt Waldbaum exceeded his claimed power limit on the dynamometer and gets dropped to the tail of the field. Again, the dyno police are putting him in cuffs the last couple weekends.
Yeah, and they do weigh at the exact same time. So they weigh the car at the exact same time they run it on the dyno. So we're making sure at that moment that both numbers do line up.
And you have the opportunity, if you come across the scales underweight, you can go on the dyno to prove that your power to weight isn't over the limit. You have that opportunity to prove legality. Legality as run is the goal of GLTC. But in that instance, if you get pulled for the dyno and you blow it, they'll weigh the car, and if you're underweight, then it's over.
Yep.
So Matt Waldbaum will have to start from the rear. With that 8-car invert, puts Salil Shukla on pole in the number 410 red Honda S2000. Zach Lavoie in a kind of a similar colored S2000 starts on that front row. And in position, or row number 2, Pete, a couple drivers that had to fight their way back after incidents and disqualifications in the first race of the weekend.
Absolutely. We've got starting in third as Matan Rosenberg alongside Tom O'Gorman in fourth. Phenomenal to see you get these guys fight their way back up to the second row.
And Paul Darling rolls off in fifth in the number 55, followed by Ronnie Vidok in the number 99.
And sitting there in the number 7, starting in 7th, Luke McGrew alongside James Houghton.
Hans Horpendahl starts 9th. It's Matt Corrence that will start 10th in this race. Great recovery from an early weekend B-race stall for Matt Corrence, but he'll roll off 10th.
Starting in 11th place, we got Joel Morrison in that electric green S2000 alongside number 150 Team ASM.
Andy Smedegard.
Oh, that's right.
Gary Wimble starts 13th, and alongside him in 14th, the 184 of Eric Jensen.
Behind them, we've got Tony Marchev, which is so happy to see him still here, and in 15th. And then in 16th place, we got Scott Heckert.
Tyler Pappas starts 17th, the number 24. Then Ben Thorne of the Advanced Auto Parts car starts 18th.
And Jacob, I don't see Jacob Price out there, so it looks like Matt Waldbaum is going to round out our field today.
Well, field's doubling up. Let's give you the weekend situation here. Luke McGrew and James Houghton have finished first or second in every race this weekend. So the weekend battle will come down to essentially which driver finishes better in this one. But James has the upper hand here. So I don't think he needs to outright beat Luke unless Luke beats him by a lot. So that's something to consider here as we're about ready to get rolling for our last GLTC race of the weekend.
Yeah, pace car has the field as we're coming around the West Bend. Everybody's grouped up pretty well.
So Tom O'Gorman, probably my pick to win this race, starting in 4th. It's a good choice, but we'll see if anybody else, maybe Houghton can sneak up in there. Paul Darling, could he? Maybe Ronnie Vidok. But what about Shukla? What about Lavoie? What about Rosenberg starting 3rd?
This is gonna. I'm gonna pick Matan.
All right. Well, we're Road 2 buddies on this one. Here we go. Last race of the weekend for GridLife Touring Cup. Green flag is in the air. One final race for all the marbles here at GridLife Circuit Legends. Zach Lavoie, a strong start on the outside. Into turn 1. Big pack of cars. Houghton's outside 3 wide, but denied. Vidok slides up ahead of him. Tom O'Gorman to the outside. Oh, Houghton's going to be off course in the background. Dropped a tire. He's in the dirt.
Oh.
He's going to lose tons of spots. McGrew doesn't.
Yep. Houghton's back on course. Looks like it was a fairly clean rejoin. That's just good. Matt Corrence carving up there in front of him.
Is that Vidok that's settling for 3rd now? So Shukla falling out of the top 5 now, and Lavoie leads O'Gorman up the hill. They did battle in the B race, but now it's for the win. Here they come. O'Gorman to the inside.
O'Gorman making the pass here into West Bend. Great job.
He's got it. Lavoie now has Ronnie Vidok behind him. Ronnie sees Tomo ahead of him. Ronnie's car might be as fast as Tomo's here this weekend, but they've got to get by Lavoie first. Lap 1 complete. Tomo leads by 5 car lengths. Vidok's close.
He is. Matan got shuffled back to 5th, so unfortunate for him with how the start went.
Vidok to the inside for 2nd on Zach Lavoie. Critical pass here if Ronnie wants a shot to win his first GLTC race. Zach Lavoie hangs onto the inside in the 42.
Boy, doing a great job all over that curve. Ronnie pushing around the outside, the inside.
And Ronnie's got it. To 2nd place goes the DC Sports Integra.
Great driving by Ronnie and Zach there.
Flashbacks to Mid-Ohio where Ronnie got shuffled to 2nd. Wasn't able to run down Cathers. It was too many seconds to run down, but he's got Tomo out front, and that's the next target on the back.
And it looks like across the line the last lap, McGrew also got shuffled back, so it's McGrew in 9th, Houghton in 10th. And Heckert is all over the back of Houghton, the last shot I saw. And now Heckert's in front of him.
Oh, that's big news. Houghton in a very tight battle here with McGrew. I think he can afford to lose a couple spots because of those race wins are worth 4 more points. Vidocq runs his fastest lap of the race, 1.2 behind O'Gorman. Is that
Salil Salil is trying to keep Matan behind, defending that inside. Paul Darling hanging out behind, waiting for something to happen.
And Lavoie trying to play defense here. He's got the field stacked up behind him. The cork in the bottle. The pressure is building. When's it going to pop? Shukla started on the front row, wasn't able to cling to it, but he's got momentum now.
Everybody filing down to the back. Tom putting out a nice lead over Ronnie Vidocq.
Zach Lavoie, he's doing a great job clinging to third. How long before Matan or Paul Darling puts pressure on Salil to make a pass? Vidocq sees Tomo. Can he get that S2000 larger in the windshield? That's the ultimate goal here, and there's a long way to go.
There is, and he got to keep pushing,
Lost the 10th, but he did go faster.
Matan making a move up the inside.
Oh, wow, that's tight. Lavoie.
Shukla actually making a move on the outside.
He tried. I don't know that he's going to be able to complete that unless he keeps overlap here into 3.
Nope.
Lavoie shuts the door.
Yeah, and Matan couldn't capitalize on that because he popped the curb on the inside.
Zach did great defense there at left bend, or the left-hander, I should say.
Zach Lavoie is driving a phenomenal race right now.
He's doing an exceptional job. He does have a little bit of a train stacked up behind him, but they have to figure it out. They have to pass it clean and fair.
Yep. Lavoie's making that S2000 a lot wider than it is.
Ooh, a little off the apex. Salil sideways at West Bend.
Yep. Coming down the hill, Salil's got a good head of steam.
Battle to turn 1, and Lavoie goes to the right. Defense. Salil's going to have to go the long way around again like he tried to last time, but look at Matan Rosenberg. He thought about taking him 3 wide. He thought better of it, though.
And there's Shukla trying to make the move work around the outside, but Lavoie makes it back and covers him right back off.
Wow, well done, Zach. Drop a tire. Salil off in the grass to the left.
Oh, and that's going to put him right into Matan's hand. Did Matan have to check up? Looks like he did.
Behind him, Darling's got Luke McGrew behind him. Luke, if he gains a few more spots, the weekend is up for grabs by that number 7.
Absolutely. And I think he just made the pass on Darling there.
Houghton is only 4/10 behind Andy Smedegard in the Team ASM 150.
And there's Heckert ready to pounce in the initial D-Spec C5.
Yeah, James Houghton not going forward in a way that I thought he would. Vidocq lost a little bit more ground to O'Gorman. It's 1.9 between the front 2. But a long way to go. A little side by side. Oh, lock up there. I thought I saw some tire smoke. Was that Wimble maybe?
I've seen a couple of them.
Zach Lavoie drops to 5th. Oh, into turn 1.
Oh, Matan.
That was dicey. Matan Rosenberg around the outside of Salil Shukla and Zach Lavoie.
Oh, man, that's a move.
And Matan, with that, shuffles his way into 3rd place.
What a phenomenal drive by Matan.
Oh, Lavoie wants up the inside of Shukla. Couldn't have a look. And here comes, was that McGrew?
That's McGrew.
Here he comes. And he's got to make up spots again. Lost 2 races to Houghton, but won 1 of them. So the difference is, I think, 4 points. And McGrew is 5 spots ahead of James Houghton.
Yep. And Heckert now pressuring Darling, trying to make it work through West Bend.
There comes Corrence now with the slowdown from Heckert having to lift.
And that's Alex Moss behind Corrence. There's a whole slew of them.
And that stack up might be beneficial to Houghton to give some opportunity for him to pass some cars. He might need to win the weekend championship. McGrew to the inside of Lavoie.
McGrew making a great pass there in the Big Bend.
And he is through.
Mopping that curb. I love it.
Tomo still leads by 2.2 over Ronnie Vidocq. Rosenberg 3rd. Shukla, Lavoie 4th and 5th. Then it's McGrew, Darling, Heckert, Corrence, and Smedegard. The rest of your top 10. Houghton resides in 11th, and he is not going anywhere. He's stuck in 11th. I wonder if there could be some damage. Maybe he's monitoring temperature with grass in the grill from his off-track excursion. But
Pete, that's a good point.
Luke is 5 spots ahead. It could come down to qualifying position to determine who wins the weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be tight. And honestly, there is a solid chance here that McGrew's going to go further. We still have about 7-8 minutes to go in this race, so I wouldn't put it past Luke.
Vidocq keeping Tomo honest at 2.6 seconds back still.
Yep. I think that smoke we're seeing is tire rub from the front fiberglass fenders on the C5s.
Got it, but Lavoie drops to 7th behind McGrew and Paul Darling now. And here's Scott Heckert hounding Lavoie now.
Oh, man. Isn't he going to make it? Oh, he's got most of the... Oh, nope, Lavoie's got him on the inside. Got to leave him space.
That is tight. Oh, he got him squeezed, and he's off course. They're both off track.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, they just kind of got in each other's heads there for a second, Pete, and just kind of both drove off the track.
Oh, that's so fortunate for both of them. I hope there wasn't any actual contact.
I don't think they made contact. They just, the 72 slid out wide to apex the corner, and Zach still had a little overlap, so he kind of dropped a tire, but then Scott overdrove turn 4, and then they both went off track. So no contact there, just a little bit of a tight moment.
And that's going to shuffle Joel Morrison up a couple spots.
Yeah, he's top 11 in the points too, so this could be a good day for him. But into turn 1. Little battle here. Shukla on McGrew, or McGrew on Shukla, vice versa.
Yep, McGrew making the pass, now up into 4th.
James Houghton dropped to 14th place, Pete.
I think your point about the grass, they might have a radiator full of something.
And that is a huge problem. Again, I think he had a bit of a buffer when he was near McGrew, but now with McGrew up in 5th. Just remember, a second on the weekend will get Houghton where he wants to be, but it forces him to have to win at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
It does. And I know it's a major tow for him from Canada.
It's a long way for everybody, but it's still, I mean, he's committed to going, which I don't know that Jeremy Swenson is, so that helps. Right. Or Luke McGrew is. I mean, that helps, but not a given. Matt Corrence, Andy Smedegard. This is a battle for 7th. And Tom's lost some ground to Ronnie Vidocq, by the way. Ronnie's reeled him in a couple tenths of a second as McGrew solidifies his pass for 4th.
Paul Darling holding out in 6th. Is that Corrence? Oh, no. Corrence still just trying to defend on Alex Moss.
Andy Smedegard in this car this race.
Yes.
Alex was in it the first 3 races, but Andy now putting pressure on Matt Corrence, who was fighting in the B races earlier this weekend, but clawed his way through the split sprints and is now in the top 10 in race 4 here in GridLife Touring Cup. And doing a great job while doing it. Absolutely. Eric Jensen also top 10 after the weekend he's had fighting around. So little Shukla and Paul Darling nose to tail here for 5th into West Bend.
We've got a stack of them.
Houghton gained 1 spot back on Lavoie up to 13th place. Vidocq just ran his personal best. Still 2.4 back from Tomo, though. No white flag. It'll be at least 2 laps.
Corrence trying to defend from Smedgard.
And here is Shukla on Paul Darling on defense.
Yep, Paul's trying to make it work around the outside. Can he get... Nope.
Oh, Shukla, big sideways moment. Leaving turn 3. Darling all over the back of him in the silver BMW.
Darling's done a great job this weekend of taking advantage of opportunities that are handed to him by people in front of him.
Nose to tail. Oh, there's Smedegard around Corrence. Completes the pass on the Paul Newman straight, but Corrence pulls alongside him, now tucks in behind. Shukla and Darling still car length between them for 5th place.
Paul can smell it. Paul can smell 5th.
Still no white, at least 2 to go. Vidocq another gain there. It's just not enough and not consistently.
No, it's too bad for him. I'd love to see that car take a win. Not take anything away from Tom for sure.
He could definitely be in trophy territory though for the weekend because he's had some consistent finishes up towards the front. So let's consider that.
That's true.
Maybe not a win here, but it could be a trophy on the weekend if he can get at least 3rd place in the points. And
absolutely, because he's finished every race and not had any dyno issues.
Salil, big sideways moment. Here's Houghton on deep. Oh! What just happened?
Houghton just went off.
That was wild.
Way wide.
Dropped a tire and just looped around.
I guess just tried to hook it in a little too much.
And it will cost him some time and some positions and potentially the weekend. I was going to mention Matt Walbaum's progress hasn't been much of anything. 13th place in the number 90.
No, he's been trying to fight through. He's made up 6 spots, so great job.
White flag, 1 lap to go. Tom O'Gorman. He was denied a victory earlier in the weekend because of a dyno issue after the race, was disqualified for that. As we watch Darling and Salil Shukla into turn 1. Salil's been really wild at turn 3 in particular, sliding all over. And just like that, Paul Darling trying to chase him around, find where the grip is.
Paul trying to find that opportunity, trying to make it happen.
Running out of laps. Tom O'Gorman, though, in the number 94 for the ASM crew, returns to the GridLife Touring Cup competition after winning the championship and 20 races last year. Here's Paul Darling on Shukla to the inside at West Bend, though, for 5th place. Darling down the inside. Does he keep it? Down the hill. The battle is on behind him. O'Gorman wins the Sunoco checkered flag in race 4 in GridLife Touring Cup. Vidocq 2nd, Rosenberg 3rd, but for 5th, I think Paul Darling got him, and he is through. Wow, last lap pass for P5. Paul Darling up to 5th.
Fantastic job. Fantastic job by Paul Darling.
Hopefully Tomo gets to keep this one, Pete.
I agree. So, but we also have to give a big shout out to Salil Shukla for just a fantastic drive to make Darling work for it. So, I super happy for Paul. I'm pretty sure he'll be very pleased with himself after that pass. Paul is the ultimate gentleman. And he might even say maybe possibly partly to his own detriment. So I think he'll be very pleased with that aggressive move he made there.
Tom O'Gorman wins race 4 here at Circuit Legends for the GridLife Circuit Legends Festival. Ronnie Vidocq, another 2nd place in race 4. He is just chipping away at these leaders. A win is coming. I can sense it. Matan Rosenberg is 3rd. Here's a look at the rest of the order, though. Matt Walbaum didn't make a lot of forward progress there, but James Houghton, the big story here, all he had to do was not fumble this last race, Pete. I don't know what the points are now, but it's going to be tough for him to hold on to the weekend victory with a 16th in race 4.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like Scott Heckert ended up pulling off really early, so I'm wondering if something did happen to his car.
And highlights here from race 4A. Tomo already on a mission here in turn 1 and around Salil Shukla and doing battle behind him. And the Houghton went off track there on the opening lap, and that he's just being really aggressive, Pete. We saw that earlier in the weekend, kind of got put in a similar scenario, but it just didn't pay off that time, and it cost him a lot of spots and got grass in the grill is what we anticipate held him back.
Yeah. And here's Ronnie making the move on Zach. Doing a great job up the inside.
And Zach Lavoie did such an exceptional job in this race. Defense for so long with so many different drivers. And just had a little off battling with Scott Heckert. We did see him go off as well. Maybe there was something similar there as far as grass in the grill, heating up the car. But Zach just trying to cling to a podium for as long as he could and just couldn't quite do it, Pete.
Yeah.
Later in the race, I see the battle behind him.
This is the Matan pass?
I think it's leading up to it here. Here's Salil on the outside. Matan watching it from the windshield here as Salil and Zach spent so much time side by side. I think next lap it's going to queue up that Rosenberg move. And then Paul Darling watching all of it out the windshield, just wanting to get involved. And here's the Matan pass. Watch him, driver's left. Oh, this is where he thought better of it. He stepped out this time. Next lap by.
Yes. But this was this is the story. This was one of the stories of the race, is that these 3 were just fighting. Salil putting 2 wheels off there, exiting Big Bend.
And he did a great job, but car looked pretty ragged, especially towards the end, sliding around a lot, but kept it under control. There's Rosenberg on the outside of 3 wide, and Zach had to lift to make sure they got through there, but what a great pass on the outside of Big Bend. Salil kept a position on Lavoie.
That was phenomenally executed, that it was, with how that worked, with Salil getting out, Matan getting out, and they all gave each other just enough space, and they came into the corner with the proper overlap.
Might I remind people that Matan Rosenberg is 19 years old and already racing like that. He's just done such a great job. Got his first GLTC win a couple of events ago. And Lavoie and Heckert, this was you see Heckert kind of crowd Zach there just a little bit, and then they both kind of just overdrove the next corner. But I think Zach was trying to stay out of Scott's door, and then that's why he ended up in the grass, and Scott just kind of drove himself off there. But yeah, they both continued on, or at least for a little while.
Yeah. So, and this battle with Salil and Paul, with Salil Shukla and Paul Darling, just absolutely phenomenal. Paul just trying to make it work. Salil repeatedly getting loose there in Little Bend, and Paul unfortunately just not being the right place to capitalize on those moments, but sticking with it.
And then Andy Smedegard getting by Matt Corrence late in the race. Mac did a lot to try to keep up with Andy, but couldn't quite. And then Paul Darling, late race maneuver down here on Salil Shukla, but he didn't do it this lap. He waited, and then here's Houghton just dropped a tire and went around.
Yeah, and if you watch the video, I just noticed it right before he goes off, the rear end steps.
Yep.
So he was already loose before he dropped the tire off.
Yeah, dropped that left rear, then it was not savable from there. Salil and Paul Darling, their late race battle. You see the white flag waving in the background. This was their fight on the last lap that Darling would ultimately win with the setup pass at West Bend, which isn't a passing zone in so many race series here, but today in Circuit Legends with GLTC, Pete, it was a passing zone. We saw it a lot.
It was. And it was, I think every pass we've seen here has been an S2000 on. Well, I take the back. No, Tom used an S2000 on everybody.
And down the inside, there goes Paul Darling, and he held on for 5th in race 4.
Great drive by Paul, making a great pass there through West Bend, keeping that overlap to come down the hill, and then get the overlap ahead of Salil Shukla.
And that was it. So Tom O'Gorman, pending the dyno investigations again. I don't think they'll make that mistake twice, though. But well, hopefully he gets to keep that one. But Pete, this is going to wrap up the broadcast, and I am sad because today was a really full day of racing, but I kind of want to do more of it because we saw so much good stuff. But it is time to enjoy the evening here at Lime Rock Park and celebrate modern tuning culture with the GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends Festival. Pete, your final thoughts on GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, the racing, the time attack, the Legends Shootout, the drifting. What's your thoughts?
It has been a phenomenal return here for Circuit Legends to Lime Rock Park. Everything that was created as a bedrock for this event last year has been taken up to another level. More GLTC car, more drift cars, a full time attack field again. It's been phenomenal, fantastic driving across all of these disciplines. Put on a great show for all of our spectators who are here, and it's just been a phenomenal weekend, and it's not quite over. It's not even over yet.
It's not. The broadcast is going to end, but we do have drift for the fans here trackside, and we have another Model 3 Challenge race. But before we step off air for the weekend and until WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in October, some thank yous again to the track staff, the corner workers that make this event possible, the GRIDLIFE staff. There was a handful of them that were here early this week that were just crushing through tasks so that the rest of the team could arrive and be ready to go. So huge thanks to the operations team, the merch team that's here, the gate staff, the organizers, and of course Trisha, Charlie, Adam, Chris, and Sean that put all this together and make it happen. So it's a pretty small team, Pete, as you know, but there's also so many volunteer staff here this weekend that help on grid. You're one of them, and some other staff that help put on this event. And thank you to the spectators and fans for being here, and the drivers and vendors and everybody else. It's just we're drifting now, Pete.
Oh.
But great weekend, and we're going to sign off now. Kyle Heyer alongside Pete Lindbergh. We'll see you in California, October 20th to 22nd for the GRIDLIFE Laguna Festival. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca GRIDLIFE Finals. We'll see you in a few months to wrap up the 2023 GRIDLIFE season. Thanks so much.
Raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Hero exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcphero.com to learn more.
Done.
Hi, I'm Chris Forsberg, and when it comes to classics and high-performance cars, I only trust America's #1 racing oil, Valvoline VR1. It's built on Valvoline's long legacy in racing, so I can continue to build my own. With 2 times more zinc than the industry standard, VR1's high-performance formula is tested on the track and trusted on the road to ensure your engine is protected from metal-to-metal contact. And I use it so much, I haven't got my car on the bottle. That's why whether I'm racing or cruising, I protect everything I drive with Valvoline. Valvoline, trusted for over 150 years.